Bram Stoker's Dracula, published in 1897, continues to send shivers down the spine of anyone who reads it. It is dark Gothic at its best, a brilliant, imaginative, and can't-put-down work of art. The atmosphere it creates is, in this writer's opinion, spookier than any Stephen King novel. But many people who have read the book are not aware that the character Dracula the Vampire is based on was a high-born member of a Romanian court prominent in European history, and much more terrifying than his fictional descendant. While not the black-cloaked, centuries-old, fanged bloodsucker of literary fame, the infamy of the historical figure outperforms that of Stoker's creation. Prince Vlad tops the list of Romania's many, many Christian crusaders who, in the transition years between the Middle Ages and the Renaissance, fought to keep the Muslim-faithed Ottoman Turks out of their country. Dracula was not a saint. He ruled his military kingdom of Wallachia in southern Romania with a heavy and blood-soaked fist. To not only the Turks, but also to many of his own countrymen, he was Vlad the Impaler, Vlad Țepeș. Determined not to be overtaken by the intrigue of an intriguing political underhandedness, in a world in which princes fell daily to smiling, hypocritical allies, paranoia among the aristocracy was, and probably needed to be, utmost in a sovereign's disposition. Dracula built a defense around him that dared not open kindness nor trust to anyone. During his tenure, he killed by the droves, impaling on a forest of spikes around his castle thousands of subjects who he saw as either traitors, would-be traitors, or enemies to the security of Romania and the Roman Catholic Church. Sometimes he slew merely to show other possible insurgents and criminals just what their fate would be if they became troublesome. A pamphlet published in Nuremberg, Germany, immediately following his death in 1476, tells of his burning beggars after allowing them free food at his court. He felt they were eating the people's food for nothing and could not repay it, the broadside explains. And there are countless other tales of Dracula's wickedness written down ages ago, many of which will be related in this video. But Vlad Dracula was more than just a medieval despot. He was a man of many faces. He was a politician, a warrior, an erudite and well-learned gentleman when the occasion to be fit. And, as has been indicated, he was a mass murderer. He spoke several languages, Romanian, Turkish, Latin, and German, and steeped himself in the use of broadsword and crossbow. He was an equestrian, riding at the head of his attacking army like a berserker. At 3 separate times, Dracula governed Wallachia, one of 3 Hungarian principalities that later merged with the others, Transylvania to the north and Moldavia to the east, to become the country of Romania. Because Wallachia, his province, sat directly above the open Danube River plain, which separated the Ottoman Empire from free Romania, his was the frontal defense against the non-Christian Turks. Despite his cruelties and severe punishments, and because of his seething hatred for anything Turkish, he is considered today a national hero by the Romanians. Because he died in warfare against the foe, even fought against a brother whom he considered a sellout to the enemy, he is often upheld as a martyr. Statues stand in his honor, and his birthplace at Sighișoara and resting place at Snagov are considered almost canonical. Though many Westerners are baffled that a man whose political and military career was as steeped in blood as was that of Vlad Dracula, the fact remains that for many Romanians, he is an icon of heroism. It is this duality that is part of his appeal. The adventurous life led by Dracula put him in contact with the era's most fascinating people, among them White Knight Jonas Hunyadi, Hungarian King Matthias Corvinus, and the ambitious Sultan Mohammed of Turkey. In his lifetime, Dracula witnessed the rising use of gunpowder as a means of destruction, the Holy Crusades, the fall of Constantinople, and the nouveau philosophy of art, alchemy, and culture that became known as the Renaissance. It was no idle choice that the red-bearded Irish novelist Bram Stoker, in 1896, chose the factual impaler as the model for his Nosferatu, his undead vampire. Although admittedly never having set foot on Romanian soil, having done most of his research at the London Library, it's obvious that the infamous Count Dracula emulates his historical counterpart. Poring over texts such as An Extraordinary and Shocking History of a Great Berserker Called Prince Dracula, The History and Superstitions of Romantic Romania, and Wilkinson's account of Wallachia and Moldavia, Stoker chanced upon the tales of Dracula. It has been suggested by scholars that such histories would be incomplete without generous space attributed to the man. In the tomes he studied, Stoker assuredly read the Voivode Dracula, whose atrocities trembled the Christian Western world and whose audacity saved it from Allah. Before we follow the life of Dracula, let's spend a few moments on Dracula's father, Basarab the Dragon, who is himself an important historical entity and whose actions greatly affected his son's actions. Basarab was born out of wedlock in 1392 to Prince Mircea and one of his harem of concubines. When Mircea died, the Wallachian throne passed not to Basarab, but to his brother, Mihail, whose birth had been legitimate. Basarab did not complain, but contented himself with becoming a royal page to Hungarian King Sigismund I at his palace in Luxembourg. There, he was treated to a classical education by Europe's finest teachers. When Sigismund drew up an army to rout the Turks on the border region, dutiful and grateful Basarab followed, broadsword in his belt, spear in his hand. Mihail passed away in 1421, leaving the state of Wallachia up for grabs. But Basarab knew that several of his stepbrothers, as illegitimate as he, were vying for the throne. So was a cousin named Danesti. Knowing that Danesti was raising an army to take the principality for his own, Basarab sought the patronage of Sigismund to assign the princedom to him. Sigismund, claiming his page's young age and lack of experience, refused and, instead, supported Danesti. Basarab's hurt feelings soon diminished. He was soon off to Constantinople, the seat of the last vestiges of the Holy Roman Empire, to act as a diplomat between his own church, the Roman Catholic, and the Eastern Orthodox. Pope Pius II in Rome, who was spearheading a movement to unite the two faiths, had petitioned Sigismund to send an envoy, one of considerable tact and speech, to convince the Holy Roman Emperor to savor the idea of unification with the Vatican. That Sigismund chose Basarab was a high compliment. Byzantine Emperor John VIII Palaeologus found the Hungarian sent messenger a man of high ideal and decorum, but was forced to give him the bad news. Although he was not closed indefinitely to the idea of further discussing a possible understanding between papist and non-papist faiths, the timing of the Pope's request, he said, was a bit premature. The Holy Roman Empire, that is, its people and their traditions, already had its hands full trying to remain intact from not only Mongolian attacks, but also new constant Turkish ramrodding. The ethics of religious dogma would have to remain on hold until he could determine the strategy of the more corporal issue, defending the physical empire. Basarab graciously accepted the emperor's answer and reported back to Hungary. Sigmund asked his ward to remain at Luxembourg to help him shape a possible crusade against the Turks. Basarab, promising his allegiance to His Majesty's wishes, nevertheless elected to take a hiatus back to Romania, where he had earlier set his eyes on the daughter of Alexandru, Prince of the Moldavian state. Princess Niazna was now of marrying age, was beautiful, and, best of all, very interested in her suitor. The couple married in 1427 at a high mass. A child boy, Mircea II, was born to them a year later. In 1431, while his wife was pregnant with their second child, Basarab was recalled to Hungary. The king's earlier designs of a Turkish crusade had flowered. Now, a strike against the Ottomans seemed imminent. The Turks had grown progressively dangerous. They had captured Serbia and Bulgaria. Their dark shadow leaned suspiciously northwest towards Hungary. Aware that his country alone could not block a major enemy thrust, Sigismund sought the backing of other European dynasties that had a vested interest in keeping Europe Christian. To his court, then, he called 24 heads of state to pledge themselves in a campaign. In a brilliant tour de force of partisanship, he admitted each representative into the highly respected and ancient Order of the Dragon, a society of knights whose principal aim entailed the defense and propagation of Catholicism against heretics. As his own compatriot, Sigismund selected Basarab, whose diplomacy in Constantinople had planted the seeds of acknowledgement between Eastern and Western churches. As another prize, Sigismund gifted Basarab, now called the Dragon, the governorship of Transylvania. It was an attempt to atone for his refusal to support Basarab's earlier bid for Wallachia against Dynasty. While the Dragon's appointment made him content for the meanwhile, he still had his heart set on ruling Wallachia. As the principality's new governor, Basarab had access to Transylvania's armed militias and secretly and adroitly began to muster for a march against Dynasty when the time was ripe. In the interim, he moved his family to the Transylvanian capital of Sighișoara, where he instantly took command of the mountainside citadel overlooking the town. In the family residence, a villa that still exists today, his princess gave birth to her second son. But the dragon's joy was cut short. He learned that Ottoman Turks had crossed the Danube and were pouring across Wallachia. Prince Dynasty, overwhelmed and frightened, had laid down his sword. The Turks would have a profound effect on the life of the boy who had just squealed his first cries in Sighișoara. And that boy, whose father had named Vlad Dracula, would have a very important impact on them. The Ottoman Turks had descended from a large conglomeration of other tribes in Asia Minor in the late 13th century. Their roots rested on Islamic foundations, but from the start, it was a heterogeneous mixture of ethnic groups and religious creeds. Muslims were thereby lumped together, and Turks as such were Turkish-speaking Sunni Muslims. During the 14th century, their hordes began to move westward, gulping down at first only small states within the Eastern world, those belonging to other nomadic peoples. Spreading out, they soon infiltrated western borders, seizing Bulgarian lands and penetrating the core of the Holy Roman Empire. By the time of Dracula's birth, in the winter of 1431, the Ottomans ruled a vast territory that stretched from the Occidental East to the corners of Western Europe. Their first inroad into accessing Europe was none other than Romania. Plans to make further ingress, however, would be thwarted, often inflicting unspeakable terrors on the inhabitants of their conquering countries, a strategy to make even the bravest Catholic knight wobble in his armor. The Turks were in for a shock of their own. Of course, in 1431, they could not have foreseen their encountering a quarter century later of a certain Romanian named Dracula who would outride, outthink, outsmart, and outfrighten them, right out of their sandals. As the son of the dragon, Vlad Dracula was expected to become, by his adolescence, a warrior. Even though the firstborn Mircea would be first in line to the throne of the principality, the father looked upon all his sons, Mircea, Vlad, and Radu, as elites to the family name. They learned how to steady a bow, wield a blade, and ride bareback before they reached the age of their scholastic studies. The art of fighting came foremost. In chainmail made to fit their small bodies, with broadswords equally balanced, and on Arabian ponies, they dashed through the edelweiss-strewn forest beside Sighișoara, clipping gnarled sycamores and poplars they pretended were oversized sultans. While Carpathian eagles looped overhead, watching curiously, and as woodpeckers careened out of the way, the dragon watched his little Davids taking on the imaginary Goliaths. He timed their charges, graded their legionnaire skills. The dragon envisioned great things for his clan, but if the sons of Dracul were to be real men, he told himself, they would need a dominion of their own. Being siblings of the governor of Transylvania, mere puppets to Hungary, was not enough. His prospect, therefore, continued to be to take Free State Wallachia from the timid Dynasty, who had virtually placed the welcome mat out for the Turks. By 1435, the dragon had convinced his old mentor, King Sigismund of Hungary, to lend him an army large enough to oust the thin-blooded cousin before Romania was lost forever. After a bitter siege on Wallachia's capital, Târgoviște, the dragon finally sat on the throne he had wanted for more than a decade. Târgoviște, located on the banks of the Dâmbovița River, was an old city even when young Dracula followed his conqueror father there. a busy crossroads and commercial thoroughfare in the southern bottomlands of the Carpathians. It was comprised of hundreds of varieties of markets and merchant stores, busy at all hours. Near the center of the town rose the Byzantine eaves of the wealthy landowners who owned a division of fertile grape-producing fields surrounding the town. The Byzantine battlements of the prince's palace, more a fortress, overlooked the roofs of the town and earned a panorama of the rolling landscape of trees, boulders, plains, and a generosity of small lakes that provided citizens with mountain water and freshwater fish. The palace's central walls, 4 feet thick, had been erected by Mercia from the ruins of an early Roman outpost. At a far and high corner of town, they merged with the walls that surrounded Târgoviște itself. Posh living quarters and the prince's low-beamed rectangular throne room were set back from the main gate across a courtyard and gardens guarded night and day by a legion of sentries posted along the walls and atop the main lookout, the Chindia watchtower. Dracula's early life at Târgoviște consisted of more of the same as in Transylvania, physical and mental study. His mother, the devoutly religious Catholic princess Nyasna, saw to her son's religious upbringing, ensuring that they received ongoing commune with the monks from the nearby Church of the Holy Paraclete. Before the sun set, the boys' tutoring had also included, apart from combat skills, daily injections of geography, mathematics, science, language, and the classical arts and philosophy. Dracula and his older brother, Mercia, were the most rough and tumble of the dragon's heirs. They often got into mischief with many of the scamps of the local boyars in Târgoviște. In appearance, they greatly resembled their father with his dark features, aquiline nose, and high cheekbones. Dracula, it was said, inherited his father's temper, combustive and fiery. Their younger sibling, Radu, despite his warrior's training, spoke softly, moved quietly, and tended to prefer the company of only certain boys. Angelic-faced, the image of his mother, he would, in time, be called Radu the Handsome. In later years, he and Dracula would become fierce rivals. As for the dragon, he had become a dignified Wallachian statesman. He ruled firmly but fairly. However, he found himself stuck between his conscience and duty. Due to the trepidation of his predecessor, Dynasty, the forces of Turkish Sultan Murad II had gained such a foothold in Wallachia that they were in a position to ransack the principality at will. They were everywhere. Their caravans roamed the streets of Târgoviște, Buzău, and Bucharest. Their cavalries paraded unchecked from the border of Turkish Bulgaria to the Carpathian Mountains, their scimitars at their sides gleaming in the sun. Their foot soldiers camped openly on the Arges and Olt rivers. In essence, Murad, not the dragon, owned Wallachia. Attesting to that, consider that the latter was forced to pay the Sultan 10,000 gold ducats annually to keep the major cities in his province free from savage attack. Depending on the source, the dragon's relationship with the Turks was either forced, because he hadn't the strength to fight back, or chosen, accepting neutrality as a small price to pay for Wallachian liberty. Knowing the character of the Dracul, one might assume he was merely waiting for a first chance to strike. When that opportunity came in 1442, however, he desisted a fight by refusing to join the famous, politically ambitious White Knight Jonas Hunyadi, Viceroy of Transylvania, who mustered a huge army to kick the Turks back to Bulgaria. Some authors believe that the dragon was being pessimistic, believing that Hunyadi hadn't a chance. Nevertheless, the White Knight, ahead of a force comprised mostly of royal troops loaned to him by the new Hungarian king Ladislaus III, moved without the Wallachian prince's participation. After a bloody engagement near the Danube, the Turks under the command of Siabedin were chased south of the Danube. Frustrated and angered by his army's setback, Sultan Murad called several top-ranking Europeans, including the dragon, to Turkish Gallipoli for a parley. No one but the dragon answered the summons. He took with him his 2 sons, 13-year-old Dracula and 9-year-old Radu, believing it to be strictly a call under truce. When he entered the Sultan's salon, he and his sons were promptly arrested. Held captive for days, the prince was finally released under conditions set forth by the Turkish court. that he swears by both the Bible and the Koran to avoid the engendering of further hostilities, that he deposit 10,000 ducats in the Sultan's treasury, and, ensuring he is a man of his word, that he leaves his 2 sons as hostages in Turkey for an indefinite period of time. The dragon reluctantly consented. It was not the first time that the Turks pressed into service youths wrested from European nobility. As a body, these captives were placed in what was called the Janissary Corps. The scholastic Turkey, a Country Study, explains, expeditions were regularly organized to collect a tribute of Christian boys from the Balkan provinces. Those taken became Muslims and underwent training that instilled in them a corporate identity. These slaves of the state were prepared for admission into the Ottoman ruling class, where they engaged in Islamic studies, learned Persian and Arabic, and received advanced military training. Young Radu and Dracula were moved from Gallipoli to the center of the Turkish nation, the city of Adrianople. They were not treated as prisoners, per se, but were kept under constant surveillance and supervision. After all, they were the sons of an important enemy and at many times were given access to government buildings and military information. But, virtually, they were free to roam the day-lit streets when away from obligation, to partake of the Eastern way of life, to breathe in the atmosphere of the markets and their many spices and many new customs, to taste the incredibly aromatic dishes, even to court a girl if they wished, providing she was of honorable birth, under the silvery Byzantine moon. Radu proved to require little, if any, observation. He fully accustomed himself to the laws, bylaws, and culture of Turkey, which he saw as his adopted country. Dracula, on the other hand, often displayed a belligerent and smothering attitude. A good pupil, and not outwardly hostile, he nevertheless liked to quarrel with superiors and bemoan his confinement. He fought for more personal liberty, insulted his bodyguards, and a little too often, to suit his present patriarchs, belittled Asian customs. The Turks were forced to take him to task, more precisely to the whipping post, on quite a few occasions. In 1445, European Christians attempted another crusade against the Ottomans. Again, their principal was Jonas Hunyadi, the White Knight, who rode towards the Turkish districts with a legion armed for a long conflict. The dragon, despite his promise to Sultan Murad, and most likely because he did not want to face a public chastisement like the one he had endured for his conscientious objection to the 1442 campaign, offered 4,000 cavalrymen under the leadership of his son Mircea. He did refuse, however, to personally bear arms in the offensive, hoping the Sultan would accept that decision as his intention of loyalty, and thus refrain from harming his children. The Sultan, upon hearing that Hunyadi was on the attack, had the Dracul's boys locked in the dungeon. There, they received daily floggings and endured long periods of hunger. Dracula's insolence harshened his treatment. He suffered various tortures to mind and body. Still, he was kept alive, probably due to the fact that the Sultan figured he could still be employed as a bartering tool. From a narrow window above his cell, Dracula witnessed the executions of less fortunate prisoners taking place in the yard outside. Depending upon their crime, they were hanged, shot with arrows or spears, beheaded, crushed under wheels, or given over to a wild beast of prey. Many were impaled. At first, the teenage boy may have been repulsed at the sight of impalement, but after a while, he certainly grew fascinated by it. Impalement, the most inhuman of punishments, involved piercing a body lengthwise with a sharpened pole. The victim then left to die atop the raised pole. Death was excruciating and sometimes slow. Men were usually struck through the rectum, women through the vagina. Dracula watched the victim squirm, scream, hemorrhage, then die. He saw the crows pick at their carcasses that often remained under the hot Turkish sun until they were only blistered meat. Dracula learned to detest his captives for their cruelty, yet wished that he would be given the chance to serve his captives likewise. Not knowing if and when he might be next, he imagined, if he survived, a day that he could inflict such torments on the Turks. Battered, starving, cut, singed, and now having to view what the Turks did several times a week just beyond his windowsill, he probably went mad. Hunyadi's army was accrued a trio of victories in Turkish Bulgaria, at Peretz, Niš, and Sofia. But when reaching the important shipping town of Varna on the Black Sea, it came face to face with an overpowering force under Murad. Hunyadi's troops were slaughtered. Hunyadi himself sent dashing on foot for his life. He and a very few of his soldiers, including the dragon's son Mircea, managed to reach Romania safely. The White Knight, who valued his reputation and who had set his sights on someday rising to the throne of Hungary, lost respect after the Varna fiasco. To compensate, he regrouped his forces, rebuilt a small army, and attacked the dragon's palace in Wallachia. By asserting his power this way, that is, by taking over Wallachia for his own, he could rebuild a new first step to the political power he had lost. The dragon had been caught unaware. His castle walls were scaled after a brief siege. Fleeing into the hills, the forlorn prince, wife Niazna, and son Mircea could not evade their conquerors. Captured, they were quickly put to death. Mircea met the worst fate. He was buried alive. When the news of his family's massacre reached 17-year-old Dracula, he went berserk. Sultan Murad, realizing that the boy had suffered enough, released him from prison and offered him a command position in the cavalry. Even though the captive had been an often unwilling one, even unruly, the Sultan had admired his gumption. Dracula accepted the post. The first evidence of Dracula's cunning, a shrewdness that would serve him throughout his life, becomes apparent at this point. By using one enemy against another, he was able to escape Turkey, gain the throne of Wallachia, and avenge his parents' and brothers' murders. He made a deal with the Sultan. If the latter would supply him with an appropriate force to push Hunyadi out of Wallachia and set him, Dracula, on its throne, he would keep the principality open to Turkish commerce, its highways unblocked, and restore the per annum tribute of 10,000 ducats to Turkey. The Sultan agreed. A large force of tribal horsemen followed Dracula westward in 1448. They surprised a vanguard of Hunyadi's army at Kosovo Polje, Serbia, and in a nocturnal battle utterly destroyed it. Raining north in pursuit of Hunyadi, Dracula's cavalry galloped with war whoops into Telgovishti. But, much to Dracula's disappointment, he learned that his prey had flown. In all events, a Dracul had come home. He placed himself on the throne of embattled Wallachia, sought out any boyar who had sided with the ambitious White Knight against his father, there had been several, and made perfect examples of them all. There are stories that insist a faithful servant of the dragon had recovered his master's prized sword from the field where he had been slain and presented it to the son and heir, Dracula. It was an elegant Toledo blade, etched with the sign of the dragon. Dracula would carry that sword with him the remainder of his life, going to his death wielding it. But, for now, as its first use, he blessed it in the blood of his father's killers. The first of 3 separate Dracula reigns had begun. It was not to last long. Dracula's first term as Prince of Wallachia lasted barely long enough for the royal tailors to refit the court vestments. Within 2 months, the beaten forces of Jonas Hunyadi had regrouped, this time under one of Hunyadi's vassals, Vandislas. When the latter's huge army appeared on the horizon, Dracula, greatly outnumbered, vacated the throne and sought refuge with a family of a Moldavian prince, Bogdan, a relative of his martyred mother. But he vowed that Wallachia had not heard the last of Dracula. Dracula remained in exile in Moldavia for 3 years until Prince Bogdan was assassinated. He then sought the protection of his family enemy, Hunyadi. The timing was propitious. Hunyadi's puppet on the Wallachian throne, Vandislas, had instituted a pro-Turkish policy, and Hunyadi needed a more reliable man in Wallachia. Consequently, Hunyadi accepted the allegiance of his old enemy's son. That Dracula sided with the man whose forces killed his parents was strictly for self-survival. As well, being a politician first, the advantage suited Dracula. In turn, Hunyadi realized he had gained a fortuitous ally, for Dracula's years spent with the Ottomans in Adrianople had given him useful knowledge of how the Turks thought and, more importantly, fought. In planning military expeditions, Dracula's input would be invaluable. Both men were Machiavellians, and both were cognizant of the other's style. Yet, as diplomats and opportunists, they played that factor to the bone. Both men were brilliant. If one studies their portraits, one would detect the cleverness in both their faces. From the walls of the Academy of the Romanian Socialist Republic, the White Knight's portrait looks down with a scowling, weathered, hard, ambitious countenance. He seems to want to jump off the canvas and tell us all to go to hell. Dracula's face, caught by an anonymous artist and which now hangs in a gallery in Innsbruck, reeks of a man of unbending opinions and an almost paranoid sense of observation. Dark eyes stare off in a deep, thoughtful reverie. His mind seems made up on something that he needs to do as soon as the painter dismisses him. These two suspicious and suspecting characters met at Hunyadi's mountain castle, Hunedoara, to form a partnership and a pact. Dracula was placed in charge of a fortress at Sibiu, situated at the far southwest corner of Transylvania, guarding the frontier against possible intervention from Vandislas's forces. His immediate charge was keeping the two Transylvania counties, Fugurash and Almash, out of enemy hands. While in Sibiu, Dracula heard of the fall of Constantinople, a severe blow to the Eastern European Christians that marked the end of the Holy Roman Empire. Constantinople had been the city that Holy Crusades for centuries had attempted to keep out of pagan hands. Its loss prompted Pope Nicholas V to declare, "The light of Christianity has suddenly gone out." Europe was aghast and incensed as stories of the massacre in Constantinople filtered in, tales of thousands of Christians being impaled before the city walls while the Turks laughed, celebrated, and pillaged, of how churches were burned, of the holy crosses raising from the palace to be used as kindlewood for funeral pyres. In one voice, Romania, Hungary, France, Germany, Italy, Poland, Portugal, and England cried for the death of the then Sultan Mehmed, who had replaced Murad. Hungary, leading the defense, once again called on its White Knight, Jonas Hunyadi, to strike back hard. By the first few months of 1456, it became apparent that the Turkish faction was making a beeline for Belgrade. This main outpost, sitting on the border between Turkish Siberia and Hungary, was commanded by Hunyadi's brother-in-law. Hunyadi, with the advice of Dracula, proposed a double offensive to 1. Rush reinforcements to Belgrade, while 2. Attacking Vandislas in Wallachia to prevent his opening of the back door to the Sultan's contingent forces. Hunyadi's crusaders galloped to Belgrade, Dracula's cavalry to Târgoviște. Both men were successful in meeting their objective. Belgrade was spared, though Hunyadi, its savior, died of a fever within a year. In Wallachia, Vandislas met sound defeat by Dracula, who engaged him in the Carpathian Valley. The hand-to-hand combat was one of Romania's most bloody hours. Old, unchallenged stories tell of Dracula insisting that he kill Vandislas personally after learning that it was he who ordered the deaths of his family. If the legends are correct, the two men faced off in the field, each with sword in hand, all while their respective armies paused to cheer them on. Dracula, after a tense moment, cleared his foe's head from his shoulders with one well-aimed slice. Vandislas's troops, seeing what had happened to their leader, threw down their weapons and retreated. 25-year-old Dracula, without further ado, mounted the throne of Wallachia once again. This time, he would not be routed. He ordered the artisans to emblazon the Dracula crest, the crest bearing a winged dragon, the symbol of courage, embracing a cross, a symbol of Catholicism, on the provincial stamp, banners, coins, public buildings, suits of armor, and on a glorious plaque hanging above his throne. He had been known by other names: Vlad the Warrior, Prince Vlad, Vlad the Conqueror. The constant sight of his family crest now reminded everyone that he was the son of a high member of the Order of the Dragon. As his reign took effect, and as he proved to be more than just another fleeting member of a hierarchy in chaos, he earned the name he wanted more than anything else in the world: Son of the Dragon, Dracula. The Wallachia in which Dracula ruled was, at the time, formally known as the state of Tara Romanescu, Romania's land. In terms of size, it covered 48,000 square miles and contained 3,000-plus hamlets, nestled chiefly on the pine-heavy slopes of the lower Carpathian Mountains. Its populace, mostly peasants governed by a series of Magyar landowners, neared 500,000 in numbers. Târgoviște, where Dracula's palace stood, was the capital. Other important burghs along the Târgoviște to Danube commercial and trading route were Târgu, Bucharest, and Brăila. Since before Dracula's grandfather's time, the province had been ruled by a prince. The prince worked with the landowners, boyars, to keep commerce flowing and the right of land stationary and safe against trespassers and infidels. As well, the prince maintained a good relationship with members of the Roman Catholic Church, which dominated Romania. Of the latter partnership, both parties received parallel respect. God and Caesar kept happy, so to speak. However, Dracula had new, what he called necessary, plans for his principality, where the Caesar would be just a trifle happier and much more powerful. He did away with the feudal system of the prince who, he insisted, was no more than a puppet to the ruling class boyars, with allegiance to other wealthy barons, and to church leaders with foreign patronage. Upon his coronation as prince, he announced that the people should look upon him rather as voivode, a warrior prince, ruling his domain henceforth as if under martial law, where there is one sovereign, one decision-maker. Because the reality of the Turks imposed a constant threat upon the land, he considered Wallachia a war state, and a war state requires tougher government. Up until that time, the boyars had made up their laws of serfdom and trade. Their legislative body had mandated prices. They had controlled merchandise and bargained titles for favors well done. They had even owned the propriety to interfere in the prince's justice. That would end. And those who retaliated, Dracula explained, would be dealt with, severely, from the throne of Târgoviște. In laying his plans, Dracula had brought to his side an entourage of strong allies, many of whom had been family champions for decades, and who had served faithfully under his father, the Dragon. Neither he nor they had forgotten that during the Elder's reign, many of the property owners in Wallachia had caused problems. Many had attempted to undermine the Dragon. Dracula had already slain those responsible for the Dragon's death, but it wasn't enough. After his policies of transition were announced, a number of boyars retaliated by writing letters and calling meetings of protest. Dracula, who realized his message wasn't being taken seriously, called the body together, some 200 men, to let them air their complaints, or so he said, over a sumptuous dinner. After they were given time to voice themselves, Dracula, at the head of the table, pushed back his wineglass and spoke. "You speak of your loyalties to Wallachia, to Romania, and some even to me. But yet, you have had many princes in your land, including my father. How do you account for that?" The assembly glanced at each other, waiting for a constituent amongst them to play spokesperson. When the response was slow in coming, the voivode leapt to his feet. "Dare any of you to admit the truth? I will tell you why princes have come and gone here, because of your shameful intrigue." With that, he motioned to a courtier awaiting at the hall door. He, in turn, signaled a number of guards waiting in the vestibule beyond. "You will be escorted out," Dracula told his guests. "Get out of my sight." Toasting them in mockery, he watched as they left, flanked by armed custodians. When the company reached the courtyard, the boyars were speared after a nod from Dracula, who appeared on the balcony overhead. Still twitching, their bodies were impaled outside the walls of the palace, overlooking the town below. A 15th century Romanian manuscript records another episode of Dracula's revenge. On an Easter Sunday morning, not long after the banquet incident, a brigade of soldiers stomped into the town cathedral during High Mass and yanked some 300 boyars and their families from the pews. They were chained, women and children too, and delivered to Dracula's private castle overlooking the Arges River, where they were put to work until their clothes were torn and they were left naked. Greek historian Chalkondis explains in more detail how the captives were forced to work on the refurbishing of the castle, reinforcing its battlements by mixing mortar, heaving heavy stones and timber wood up steep precipices, digging a moat, all this until many of them succumbed to duress, fatigue, and fever. Chalkondis's estimate of prisoners far exceeds the 300 chronicled in the Romanian text. The line of manacled peoples, says he, stretched miles from the small villages to the castle gate. Dracula's castle should not be confused with a place at Târgoviște. The castle, 30 miles north, was fitted for a long siege in case the district fell under Turkish attack. It was originally built by Mircea in the 1300s, but was left to Dracula to refortify. It consisted of high, deep walls of natural stone, an exterior defensive wall called a barbican, barracks, tall parapets, rectangular battlements, cannon batteries, watchtowers, a prison, a dungeon, an escape tunnel, or salle porte, to the river edge, a moat, a drawbridge, and a great house reserved for the prince. Although no description of the latter exists, it was probably akin to the fictional Transylvanian castle that Bram Stoker describes in Dracula, of studded doorways, great fireplaces, timber floors, winding stairwells, arched columns and cornices, and ceilings that disappeared into the darkness of height. Tapestries, murals, or mosaics, and friezes probably decorated the sober walls. Everywhere in Europe in the High Middle Ages, a castle played a crucial role: military, political, social, economic, cultural, to quote Joseph and Francis Guise's Life in a Medieval Castle. This home away from home of Dracula's reign also attracted large parties of royal game huntsmen or served to house huge celebrations that the palace could not accommodate. Dracula kept his mistresses there. Plus, it was always reassuring to the prince to know that he had a sanctuary from times of insurrection and war. By the time Dracula came to power, much of the century-year-old structure had fallen into disrepair and decay and required 1,000 hands to mend its broken condition. These hands belonged to the boyars, whose slave labor, Dracula claimed, taught them humility, if nothing else. To strengthen his cornerstone of power, Voivode Dracula re-established a local church hierarchy that would be more apt to resign itself to his customized government. Princes in those days often had the say-so to manipulate the ministerial organizations, and Dracula wasted no time, for instance, replacing foreign abbots with Wallachian priests. To balance his interference, he paid tribute by erecting beautiful friaries throughout his domain. The most ornate of these was the monastery at Snagov, where he would eventually be buried. Author Bram Stoker, while in the throes of outlining what would become his famous horror story about an insidious Transylvanian count, planned to call his villain, and the novel, Vampire. It doesn't take too long to figure out that vampire is a Balkanesque word for vampire. But, as mentioned earlier in this report, Stoker stumbled into the legends of Prince Dracula, and a name that had been unspoken in most parts of the world for centuries was resurrected to human consciousness in a landmark way. If anything about the true-life Dracula stirred Stoker's blood and chilled it at the same time, it was no doubt the stories he read of the man's cruelty toward his fellow Romanians. Even if the Gothic writer had not been searching for a particular prototype, how could he resist fashioning his Nosferatu after he whom history books called the Impaler? Stoker couldn't use a lightweight to serve as his model of evil, and Dracula, in no way a lightweight, must have stretched Stoker's already illimitable senses. He changed the name of his character and his novel to Dracula. Prince Dracula's reign of terror, as even contemporary texts call it, lasted from 1456 to 1462. No one was safe from the Voivode's deadly decrees. By today's standards, he would be called a mass murderer. Many of his killings were politically targeted against domestic and foreign enemies, but sometimes he killed merely because he was bored. He hanged his victims, stretched them on the rack, burned them at the stake, boiled them alive, but mostly impaled them. Estimated numbers of victims vary between 30,000 to more than 100,000. These figures are largely based on translations of Romanian, Hungarian, German, and Russian manuscripts written within a century after Dracula's death. Records from his native Romania, which has tended to overlook his atrocities and uplift his military victories, gives the lowest figures. Because Dracula hated the Saxon German entrepreneurs whom he considered interlopers in his country's business affairs, and therefore provided fresh meat for the impaling stick, German sums are the highest. The total of 100,000 is probably the most accurate, however. The majority of transcripts agree that at one sitting, Dracula was capable of impaling an entire village or eradicating an entire brigand of Turkish Muslims. Impalement wasn't a Dracula creation. If you remember, he learned about it while a boy in Adrianople. The French employed it before the guillotine. Spaniards and Hungarians used it. But, according to Ray Porter's account, The Historical Dracula, impalement became an art form in Dracula's hands. Dracula usually had a horse attached to each of the victim's legs, and a sharpened stake was gradually forced into the body, he explains. The end of the stake was usually oiled, and care was taken that the stake was not too sharp, else the victim might die too rapidly from shock. Studying the chronology of Dracula's crimes makes it easy to understand why his reign, though horrific, managed to go unchallenged by his own people or by other governments for 6 long years. For one thing, because he slew so many Turks in recognized time of conflict, he was able to sustain the Crusader image. Foreign dignitaries who heard of the vast impaling applauded him for saving Romania. The domestics, who knew better, who knew that they too were objects of his mania, remained silent by intimidation. The following are a few examples, anecdote style, of Dracula's barbarism. St. Bartholomew's Day. During an outdoor festival of St. Bartholomew at Sibiu, Dracula had 20,000 citizens arrested and spiked in one afternoon. Claiming that they were either treacherous bourgeoisie or supporters of that element, he had them, men, women, and infants, impaled on the outskirts of a neighboring forest. As was his custom, he had his servants draw up a solitary dining table of fine food and wine so that he might enjoy his lunch by watching the tortures at close range. He occasionally had a servant dip his bread in the blood of the dying souls so that he could savor the taste of life. Is it a wonder that Stoker was inspired? It was at this function that he espied one of his knights holding his nose at the repugnant smell of death permeating the air. When he asked the soldier if he was making fun of the situation, the fellow stammered, "No, my lord, my stomach churns, but—" and he quickly added, "I'm not of the stout heart that my prince be." But why would I want in my service a man who cannot look at death without regurgitating? Death is a soldier's livelihood. And with that, he called to his bodyguards to impale the feeble fellow. Let him join these others, but because he has been loyal until today, hoist him higher than the rest, that he does not have to smell his company. A Night with the Paupers. A perfect example of the dichotomy that was Dracula is woven into an old Nuremberg legend. It tells us of his sympathy for the downtrodden of his land, the poor, the invalid, the cripple, the infirm. But this sympathy extended to a morbid result. One evening, he invited hundreds of paupers to his dining hall at his castle, treating them to something they had not had in years, a filling meal. After the desserts were served, Dracula and his staff slowly meandered out, leaving only the ragged guests alone in the hall of stone. This is when Dracula's skilled archers shot arrows of fire through the hall's tall windows from outside, igniting the treated tapestries, curtains, carpets, and dinner linens into a blaze that erupted into an inferno. While the peasants banged helplessly against the bolted doors for egress, Dracula, in a room beyond, replied, "The poor unloved creatures, it is best that they leave this world now, on a full stomach." Is honesty the best policy? In an episode that reminds us of Pilate's utterance, "What is truth?" as he simultaneously ordered the crucifixion of Christ, Dracula asked 2 visiting monks what they thought of his hard discipline, then killed the one who answered honestly. After leading them through the rows and rows of recently impaled citizens one morning, he demanded that, as holy men, they appraise his bloody justice. One monk, no doubt in fear, answered, "You are the prince of all Wallachia. Who am I to question your decisions?" The other, unable to control his feelings, blurted condemnation. "What have these unfortunates done to deserve such fate? There is no excuse for a mortal man playing God." One can guess what friar went home alive that morning. Another report of Draculian justice, with a different twist, is the story of the traveling merchant whose money box had been broken into while passing through Turgovishti. Dracula heard of the man's loss and summoned him to his palace. "My city is the most crime-free of any in Europe, and incidences such as the robbery of your wagon are not tolerated," said Dracula. "The perpetrator will be apprehended." As proof of the capital city's forthrightness, the prince ordered the merchant to leave his cart outside his hotel that night, exposed and unlocked. "No more florins will be missing," he promised. "In fact, when you awake in the morning, the stolen money will have been restored to your trove." As promised, when the journeyer checked into his chest at sunrise, all the florins were replaced. In fact, there was one coin extra. Rushing to the court, the jubilant fellow expressed his thanks to Dracula. "Not only was my account replenished," he rejoiced, "but your guards added an extra florin, which I now return to you." Dracula smiled, told the man to keep the florin, and added, "You are an upright being. Had you not confessed to the surplus, you would now be joining the thief whose body dangles on a spike in my patio." As a side note, Dracula was not incorrect in assuming that his capital, Turgovishti, really was an honest city. His reign of terror had so frightened miscreants that it was virtually the safest metropolis on the continent. Dracula was so confident that no thief would dare challenge him that he placed a golden cup on display in the central square. The cup was never stolen and remained where it was, untouched, throughout his reign. The lazy wife. Dracula viewed women as, in a word, inferiors. They brought pleasure in the bedroom, and they were good for the menial work in life that men shouldn't handle. Once, when traveling with his entourage throughout the countryside, Dracula spotted a planter wearing a kaftan, or apron, shorter than the traditional one worn during harvest. When he asked why his garment seemed incomplete, the man told the prince that his wife couldn't finish making it as she was of ailing health and was forced from her spinning wheel to her bed. "Excuses!" Dracula barked. "We shall have no sloven women in my kingdom. Her duty to you comes before her health." Despite the husband's protestations, Dracula's men pulled the wife from her sickbed and impaled her outside her cottage. Then, riding to a neighboring farm, Dracula selected a comely, unwed girl whom he ordered to marry the sudden widower. "You are hale and young and are capable of making this poor farmer happy," he expressed. "You will marry this very afternoon, and I will check back in a month to see that your husband is properly clothed and fed." Whether he returned as promised is not known, but chances are the new wife proved to be the model of domesticity. Never lie to Dracula. Among the brood of Dracula's mistresses, there was fervent hope that he would eventually choose one of them as his princess. They competitively fawned over him. One zealous young damsel, finding no other course to nab her prince, told him that she was pregnant. The voivode, whose complex psychoses cannot be fully explained, went into a dither. Fretting that his reputation would be ruined among the devout of his kingdom if he sired an illegitimate child, he called for wedding plans to be effected immediately. In this instance, the woman seems to have known Dracula better than he knew himself. Not. While the banns were being prepared, the would-be groom called for his lady to be examined by the royal physicians. When they announced to him that she was without child, he flew to her in a rage. She admitted her lie, but told him it was the only way she knew how to win him. "I love you, and I want to conceive on our wedding night to give you a splendid child. Forgive me," she pleaded. His answer to her, "A man who lies is one thing, but a woman who deceives is a devil. Well, you shall not use your wiles to trap another man." While guards held her down, Dracula stripped her naked. With a dirk, he slashed her body open in a T-shaped formation, from her vagina to her chest and across her breasts. All this while she was conscious. He then commanded that her ravaged form be exhibited for all to see, the evil that a woman can wreak. One Russian narrative that has survived through time talks about Dracula's view of womanhood in general. They were meant to be without sin, but once they sinned, deserved no dignity. If any wife had an affair outside of marriage, Dracula had her sexual organs cut out, the account reads. She was then skinned alive and exposed in a public square, her skin hanging separately from a pole. The same punishment was applied to maidens who did not keep their virginity, and also to unchaste widows. Stories like these are but a handful passed down from Dracula's time. Eventually, he was to overexert his influence, especially since he began to practice his horrors across the border in Transylvania. His justification for this imposition was that he needed to discourage his political rivals there who, he claimed, were planning his demise. The worst Transylvanian atrocity was his taking of the city Brashov in the Carpathian Mountains. He torched the city and rounded up its inhabitants on the crest of the Tumpa hill. Those who weren't impaled, he had them chopped up like hides of beef before him, one limb at a time, while the city burned below, and as the agonies of Hades were played out before him, he ate an extravagant dinner, fit for a prince. Legend claims that in the background, far off, the wolves bayed at the moon. It was their symphony of terror that they could not help feeling this night. It was in the air. The children of the night, Count Dracula called them in the novel. Oh, what music they make. Was he reminiscing? Dracula was not insane. That is what the scholars tell us. He knew right and wrong, and the difference. A brilliant political leader for his time and a devious military commander, he practiced both heaven and hell, whatever mode fit to conquer a land and hold it. He knew the fabric work of people, and he knew how to dive and where to dive to cut quickly into the core of their souls. He made it his business to understand the emotion in their eyes and would recognize others' deceits, simply by comparing them to his own. If not always right, he guessed correctly most of the time. However, he had an offbeat psychosis. Looking at his personality in retrospect, a psychiatrist or psychologist today might diagnose Dracula's crimes as tragic, inherent products of an erratic childhood. What he saw around him and what happened to him in his formative years seems to have greatly shaped the man. First, there was the religious dichotomy of his era. Taught virtue and love, he also learned that it was all right to maim and torture in the name of God. Well, not really, but that was how the politicians of the day shaped religiosity to defend their own zealous ambitions based on the principle of stepping before being stepped on. To a child, however, it must have made all the sense in the world. Born into nobility, Dracula was protected from the outside realities by a feudal system that favored the noble-born. In fact, it nearly canonized it. He had no other recourse to learning the world than by experience, and that experience came heavily in the combative arts and in the judicious bigotry that must have been predominant in the dragon's household. As a child playing in his father's chambers during meetings, he interpreted what he heard as fact. Turks are bad. Even our own subjects need watching. You can't trust anyone. Be on guard or die. The fact that violence had wrought the success of his own father speaks strongly about Dracula's views on justice. Strength is violence, violence is strength, so violence is right. His parentage represented both poles of the devout and the shrewd. His mother was a religiously devout woman who believed in the literal Bible. His father, a soldier first, believed in the state. And at the age when he might resolve who was right and where the dividing line lay, he was swept off to a foreign culture where Western ideals existed but were translated in a way so unlike the familiar European parables. Imagine the boy's feeling of betrayal when the father he adored handed him over to the foreigners who were supposed to be the enemy. Abandoned in Adrianople, taken away from the sensibilities of his mother, the guidance of his father, he was dissident. Yet, under the rebelliousness that he showed the Turks, he was learning just the same. Never quite able to understand the culture of his foster home, Turkey, he probably created his own culture, a mix of European and Turkish bias. and the lessons of physical justice taught by both. When it came time to return home, he chose the quickest way to re-indoctrinate himself as a prince, to pick up where his murdered father had left off. And because his father had been murdered, Dracula had made him a martyr, and all feelings of the abandonment he suffered dissipated. Revenge became his inspiration. As for the impalings, do they suggest pseudo-sexual frustrations that some scholars claim? Perhaps. After all, for a man to whom violence was essential, wasn't sex another contact sport? The only female he had been allowed to escort in his early life had been the genteel form of refinement, but he knew that there was more to the animal instinct he felt than courtly bows and courteous manners. He simply may not have understood how to deal with the stirrings. Dracula was not insane. No, but he was very, very confused. One may wonder why any woman in her right mind would marry Dracula, but marry him, someone did. Perhaps it was an arranged marriage of state, or, as some critics suggest, he simply saw her, wanted her, and took her. Who she was is uncertain. There are theories: a member of Moldavian royalty, a Hungarian princess, a daughter of a Wallachian nobleman. The marriage would be tragic and brief, as we shall see in an upcoming chapter, and seemed not to produce any qualities of home and hearth in the prince. He rarely allowed her in his company, and retained his libertines at Castle Dracula. But the desires of his libido grew fainter as his reign reached what would be its midterm. By 1458, after a decade-long period of relative peace between Europe and the Turks, the renewal of border skirmishes along the Serbian-Romanian line began to manifest the clouds of war. The Vatican, eyeing the incidences suspiciously from Rome, made overtures to Christian kings to begin uniting in the event the Muslims became contentious. If the Pope hoped for peace, Dracula's actions weren't helping to soothe relations. In 1458, Sultan Mehmed II sent a couple of emissaries to remind the Wallachian that he was 3 years behind in paying the annual tribute of 10,000 gold ducats. Dracula expected such a visit eventually, as he had already made up his mind to discontinue the payments altogether. To avoid vexsome arguments, he decided to make fast work of the envoys. When they came before his throne, he let them state their business. Once he realized where they were heading, that is, to the subject of payment in arrears, he snipped them short. "Excuse me, gentlemen, but speaking of payments due, I can't help taking note that you have not paid me due respect in removing your hats before my court. Don't you realize it is the customary and honored tradition to do so?" The representatives startled. One of them, tapping his Phrygian cap, humbly replied, "We have not meant to insult your lord, but were it not a religious custom of ours not to remove them in public, we would have done thus immediately before your presence. I am sure, having been a resident in our country at one time, you understand." This man followed up with a reassuring smile. "I see," Dracula glowered. "Then what you are saying is that you wish to never be seen in public without your, turbans?" "That is correct, your lord." "Then let your wish be granted," their host chuckled. Clicking his fingers at his sentries, he told them, "Our friends here love their hats so much that I think we should allow them the privileges they request. Remove them from my carpet and have their damn caps nailed to their skulls so that they never come off again." Pleading for mercy, the Turks were dragged from the throne room, never to be seen alive again by the Wallachians. But their screams resounded through the palace as, from the dungeon, the high executioner performed his carpentry? When Sultan Mehmed in Constantinople received the bodies of his two envoys, their caps nailed to their skulls with rusty spikes, he raged. He hatched a plot to destroy Dracula once and for all. Notifying the prince that he wished to meet on the Danube River at the city of Gheorghiu for peace talks, he actually planned instead to send an army of assassins ahead of time to ambush Dracula and his escort en route through the mountains. Dracula didn't believe the Sultan's proposition. Nevertheless, he wrote back, agreeing to such a conference. Days before the assigned date, he took a small army with him to enact a surprise of his own. Laying wait north of Gheorghiu, above a narrow pass, Dracula's troops surveyed a Turkish vanguard of 1,000 men riding pell-mell in the direction of Târgoviște. Although the cavalry greatly outnumbered his own, he used the advantage of true mountain fighting, a skill he learned years before in Turkeyland. Strategically placed, a number of his musketeers from overhead cut down the party, one rider at a time, while the remainder of his shooters, firing from positions in the enemy's rear, forced them into a gap where there was no retreat. When the foe attempted to surrender, Dracula's rifles shot them to pieces. This ambush portrays an example of Dracula's military cunning. Historians credit him as one of the first European crusaders to use gunpowder in a deadly, artistic way. Days later, when the Sultan arrived on the Danube, expecting to meet his advanced guard with some good news, he was jolted to find something unexpected. Along the riverbank, for miles, his dispatched regiments hung nailed to spikes, twisted into inhuman poses, half-eaten by countless ravens that, even as Mehmed stared, drove their beaks into the cadaverous flesh. The sight was so repulsive that Mehmed abandoned all other maneuvers to return to Constantinople, where he would require months to rethink the situation. Despite his heroics, Dracula knew he may have pushed the Sultan a trifle too far. He had known Mehmed as a boy, knew his temperament and the temper of the Ottoman Turks, and he knew that Mehmed was probably looking for just such an excuse to start a full-scale war. Nervously, Dracula wrote to the Pope, "If Romania is subjugated, please understand they will not stay content with our land, but will immediately make war on you. So now is the time. By helping us, you really help yourself by stopping their army far from your own land, and by not allowing them to destroy us and harm and oppress us." The prince was relieved to hear, in response, that a holy crusade had been agreed upon in Mantua, Italy, and that all forces were poised to ride into Turkey. Dracula pledged his allegiance and began recruiting an army comprised of loyal Wallachians and troops assigned to him from other nations. The size of his force is estimated to have been around 30,000, comprised mainly of foot soldiers. But it dwarfed when compared to the gargantuan Turkish machine of 250,000 that crossed the Danube in May 1462. Among them were the elite Janissaries, the Sayales Suicide Squad, the Azabs or Lancers, the Ahing or Archers, the Beshils or Riflemen, and the Sipahis or Cavalry, most of them headed straight for Târgoviște. Knowing he was humiliatingly outmanned, Dracula determined to make the road to Târgoviște a calamitous one. He felled trees in the invaders' path, poisoned the wells, burned bridges and even villages that might shelter them, and he hit the marchers wherever he could along the way. His marksmen, posted in the bluffs overlooking the passes, did their best to reduce the volume of the enemy. Snipers and archers caused havoc along wooded riverbanks. The most damage done to the Turkish march occurred outside the capital city when Dracula's main body of cavalry swooped out of the night forests to massacre a large contingency of foot soldiers. But all these had inflicted physical harm to the Ottomans, and since when had physical pain and suffering stopped the Turks? Dracula knew from experience that only one thing would cause them to stop in their tracks, to hesitate, to maybe abandon their mission. And that was to throw open the gates of hell before their eyes in all its putrescence. To attack them where it stung most, in their imagination. For years, the Wallachian had been capturing Turkish soldiers and spies, wisely keeping them on hold as a bartering mechanism. His dungeons at Târgoviște, at his castle, and at other outposts amid the Carpathians bulged with them, some 20,000 captives. Now, with the defeat of Wallachia a possibility, Dracula decided that he had nothing to lose, all to gain. He went for the tool that worked before, to cut deep into the psychological edge. When the Turks arrived outside the walls of Târgoviște, they paused, and they trembled. Some wept, many vomited. Encircling the town were the bodies of their very own comrades, 20,000 of them, their long locks and robes fluttering in the breeze, their eyes staring vacantly down, their mouths emitting the sharpened point of a spike hammered up their backsides. There was no sound from inside the enemy's walls, no movement from within. But the volley of silence was deafening. The Turks buckled their steeds, reined, and bolted for the Danube, cries of "Allah protect us" on their lips. They dashed from the devil whom they couldn't defeat. When the skittish Turks turned tail and fled from Târgoviște that day, there was one man among them who had tried to rally them back in place, but to no avail. He knew and understood the mind games of men like Dracula. He remembered his own father, the dragon, telling him that a good general can cause an enemy more discombobulation using his brain over his blade. This man was none other than Radu, Dracula's younger brother. Having remained in Turkey all these years, Radu had become fully indoctrinated into the Ottoman culture and its army, and now served as an officer in the Janissary Corps. Forced to ride back to the Danube with his retreating company, Radu was angry and disenchanted that one bugaboo trick caused by his murderous sibling had literally stymied the advance of his proud, but superstitious, adopted countrymen. Radu was the son of the dragon too, considering himself every bit as wily as Dracula, and he was determined not to crawl back to Turkeyland empty-handed. Had Târgoviște fallen, he was to have been its commander. With Dracula dead, he was to have been the Prince of Wallachia. That would have made him the Ottoman Empire's first crowned power in Romania. The honor it would have meant. But he wasn't through yet. When the Sultan and his forces returned below the Danube, Radu remained behind, ready to play a mind game of his own. With the help of ambassadors already planted among the elite corps of Wallachia, Radu wiggled his way into the circle of the discontented boyar class who had been wanting for years to, but had no army, oust Dracula. Radu offered them a deal that seemed to accommodate everyone, support him for the throne of Wallachia, and he would promise them, 1. A truce with the Turks so that no more bloodshed would be spilled on Wallachian soil, 2. The return of their gentry class power that their brother had taken away from them, and 3. His brother's exile. To the exuberant boyars, this meant an end to the fearsome impalings, the wretched nights of wondering if and when they and their families would be hauled out to die like dogs. They threw their entire support to Radu. Dracula learned that his brother was in the vicinity, and since there was no love lost between the brothers, suspected him of intrigue. He knew that he had allied himself with the Turks, but since his scouts had not reported a Turkish force anywhere near Târgoviște, Dracula made a mistake. He let his guard down. Perhaps he had convinced himself that one son of the dragon could not barefaced betray another. He failed, then, to heed obvious signs until the revolt began. The boyars, assisted with a brigade of Turks who materialized seemingly out of thin air, attacked the prince's palace. But Dracula, his wife, and a tiny group of his most faithful followers happened to be vacationing in the castle north of the city at the time. When Radu discovered this, he hastened his forces to Poenari across the Arges River from the castle and commenced a cannonade. Dracula's few gunners were no match for Radu's polished artillery, and the walls of the castle began to chip away. After 3 days of incessant drilling, a courier brought Dracula a message from Radu, warning that unless he surrenders immediately, he and all the inhabitants within the walls would be impaled upon capture. Dracula's wife, frightened, threw herself off the tower. His reign over, his wife gone, the beaten prince scrambled for the Salport, which led to the banks of the Arges. Under the cover of flora and darkness, he sidestepped a rush of Turks fording the river for a frontal assault. Before the siege had begun, Dracula had been planning to visit Hungary's latest monarch, Matthias Corvinus, to establish relations for another crusade against the Turks. The king was wont to spend his leisure in the Carpathian Mountains, in Brasov, where Dracula knew he was at the moment. With the situation changed in Wallachia, the fugitive hoped that Matthias, who was the son of his late ally, White Knight Jonas Hunyadi, would give him political refuge. Keeping ahead of his traitor brother's pursuit, Dracula headed northwest towards Brasov. Crossing the wild Transylvanian Alps, he found shelter in an abandoned castle near Dobrins. It's interesting to note that this sanctuary was not far south of the famed Borgo Pass, where Bram Stoker placed his vampire's castle. Fed and clothed by local peasants who knew and respected the Turk Slayer, he eventually moved on, succored by sheepherders, until he reached Brasov. But the greeting he received from Matthias was not the one he had hoped for. The king had him arrested and imprisoned. The reason for Matthias's action was, as most dealings in Romania were at the time, political. Radu's strong aristocratic backing in Wallachia had helped him ingratiate himself with old European bloodlines who preferred his reform government to his brother's dictatorship. As King of Hungary, Matthias felt compelled to play a level field and avoid being the dissident, that is, supporting an unwanted, dethroned prince. For months, political prisoner Dracula's new home was the medieval Solomon's Tower, a penal fortress in the Visegrad Palace, located in the south of Hungary. Though forsaken, Dracula could look out at the beautiful landscape surrounding his place of confinement. The view afforded by the climb up to the citadel is superb. Its position, spectacularly resting on a crag and overlooking Nagymaros and the Borzoni Mountains on the east bank of the Danube Bend, make it well worth the climb. Confined to his cell, the former prince practiced a strange habit of impaling spiders, roaches, and mice that he would trap. According to prison guards, he would skewer them with slivers of wood pried from the floorboards of his cell and display them, trophies, on his windowsill. He'd sink into a reverie after stabbing them, gazing in awe at their tiny twitches until they finally lay still. In Dracula, the novel, a psychotic character named Renfield, confined to an asylum, captures and devours insects. Some he displays before consuming them. Coincidence? After Radu was safely on the throne in Wallachia and the furor of Dracula's overthrow died down, the terms of the impaler's imprisonment faded along with it. While legally remaining in custody of the king over the next decade, Dracula was free to come and go in Transylvania, providing he keep incommunicado with King Matthias or his administrators. Quickly removed from the dreary convicts' ward and given an apartment in the palace, Dracula's image blossomed from state prisoner to more of a royal confidant. His presence at balls, social dinners, and, after a time, even chamber meetings became apparent. Early in his incarceration, he was introduced to the lovely, statuesque Countess Ilona Szilágyi, cousin of King Matthias. The king obviously sanctioned the romance, for the couple quickly became engaged. The betrothal, without a doubt, skyrocketed Dracula's influence in the nobility and had caused his detractors to muzzle their opinions. It also seems likely that Dracula must have been on his best behavior. No fits of angst or anger, no impalings. For the marriage, one of noblesse oblige, seemed to have worked very well. The couple lived in quarters in Badu, Transylvania, given to them by the king, and within 3 years, Ilona gave her husband 2 strapping sons, one named Vlad, the other whose name remains uncertain. But Dracula, husband and father aside, yearned for the warlike times. And they were coming again, fast. Radu had turned out to be a disappointment, conceding more to the Turks and less to the boyars, to whom he had promised a slow disenfranchisement from Turkey. Many currently in high powers, from King Matthias to the Prince of Moldavia, Stephen the Great, had taken personal affront with Radu's treachery against his native Romania and against everything the Great Dragon had stood for. But no one was more opposed to Radu than his own insulted brother, Dracula. These 3 men conceived his downfall. By July 1475, Dracula had served almost 13 years as a political prisoner when Matthias officially pardoned him so he could take part in a campaign against the Turks. The army of Allah had worked its way through Wallachia and was now sporadically crossing into Transylvania and Moldavia, thanks to Radu's white dove policies. It had become, therefore, the defenders' aim to sever the Turks' lifeline by attacking several main supply bases below the Danube in the Serbian province of Bosnia. Effectively, the triumvirate of Matthias, Stephen, and Dracula was historical. It meant that, for the first time, Transylvania, Moldavia, and Wallachia were working together as a unit. In examining the situation, it appears that the Hungarian king wanted his cousin-in-law, Dracula, to again sit on the throne of Wallachia. Who better to run this important principality than a relative? But there was one problem. Its citizens had not forgotten the reign of terror his protégé had conducted there. Because of that, Matthias resolved to become Dracula's, what today we would call, PR manager. The king thought him a good investment, judging from Dracula's military past. The man would undoubtedly serve the campaign well, would prove once again to be a hero of Romania. Once reglorified, Dracula could regain the tolerance of the people. A mass offensive began in the autumn. Results came quicker than the Christian army had expected. Its first objective, dethroning Radu, was taken care of by nature, bloodlessly. Radu died of syphilis, and his brother shed no tears. With troops numbering 5,000, the Crusaders rode towards South Bosnia. They stealthily cut their way through small contingencies of Turks until they reached Sabak, which they destroyed, then Srebrenica, Kuzlat, and Zvornik. Along the way, Dracula impaled thousands of Turks, but Matthias was sure to tell the European courts that this time the impalements were for the honor of freedom, and the Vatican that they were for the honor of God. Their victories met, the Sultan weakened. The attackers returned to Romania in March 1476. The fighting didn't end there, however. Before the summer ended, Dracula and his compatriots' forces had cut a wide swath through their homeland, routing Turkish invaders from the Carpathians in a bloodbath of frenzy. It was the closest thing to a Götterdämmerung, the united power of the fierce German gods of myth, that the Turks ever saw. That November, Dracula was back on the throne at Târgoviște, but the end was coming for the impaler. He would be dead within a month. Matthias's vindication of Dracula's crimes did not sit well in the provinces surrounding the capital city, those most affected by Dracula's earlier, cruel reign. The boyars, who had lost fathers, mothers, children, brothers, sisters, and cousins to impaling and tens of other tortures, remembered. So when Dracula found himself alone, the forces of Matthias having returned to Hungary and those of Stephen to Moldavia, he also found himself an unsupportive kingdom. Left with only a meager garrison, not more than 2,000 men comprised mostly of Moldavians, to defend Wallachia, he needed able-bodied males to rouse to his call of arms. No one responded. The never-discouraged, ever-aggressive Sultan Mehmed had recovered from the recent defeats and had revised his strategy. He still held on to a major city, Bucharest, near the Danube, and from there was concentrating what was left of his battalions. The units, once amassed, came to double-digit thousands. Dracula, virtually a man without an army, would be called on to attack them. The recently appointed governor of Transylvania, a man called Stefan Báthory, was working with Hungary on an invasion of Bucharest that needed Dracula to help pave the way. It was the latter's assignment to skirmish the Turks in the area just north of Bucharest, a topography of woodland and marsh, causing confusion and serving as a decoy. Undermanned and over-anticipated, Dracula understood his precarious situation. He had left his wife and sons in Transylvania for their safety, and may have expressed concerns to his authorities. If he had, none have been recorded. Marching out the gates of Târgoviște in early December 1476, he followed the Dâmbovița River south. His destination was the monastery at Snagov, where he would finalize battle plans. He probably hoped that Count Báthory would assign reinforcements to meet him there. None came. On a cold morning not long before Christmas, Dracula and his vanguard encountered an overwhelming body of Turks in the Vlasia forest, adjacent to the monastery. Fighting was fierce, and the Romanians, though in great minority, fought like devils. They were probably inspired by their leader, who, wielding his father's Toledo blade, charged the enemy, screaming a Valkyrie-like cry of no surrender. How Dracula died is anyone's guess. Assumptions are many and witnesses unreliable. They have him fighting to the last until speared by a Turk, or taking a blow from an axe by one of his own men in confusion, or shot through the head while cheering his men's bravery. But one fact is certain. It was recorded by the monastery monks. His body was found mutilated in a nearby bog. The only way the good priests could tell who he was came from the medallions and the princely vestments he wore. He was decapitated, seemingly in ritualistic style after death. His head was nowhere to be found. Dracula's head was said to be brought back by the Turks to Constantinople, where Sultan Mehmed, Dracula's old enemy, exhibited it above the city gates, testimony to Allah's triumph over the evil European Empire. The Ottoman nation would refuse to relinquish their claim to Romania for centuries after this story ends. It would not be until the year 1878 that Romania, with the assistance of the Romanovs of Russia, was able to shake off the Turks for good. The revival of a Romanian political and national sentiment took place. A national bourgeoisie emerged, which struggled for the unification of the separate states into a single nation. Romania was raised to the rank of kingdom in 1881. Countess Ilona was invited by King Matthias to live in the Hungarian court with her two sons after Dracula's demise. In 1508, Dracula's oldest son, Vlad, made a strike for the throne of Wallachia, but was beaten back by another relative named Minea, who claimed to be an illegitimate son of Dracula's early days. Probably because he wanted to avoid a scandal that would hurt his mother, Vlad conceded. If this Minea was lying about his bloodline, he certainly did a good job trying to act like the man he claimed was his father. The moment he set his posterior on the throne, the impalings began. But this time, the Principality of Wallachia was ready. They rebelled in worthy numbers, and the beast they called Minea the Bad was sent packing for the hills. In the meantime, the legitimate Dracula family waned. Only Vlad lived to maturity. Of his two sons, only one married. From that point, the number of direct male heirs dwindled. By the mid-1700s, the last of the Draculas was living in, where else, Transylvania, along the infamous Borgo Pass. Of Dracula's contemporaries, Matthias Corvinus reigned until 1490, continuing to fight the Turks as well as European Bohemia, which wanted its own king. A Renaissance man, he was a true patron of the arts. His library at Buda, the Corvina, was one of the finest in Europe. Stefan Bathory continued to rule Transylvania for some time. His great-niece, Elizabeth, was the one who would make history books, however. Countess Bathory, a vain and rather neurotic lady, believed that bathing in blood would preserve her youth. She was proven wrong, but not until she drained more than 300 women of the red stuff. For her endeavors, she was aptly named Countess Dracula. Where Dracula is buried is unknown. The friars at Snagov transcribed that they interred him at the foot of the altar in the chapel. But when historical archaeologists in the early 1930s removed the marble slab that was supposed to be covering the impaler's grave, they encountered an empty 6-foot pit that looked like someone at one time may have been buried there. This revelation gave rise to, well, that Dracula may have risen from the grave, after all. Bela Lugosi was still fresh in the mind of the Western world, having just appeared in the black-and-white movie version of the Stoker novel, and headlines had a field day. Several years later, a headless skeleton was uncovered behind a large stone towards the rear of the church. Because the bones were wrapped in rotting rags that science had proved were once rich fabric vestments, like those a prince in the 1400s would have worn, many believed that Dracula's earthly remains had been found. One strong argument on their behalf is that the faded cloak covering the shoulders indicates it had once been a vibrant wine red, the royal color of the dragon's family. With no better theory to disprove this, the skeleton is considered to this day to be that of the mighty and fearsome Vlad Tsipesh, Dracula. Researchers here and there aren't convinced, and studies for and against continue to be penned. The determined vampirists will, of course, reply that he never died and that his spirit will haunt us perpetually. Strange as it might seem to us, a large percentage of peasant stock residing in the Transylvanian Alps still believe in vampires and ghouls that rise from their graves. Religious ceremonies are enacted at certain times of the year, as on Walpurgisnacht, the Night of the Devil, May 1st, when evil is said to have sway over the world. As Count Dracula tells British solicitor Jonathan Harker in the novel, This is Transylvania, and Transylvania is not England. Our ways are not your ways, and there shall be to you many strange things. Indeed, from what you have told me already, you know what strange things there may be.
"Do you people eat human bodies?" I said one day upon entering a native village, and pointed to a quantity of meat spitted upon long skewers being smoke-dried over numerous smoldering fires. "Yes, don't you?" was the instant reply. And a few minutes later the chieftain of the village came forward with an offering, which consisted of large and generous portions of flesh, only too obviously of human origin. He seemed genuinely disappointed when I refused. Historically shrouded in mystery, myth, symbolism, fear, and speculation, cannibalism remains in most cultures one of the ultimate taboos. According to William Aaron's book, The Man-Eating Myth, the first known account of cannibalism came following an expedition to the West Indies led by Christopher Columbus. Columbus and his crew supposedly discovered that the Carib West Indies tribe participated in a particularly gruesome practice of ritually eating the flesh of other humans. The explorers mispronounced the name of the tribe and referred to them as cannibs, which was over time changed to cannibales, meaning thirsty and cruel in Spanish. The English translation of the Spanish word became cannibalism, which is the most widely used term to express humans' consumption of other human beings. The Latin form of the word cannibalism is anthropophagy, and is a term used mostly in anthropology and archaeology. The existence of cannibalism has been a widely disputed topic in academia. However, the evidence supporting its existence is abundant and is represented in every medium imaginable, including stories, symbols, legends, writings, archaeological evidence, and first-hand accounts. Cannibalism is a practice that reaches across centuries and cultures. In many cultures, it is considered atrocious and sacrilegious, whereas in another culture, it is a sacred and revered custom. Cannibalism is an undeniable occurrence rooted in antiquity and branching forth to the present day. The exact origin of cannibalism is a mystery and will most likely remain so. Some anthropologists believe that cannibalism began in the earliest human history and proliferated with man's increasing attempts to appease the gods, survive famine, or exact revenge on or control his enemies. To date, archaeological evidence suggests that cannibalism was practiced as far back as the Neolithic period and Bronze Age in what is now Europe and the Americas. According to Tim White in Once Were Cannibals, evidence found in Croatia points to cannibalism amongst Neanderthal tribes. The bones of Neanderthals were discovered during an archaeological excavation, which suggests that humans ate the brains of other humans. Panche Hadziandanov wrote in Cannibalism in Archaeology that some of the criteria archaeologists use to identify cannibalism from human remains include evidence of brain exposure, facial mutilation, burnt bone, dismemberment, cut marks, bone breakage, hammerstone abrasions, and missing vertebrae. Although not all of the criteria were met when studying the bones found in Croatia, the most crucial key elements were present, including crushing of the heads and bones, burning of the bodies, suggesting they had been roasted over a fire, and evidence of hammering to split the brain open. A wealth of archaeological and anthropological evidence discovered in Africa, Australia, New Zealand, the Far East, and Middle East further suggests the far-reaching capabilities of cannibalistic practices. The motivations behind the practice of cannibalism vary cross-culturally and per situation and cannot be easily categorized. However, there are several forms of cannibalism that appear to be more prevalent in certain areas of the world and in certain situations. There are many forms of spiritual and ritualistic cannibalism worldwide. Exocannibalism is defined as a culture, group, or tribe's consumption of another culture, group, or tribe. This form of cannibalism has been associated with tribal power, murder, and aggression, and has been used to scare off possible invading enemies, or to get rid of captured enemies of war and slaves. Many cannibalistic tribes believe that consuming one's enemy would allow them to obtain and absorb the spirit and skills of the victim. Conversely, the consumption of members within one's own culture, group, or tribe is called endocannibalism, which is often associated with ritual burial ceremonies and has been controversially referred to on occasion as compassionate cannibalism. Mortuary cannibalism has been considered to be the most widely practiced form of endocannibalism, often excluding murder and focusing on already deceased corpses. For example, according to anthropologist Beth Conklin in an article by Ellie Schick, mortuary cannibalism amongst the Wari tribe of the Amazon rainforest had a socially integrative dimension. Upon consumption of the deceased group member, the spirit of the dead was believed to be absorbed by the entire tribe and was considered by them to be one of the most respectful ways to treat a human body. Throughout the world, anthropologists have discovered that cannibalistic tribes incorporate many different forms of cannibalism. It is not uncommon for one particular group, culture, or tribe to practice a mixture of ritualistic endo- and exo-cannibalism, as well as other forms such as survival and Epicurean nutritional cannibalism, consumption of human flesh for the taste or nutritional value. The ancient Aztecs in Mexico were believed to have sacrificed and cannibalized thousands of humans on an annual basis. The Aztecs were believed to have practiced exo-cannibalism, as well as endo-cannibalism and survival cannibalism. Human sacrifice and cannibalism were practiced in an effort to create a universal balance between the world and the cosmos. Aztecs believed that sacrificing humans, either from their own culture or from an outside culture, would appease the gods, and if they failed to do so, it would mark the destruction of all humanity. According to Peggy Sanday in her book Divine Hunger, cannibalism was a holy act, which allowed men to obtain divine powers through communication with their gods. Cannibalism was also practiced during times of great famine. Other cultures participated in endo- and exo-cannibalism for similar reasons, such as the North American Indians, known as the Iroquoian. They believed that sacrificing and consuming the bodies of their enemies would satisfy their war god and lead to their spirit being transferred and absorbed into their own bodies. The absorbed spirit was believed to empower the cannibal with the attributes of the dead person. Moira Martingale, author of Cannibal Killers, claims that this form of ritualistic cannibalism was practiced by the Iroquoian culture as recently as 1838. There have also been reports of tribes in Papua New Guinea known to have practiced endo- and exo-cannibalism up until the 1960s for ritualistic purposes. Some of the tribes partook of cannibalism for purposes other than ritual reasons, such as for the taste. However, a majority of the tribes were known to mostly consume their dead relatives' tissues and brains in a ceremonial and traditional display of respect. The practice did have deadly repercussions. It was discovered that many of the tribespeople were suffering from a fatal disease believed by scientists to be related to their cannibalistic activities. According to anthropologist Margaret Mackenzie, a scientific team led by Carlton Gajdusek and Baruch Blumberg discovered that women were passing on a disease to their children, believed to be the human equivalent of mad cow disease in the late 1970s. The disease, which became more widespread over a short period of time, was due to an infectious agent introduced by the consumption of deceased human tissues, especially that of the brain. The disease, referred to as kuru, was highly infectious and was transferred in a variety of methods, including through bodily fluids. The spread of this disease only began to diminish when the practice of cannibalism decreased. Ritualistic cannibalism is frowned upon by most cultures. However, it plays an integral part in those cultures that do practice it. In many ways, the act has been a traditional custom representing their values and belief system for hundreds and perhaps thousands of years. However, with the fear of disease, which has the possibility of extinguishing cultures permanently, tribes are forced to find a way around their practices and possibly incorporate a more symbolic and less literal form of ritual. It is not disease alone that has caused a reduction in many forms of ritualistic and spiritual cannibalism. The spread of Christianity by missionary agencies has also led to a significant decrease in the practice. A National Geographic article, Island of the Pacific, for a Man-Size Appetite, stated that by the close of the 19th century, Christian influences ended cannibalistic practices on the island of Fiji. In fact, the spread of Christianity is believed to have significantly diminished cannibalism worldwide. Perhaps the only generally accepted form of cannibalism is when humans eat the flesh of other humans in an attempt to stay alive in adverse and desperate situations. Survival cannibalism is rare and explicable in many cases, yet is still an act that is often punishable by law. There have been several prominent cases of survival cannibalism over the last 200 years, including that of the Donner Party expedition, and the more recent cases that occurred in the Andes Mountains following a plane crash. In 1846, a group of 89 men, women, and children led by a man named George Donner set out across the Sierra Nevada mountains en route to California. During the trek, the weather took an unexpected turn, and they were forced to take an alternative route. The travelers began to run out of food and other resources. Many died from exposure and starvation. Half of the travelers perished before the remaining people eventually succumbed to their situation and began to feed on the flesh of the dead in an attempt to survive. The 46 survivors were eventually rescued. However, upon reaching civilization, they were regarded as monstrous criminals and tried for their actions. The travelers served for around 6 months before they were re-released back into their communities. In 1972, a group of rugby players, their friends and families, left on an airplane for Chile from Uruguay. The plane crashed into the snow-covered Andes Mountains, killing 13 of the 45 passengers on board the aircraft. Many of the passengers died over the weeks from crash-related injuries. Without any provisions, those left alive resorted to cannibalizing the dead. Those who refused to eat the human flesh died of starvation. After 70 days in the mountains, 16 survivors were rescued and taken home. Even in the most extreme cases, the act of cannibalism is treated with scorn and disgust by many cultures and is sometimes punishable by social ostracization, institutionalization in a mental facility, arrest, incarceration, or even death. Cannibalism is most commonly believed to be the epitome of savage behavior. Although disease and religion have greatly diminished the practice, it continues to be practiced worldwide. Disorganized cannibalistic practices amongst criminals have been steadily increasing over the last century, especially in the Western Hemisphere. Lawmakers around the world have been forced to update laws pertaining to cannibalism or establish new laws where none existed before. Criminal cannibalism has become the concern of the future. In modern times, the murder of a person or the use of a corpse for the purpose of consumption by another human in any situation, outside that of conditions of starvation, is considered to be a form of criminal cannibalism or anthropophagy. However, the definition of and laws governing criminal cannibalism vary considerably from culture to culture. In many parts of the world, cannibalism is not considered a crime in and of itself, and it is often only recognized in concurrence with another crime. For example, in Britain and the United States of America, cannibalism is not considered to be a felony but is socially unacceptable. Those who have been found to participate in the gruesome act are usually charged with another crime that is directly related to the act of cannibalism, such as murder, grave robbery, or necrophilia. In other cultures, what some deem to be an act of criminal cannibalism may be an acceptable element of another culture. For example, Japanese enemies were allegedly consumed during the height of World War II by tribes in Papua New Guinea, which was acceptable in the culture during that period. There are many who refuse to believe that cannibalism is practiced in this modern, civilized age. However, there is much evidence suggesting that it does occur and with some frequency. There have been many documented cases of cannibalism, especially within the last 100 years. There are 4 primary forms of criminal cannibalism: sexual cannibalism, aggression cannibalism, spiritual and ritual cannibalism, Epicurean, nutritional cannibalism. These various forms substantially overlap with one another. For example, one may consume human flesh for several purposes, such as to achieve a sense of power and control, aggression cannibalism. Yet one may also find the taste to be agreeable, Epicurean, nutritional cannibalism. Another may indulge in cannibalism in order to reach a higher spiritual affinity with the person they have devoured, simultaneously achieving intense sexual gratification. Sexual cannibalism is considered to be a psychosexual disorder, which involves a person sexualizing the consumption of another person's flesh. This does not necessarily suggest that the cannibal achieves sexual gratification only in the act of consuming human flesh, but also may release sexual frustration or pent-up anger. Sexual cannibalism is considered to be a form of sexual sadism and is often associated with the act of necrophilia, sex with corpses. There have been several high-profile cases that have involved sexual cannibalism, including that of Andrei Chikatilo, Edward Gein, Albert Fish, Armin Meiwes, and Jeffrey Dahmer. During the 1920s, Americans were confronted with the horrors of Albert Fish, who was said to have raped, murdered, and eaten a number of children. Fish was a sexual cannibal in the truest sense of the term, and claimed to have experienced enormous sexual pleasure when he imagined eating a person, or when he actually indulged his fantasies. Andrei Chikatilo, a Russian serial killer, was responsible for the murders of scores of young boys and girls. During most of his life, Chikatilo suffered from impotence and was only able to achieve sexual gratification from the torture and murder of other people. He would often mutilate and then consume the flesh of his victims, including the breasts, genitalia, and internal sex organs, as well as other body parts. It is possible that he also achieved sexual gratification when cannibalizing. Chikatilo claimed that he was disgusted by the loose morals of many of his victims, who served as painful reminders of his own sexual incompetence. Moira Martingale writes in Cannibal Killers that many of the murders Chikatilo committed came after viewing sexually explicit or violent videos. Edward Gein, a farmer from Plainfield, Wisconsin, was believed to have killed at least 3 people, including his brother, a barkeeper named Mary Hogan, and the owner of the local hardware store, Bernice Worden. In 1957, police searched Gein's home and found the body of Worden along with the remains of over 15 other women. A majority of the remains found at the crime scene were robbed from a nearby cemetery. Gein was believed to have had sexual contact with the corpses. He was also an admitted transvestite who found delight in dismembering the bodies and peeling away the skin of the corpses so that he could wear them around the house. Gein was known to have cannibalized some of the bodies, including Worden's, whose heart was in a pan on the stove at the time police conducted their search of the house. Whether Gein sexualized the consumption of his victims was unclear. However, there was a strong relationship between his necrophilia and cannibalistic behavior. Intriguingly, some people who claim to be cannibals have admitted to feeling a sense of euphoria and/or intense sexual stimulation when consuming human flesh. In an article written by Clara Bruce titled "Chew on This, Your What's for Dinner," anthropophagists compared eating human flesh with having an orgasm. The experience was further believed to cause an out-of-body experience, causing effects comparable to taking mescaline. According to Leslie Hensel, author of Cannibalism as a Sexual Disorder, eating human flesh can cause an increase in levels of vitamin A and amino acids, which can cause a chemical effect on the blood and in the brain. This chemical reaction could possibly lead to the altered states that some cannibals have claimed to have experienced. However, this theory has not been substantiated by scientific evidence. In Fascination with Cannibalism Has Sexual Roots, Josh Cannon writes about psychologist Stephen Schur and his team, who conducted one of the only known studies on sex and cannibalism at Eastern Illinois University in 2002. The study surveyed several groups of people who were asked questions pertaining to cannibalism and sexual interests. The results of the study found that people were more likely to eat someone they were sexually attracted to than not. This suggests that there might be a significant sexual component in the practice of cannibalism. Most acts of cannibalism are to a degree motivated by a desire to express power or control over the victim. Cannibalism is the ultimate expression of dominance over another person. Aggression cannibalism includes acts of cannibalism that are motivated by feelings of hostility and/or fear, creating an overriding need to exert power, revenge, or control over the victim by murdering and then consuming them. Aggression cannibalism is one of the more common forms of cannibalism, and often overlaps with other types of anthropophagy, especially spiritual, ritualistic, and sexual cannibalism. Some forms of aggression cannibalism have recently gained worldwide media attention. The most recent cases include Anna Zimmerman and Ed Kemper. In 1981, Anna Zimmerman, 26, a German mother of 2, murdered her boyfriend out of anger and revenge and then dismembered his body. She froze his remains and over time defrosted portions of his body and consumed them with her unsuspecting children. She represents one of the few known cases of female criminal cannibals. Edmund Kemper was found guilty of the murders of 6 young women, his 2 grandparents, his mother, and his mother's friend. Kemper's killing spree and cannibalism were believed to be the result of his disdain for his mother and an unhappy childhood. According to Kemper, his mother psychologically abused him, and at one point forced him to sleep in the cold and dark basement when he was a child. While in the basement, his hate for his mother began to fester. In order to release the pent-up anger, he would often entertain murderous fantasies. Many of the murders Kemper committed had a large sexual component to them. He raped some of his victims, killed them, and then sexually molested the corpses. However, it is believed that the murders were primarily motivated by his feelings of anger and revenge, directly and indirectly towards his mother. In fact, Kemper claimed that the unpleasant relationship with his mother was what influenced him to act out his violent fantasies, which included cannibalism. Modern forms of spiritual and ritualistic cannibalism are very similar to that seen in tribal groups. However, the modern criminal version of this kind of cannibalism is more associated with satanic or cult group rituals, instead of tribes in remote locations of the world. In Helsinki, Finland in 1999, 2 men and a teenage girl were sent to prison for the torture, murder, and cannibalism of a 23-year-old man. The 3 individuals claimed to be Satanists, performing a ritualistic killing. In Karen Jones's Satanism and Ritual Abuse archive, she states that the murderers received a little more than 2.5 years each for the brutal slaying. Jones also mentions another case where a young girl succumbed to a similar satanic ritual. In 1999, a man named Dmitry Diomin and 2 other accomplices abducted a 15-year-old girl in Kiev. The girl was eventually murdered, and her tongue was removed and eaten by Diomin. He and the other 2 accomplices decapitated the girl and kept the skull as a trophy. Spiritual and ritualistic cannibalism is not necessarily limited to groups. Many cases of individual cannibalism incorporate spiritual and ritualistic aspects into their practice. Cannibals such as Dahmer and Kemper claimed that when they consumed their victims, they believed that they spiritually became a part of them. They also believed that their cannibalism allowed them to absorb some of their attributes, such as power. Epicurean and nutritional cannibalism refers to the consumption of human flesh, which is primarily motivated by the taste of the flesh or for its nutritional value. This form of cannibalism is believed to be rarer and is usually considered to be a sub-motivation of other forms of cannibalism, such as survival and sexual cannibalism. However, there are several cases that fall into this category that have had significant media attention. In 1981, Japanese student Issei Sagawa was arrested in France for indulging his fantasies of cannibalism. One day he propositioned a Dutch friend only to have his advances rejected. Sagawa shot and killed her and then sexually assaulted her corpse. Sagawa then carved away pieces of his victim's body, including her breasts and buttocks, and consumed them. Martingale quotes Sagawa in her book, where he exclaimed that nothing was so delicious. Sagawa was determined to be mentally incompetent to stand trial in a French court. He was held in a mental institution for a little over a year before being returned to Japan, where he was released and enjoyed a kind of celebrity status. Also in France, Nicolas Clos was convicted of the 1994 murder of 34-year-old Thierry Bissonnier. However, murder was not his only vice. Clos, who at one time worked at a children's hospital morgue in Paris, admitted to stealing flesh from the dead children and taking it home to eat. Clos claimed to have eaten the human flesh for its taste, stating that he preferred to eat it raw. He likened the taste of humans to steak tartare. Clos is also believed to be a Satanist, which could be another motivation behind his cannibalistic practices. Within the field of psychology, there is a debate on what factors lead a person to practice criminal cannibalism. There are many theories that have been presented, ranging from the over-nurturing of a child during the first few months of their life to sudden stress. However, there is little evidence to support most of these theories. Nevertheless, the theories put forth present a framework in which one is able to gain a better understanding of the possible psychological factors behind cannibalism. In an article by Sally Talwani titled, "Experts Debate What Forces Create a Cannibal," Dr. Clancy McKenzie, a psychology professor at Capital University in Washington, D.C., believes that cannibalism is a result of trauma, especially that experienced in childhood. He states that a child, following weaning from the breast, experiences separation anxiety and fantasizes about devouring the mother. A person who has experienced this may regress back to this stage in adulthood due to stress or trauma, leading the individual to seek out the fulfillment he has been denied by resorting to cannibalism. This theory is further supported by a study on cross-cultural cannibalism conducted by Eli Sagan. According to Sanday's book, Divine Hunger, Sagan argues that cannibalism is a psychological response to anger and frustration, expressed through oral aggression, and an urge to literally absorb a person through consumption. Sagan states that this urge can be directed at an enemy who may threaten the strength of the individual. Sagan believes that children who are excessively dependent on their mothers, due to maternal over-nurturing, are more likely to experience oral aggression and frustration due to separation. Moreover, he contends that the adult who subconsciously carries this oral aggression is likely to express it in an overtly dominant fashion against women by turning to cannibalism. Evidence taken during psychological interviews with cannibals supports to a degree the contention that aggression toward the mother may be one possible factor in a person's cannibalism, such as in the case of Ed Kemper. However, it is unclear whether that aggression directly leads to cannibalism. Furthermore, there is little evidence available that can confirm this theory in its entirety, and such evidence, if it existed, would be difficult to obtain. Even if there is some merit to this theory, it is unlikely that all cannibals, especially criminal cannibals, fit into this context. Conversely, in Talwani's article, Dr. Park Dietz, a criminal expert and key testifier in the Dahmer trial, stated that it is imperative that psychologists not delve too deep into the cannibals' childhood experiences to explain their practices. Dietz believes that a person can resort to cannibalism when faced with sudden traumatic stress, such as in the case of Dahmer, who murdered his first victim following a breakup of the family. Indeed, stress may be an important factor which may propel one to indulge his appetite for his own species. However, it is not the only explanation. This theory may be correct to an extent, yet it only gives a partial explanation of the motivation behind cannibalism, and it may not be applicable to all cannibals. Moreover, it does not fully explain why, in the case of Dahmer, he entertained cannibalistic fantasies in his youth. Essentially, it is important to look at the entire psychoanalytical framework surrounding the behavior, instead of only a small portion. Therefore, it may be necessary to look into one's childhood or youth, as well as their adulthood, for answers to the question of why people eat other people. There are other theories as yet unsubstantiated that suggest cannibalism to be a sexual disorder, and even an eating disorder. What seems to be a common characteristic among many cannibals is that many of them have been diagnosed with schizophrenia or some other form of personality disorder. This theory suggests that there may be an underlying neurochemical component related to cannibalistic behavior. Many cannibals, such as Andre Chikatilo, Albert Fish, Edward Gein, and Issei Sagawa, had been diagnosed with schizophrenia. Schizophrenia is defined in Reber's Dictionary of Psychology as a general label for a number of psychotic disorders with various cognitive, emotional, and behavioral manifestations, reflecting a cleavage or dissociation between functions of feeling and emotion, as well as a dissociation between thinking and cognition. Reber points to several common characteristics of schizophrenia, including thought disturbance, delusions, hallucinations, and a loss of reality. This diagnosis might help explain the experiences many cannibals claim to feel prior to, during, and after their cannibalistic activities, including blackouts, heightened sense of self and of the experience, hallucinations, and other forms of disorganized thoughts or behavior. Moreover, schizophrenia may also be a significant component in historical accounts of tribal cannibalism. The psychotic features related to schizophrenia have been found to have a significant genetic component. Thus, it can be passed from generation to generation. Therefore, it is not unlikely that schizophrenia may take root in some small indigenous tribes, which pull from a small gene pool. However, this theory is speculative and has not fully been explored. It is obvious that there is a dearth of research in the particular area of modern criminal cannibalism. Although there are many theories, few are able to fully explain why some people resort to eating human flesh. Therefore, more research is crucial in understanding the factors that lead to criminal cannibalism. The media has had a field day with Germany's first cannibalism case. Armin Meiwes, a middle-aged computer technician, has wowed the court and the public with his bizarre confessions. He appeared relaxed and normal, despite the unusual nature of his crimes. Meiwes has been charged with murder for sexual pleasure, which has a maximum sentence of 15 years. However, he claims that the man he killed in 2001, Bernd Jürgen Brandes, volunteered to be killed and eaten, so there was no murder. Here is how this unusual case began. Meiwes had advertised on the internet for a well-built man who would consent to be killed and eaten. Meiwes says that there are over 400 cannibal websites and chat rooms. Supposedly, more than 200 men responded favorably to his ad. Brandes was one of them, and they got together for dinner at Brandes's home in Rottenburg. It's hard to say whether Brandes had planned to serve his penis that night, or whether it came up as an idea once the two men were together. Meiwes claimed that Brandes wanted to have Meiwes cut off his penis. Meiwes then cooked the penis, and they ate it together. At some point, Meiwes stabbed Brandes and dissected him, putting parts of his body in the freezer for future consumption. These events, at least in Meiwes's mind, had enough entertainment value to record on his camcorder for future viewing. Perhaps this hobby could have continued had a student not seen another of Meiwes's advertisements on the internet and alerted the police. Bernd came to me of his own free will to end his life, Meiwes told the court in his trial, which began December 3, 2003. For him, it was a nice death. Before his death, Brandes consumed a large quantity of liquor and 20 or more sleeping pills. Cannibalism may not be against the law in Germany, but it guarantees one a free mental examination. What the court found out after Meiwes's psychiatric exam was very interesting. He claimed that watching horror films is what initiated the fantasies that he had as a child about eating people. Initially, he wanted to eat his schoolmates, he told the court. The defense has been arguing that there was no murder because Brandes volunteered to be killed. The prosecution, however, feels that Meiwes's hobbies are very dangerous and that he should be locked up permanently. CNN reported that the court in Kassel ruled that Meiwes had no base motives in the crime, sparing him a murder conviction. He was sentenced to 8.5 years in jail. Eventually, he was convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment in a retrial in May 2006. An argument over a porn tape, a scuffle, a possibly unintentional murder, all topped off with a multi-course 2-day meal. That's how Robert Ackerman became Vienna's teenage cannibal killer. His case doesn't fit the typical profile of cannibalism. Ackerman's motives were neither ritualistic, particularly bloodthirsty, nor, despite the pleasure the crime provided him, apparently sexual in nature. His motive, evidently, was among the most dangerous of all: twisted, misdirected, morbid curiosity. The handsome, blonde young man seems to have killed Joseph Schweiger impulsively, or even accidentally, then seized on the opportunity to explore his frightening fascination with the hidden secrets of the human body. By August of 2007, Ackerman, then 19, had left his native Cologne, Germany, for Vienna, Austria, where he was staying in short-term housing for the mentally ill and homeless run by a private charity. He shared a room with Josef Schweiger, 49, who had been in the facility since that June. Weekly social workers don't seem to have been alarmed by Ackerman's behavior or concerned about the pair's feuds. But neighbors on the family-filled tenement block who argued with the increasingly disturbed Ackerman saw him crawling naked through the yard howling at the moon, or dumping what appeared to be blood from his window, realized the teen was dangerous. Ackerman was once a seemingly normal, friendly, intelligent boy. In early adolescence, with psychological problems instigated either by the physiological changes of puberty or perhaps his father's abandonment of the family, he changed drastically. Ackerman began hearing voices and manifesting serious behavioral problems. At 15, he left home. He experimented with methamphetamines, ecstasy, and harder drugs, and with crime. He stole, sometimes pretending to be a businessman in order to bamboozle banks. He even masqueraded as a doctor for darker purposes. Ackerman's history of severe mental illness was marked by several hospital stays, and he was diagnosed with schizoaffective psychosis. German authorities declared him too ill for prison, but not quite sick enough to be placed in a state hospital for his protection or for that of society. Ackerman was on his own, despite his mother's desperate pleas and evidence that his disease could be controlled with medication, which he tended not to take if left unsupervised. He ended up in Vienna, where earlier in 2007 he was arrested at a local hospital. He had been impersonating a doctor, hoping that, disguised as a member of the hospital staff, he might be able to sneak into an operating room and take part in surgery, a boyhood dream. He would soon get his chance. The night of August 26, 2007, the roommates quarreled for what was hardly the first time. The high-strung Ackerman had discovered he was missing a pornographic videocassette and a cigarette lighter. He confronted his roommate. Joseph Schweiger denied everything, but he did have the tape. Furious, Ackerman rifled through the older man's pockets to see what else he might have pilfered, and a vicious fight broke out. In Ackerman's version of the story, the two exchanged blows until he hit Schweiger with such force that the older man fell on the bed, knocked out. Police say Ackerman, in fact, bludgeoned Schweiger with a 22-pound dumbbell, cracking his skull. Ackerman says that he didn't realize there was anything seriously wrong, so he left Schweiger on the bed, went back to his own room, cooked and ate his non-human dinner, read a few chapters of a book, and drifted peacefully and innocently to sleep. Schweiger didn't get up the next day. Ackerman claims he assumed the man was sleeping off a hangover, a frequent occurrence. That night, he checked in on him and saw him sprawled in the same position in which he'd left him. Ackerman, ever the aspiring physician, checked for a pulse and heartbeat. Schweiger was dead. Ackerman reacted to this discovery not with remorse or panic, but with eager delight. Finally, he could satisfy his curiosity about the inner workings of the human body. In an interview later, Ackerman would describe this as his greatest wish, to see what we look like inside. He has stressed that he knew this would not hurt Schweiger, and would provide him with his own deepest joy. Ackerman used a razor-sharp butterfly knife to slice Schweiger from groin to throat, opening his abdomen and cutting away the top of his skull. He reached into the corpse's abdomen to explore the wet mysteries of the body and to feel Schweiger's internal organs. With a butcher knife, he cut out his intestines. Then he removed his brain and placed it on a plate. Ackerman would later try to claim that he did not eat Schweiger, and that he merely tasted some of his blood to see what it was like. A scientific experiment, if you will. On August 28th, the second day after the fight, he called the homeless hostel's cleaning woman into the apartment and showed her the body. He suggested she call the police. When the police arrived at the blood-soaked first-floor apartment, a dispassionate Ackerman told them to look at what had happened, as if it were an inexplicable random event in which he'd had no part. He even initially tried to blame the grisly scene on the apartment's mice. Evidence quickly exonerated the rodent population and implicated the troubled teen. Police on the scene reported that Ackerman was drooling and disoriented. His mouth was smeared with blood and viscera and his clothes damp with the mess. He'd already eaten some of Schweiger's brain, internal organs, and bicep tissue. The victim's tongue and the rest of his brain were plated for the boy's perverse breakfast. Even as deranged and ecstatic as he was at the time, the boy quickly realized he was caught. He confessed. Unsurprisingly, DNA tests later showed that the blood that drenched the teen's lips and hands did indeed belong to the corpse. Authorities say that Robert Ackerman has since been a model patient and prisoner. Whether the attack was a severe psychotic episode or an outpouring of the young man's long-standing sadistic urges is unclear. But therapy and consistent monitored medication have seemingly returned him to the real world, and he's able to talk about his crime. On September 4, 2008, an Austrian jury agreed that Ackerman was not fit to stand trial, but would spend the rest of his life in Austria's Göllersdorf, a high-security mental hospital. The cannibal of Vienna now says he plans to use his time institutionalized to study medicine so that if he's ever released, he can fulfill his lifelong ambition to become a surgeon.
The discovery of a murder in Philadelphia in October 1894 opened the door to a case few could believe. Marion Hedgepeth, a one-time cellmate of a man who went by the name H.M. Howard, informed police about a recent scam. It involved insuring a man named Benjamin Pitezel for $10,000 with the Fidelity Mutual Life Association in 1893 in Chicago, and then faking his death in a laboratory explosion by substituting a cadaver. All participants were then to split the insurance payment, but Howard had reneged and run off with the money. Hedgepeth was informing on him as payback, and his detailed letter about the scheme was passed along to the company. In short order, they realized that H.M. Howard was actually H.H. Holmes, clearly a swindler. A company representative who had already expressed suspicions about the death scene re-examined the circumstances surrounding the discovery of a body at 1316 Callowhill Street in Philadelphia. It had been found in a state of rigor mortis and so badly burned in the face from chemicals and sun exposure that the identity of the person could not be judged. Nevertheless, Holmes, accompanied by one of Benjamin Pitezel's children, had indeed identified this body from certain characteristics as the remains of Pitezel. After he'd collected the money, he disappeared with that child and two more of Pitezel's children. Given the details, company officers tried unsuccessfully to track him, so they hired agents from the Pinkerton National Detective Agency to go after the scoundrel. As these more experienced men followed his trail around the country, they gathered information about his numerous frauds, thefts, and schemes, including other insurance scams years earlier in Chicago that had provided him with funds to build a 3-story hotel. He was among the top swindlers they had ever come across, possibly the most accomplished. If he hadn't gotten greedy, he'd still be in business. But this time, they had him. They finally caught up to Holmes in November in one of his childhood haunts in Vermont, put him under surveillance, and gave the information to the police. On the afternoon of November 16, 1894, H.H. Holmes was arrested in Boston as he was preparing to leave the country by steamship. He surrendered easily, possibly believing that he could resort to his highly successful weapon, a glib tongue and a load of lies, to get him out of a tight spot. It's likely that he was further convinced of this when they told him that he was being charged with the rather petty theft of a horse in Texas. Secretly, he knew a lot more about what he'd done, but so did the police. Even so, neither side realized at that moment what they were dealing with. The best sources for the Holmes story are the documents from the case itself, Detective Frank P. Geyer's book on his experiences, which included evidence not used in court and which Geyer describes as one of the most marvelous stories of modern times, and the autobiographical pieces that Holmes penned. At first, Holmes told one story, which included mundane details about his life and a load of lies posed to cover up his crimes. And then he offered a sensational confession, which was printed at the time in the Philadelphia Inquirer, and all 3 documents are now available on a CD-ROM from Waterfront Productions. As well, since the Holmes story was an immediate sensation, editions of the major Philadelphia newspapers carried the story from the moment he was arrested, and in 1975, David Franke published The Torture Doctor, later found to have been read by healthcare serial killer Dr. Michael Swango. In addition, authors Harold Schechter and Eric Larson both have written exemplary renditions of the Holmes tale. Schechter tells the tale imaginatively as narrative nonfiction, while Larson places Holmes in the context of the development of the Chicago's World Fair in 1893. Larson's discussion about how he researched the book offers even more insight. He admittedly encountered some difficulty with the character of H.H. Holmes. Since the Philadelphia trial transcripts were limited to a single crime, he had performed the greater part of his monstrousness elsewhere. Larson found that many of the sources about this scoundrel were inconsistent, as well as interlaced with Holmes' own fantastic embellishments. In many instances, only Holmes ever knew what he had actually done. Larson describes how he agonized over recreating incidents to which there were no witnesses, and he admits that even with all his research, he still did not know by the end what had motivated Holmes to kill, and had only a slight understanding of psychopathy. Yet he does point out one real advantage to his work. One of the most striking and rather charming aspects of criminal investigation in the 1890s is the extent to which the police gave reporters direct access to crime scenes, even while the investigations were in progress. Thus, they acquired fantastic details, which they passed on to anyone who cared to take a look. As Geyer said, the story is among the most marvelous. As Holmes was being processed in Boston, an agent from the insurance company arrived whom he recognized, so he readily offered a confession of the fraud. In the glib manner of a polished liar, he said that the damaged corpse that he'd identified as Peitzel really had been a cadaver that he'd acquired and substituted to collect the money. The agent was amazed by Holmes's near-convincing performance. When asked to account for the Peitzel children, who were not now in his care, the suspect offered yet another convoluted tale. The children had been left with their father, who had gone to either South America or Florida. Carrie Peitzel, Ben's wife, could not corroborate any of Holmes's story, except that she was aware of the insurance scheme and that he had been moving her around from one place to another with promises of soon seeing her family. She was utterly confused about the entire experience, and her flustered manner convinced the interrogators that Peitzel was probably dead. They charged her with conspiracy and put her under arrest, although they also felt sorry for her. She seemed to have been caught in something that she barely understood. Because the scheme had occurred in Philadelphia, Detective Thomas Crawford arrived in Boston to escort Holmes back to the city of brotherly love. In Depraved, Schechter recounts how Holmes bragged to the detective along the way about his criminal career, admitting that he'd done enough in his life to be hanged 12 times over. He provided colorful tales about his various cons and claimed to have the ability to hypnotize people to do whatever he wanted. He even offered the detective $500 to let him perform this feat on him and escape. Crawford was unimpressed, declining the deal with grim humor. But when reporters later heard about it, they attributed supernatural powers to the scam artist. It was the age of Svengali, a character made popular in a contemporary novel by George du Maurier, Trilby, and Holmes was thought to have such abilities. Holmes even enjoyed this novel later in his cell. Holmes was eventually incarcerated in Moyamensing prison and remained there for several months. Larson indicates that his human, whitewashed cell was 9 feet by 14 feet with a barred window and an electric lamp for light. He was well behaved, and despite the daily journalistic discoveries of yet more of his horrendous crimes, his guards apparently liked him. Some of them did favors for him, delivering the newspaper daily so he could keep up with the details of the investigation. As he did so, he realized that he'd have to come up with a better confession. He was always scheming. Holmes admitted to police in December 1894 that rather than substitute a cadaver in a con with Peitzel, as he'd originally said, the corpse had actually been Peitzel, but he had not been murdered. According to the story Holmes now told, Peitzel and 2 other men, along with Peitzel's wife, were in on the scheme. Peitzel had rented the house at 1316 Callowhill, equipping it with bottles of chemicals as part of the appearance of a man having an accident. That was all well and good, but Holmes noticed how Peitzel was drinking and one day found him lying dead on the floor. Peitzel had apparently grown depressed and used chloroform on himself. Holmes arranged the body and proceeded with his plan to make it difficult to identify, destroyed a letter Peitzel had written, supposedly a suicide note, and staged the scene to look like the result of an accidental explosion. He then went out of town to await a newspaper item that indicated that the body had been found. He left the account like that, and several more months passed without any word from the children. Holmes had indicated to Carrie Peitzel that they were with a guardian, Minnie Williams, in England. On June 3, 1895, Holmes was tried for conspiracy to defraud an insurance company, but because the sentence would be light, his attorneys advised him to plead guilty, which he did. The sentencing was delayed for a later date, but even the papers were now pressing for information about the Peitzel children. They seemed to have disappeared, and reporters wanted to know where they were. So did Carrie Peitzel. Someone had to act. Detective Frank Geyer was assigned to the job, and he went later that same month on a highly publicized expedition to find the missing Peitzel children, or their remains, whichever turned out to be the case. He later penned a book about his international trek. Even after his mission was accomplished, he did not yet know exactly what kind of monster he was dealing with. He simply knew he had a job to do, a potentially unpleasant one, and he did it. Larson describes Geyer as a big man with a pleasant, earnest face, sporting a walrus mustache. Geyer's wife and daughter had died recently in a fire, so his loss weighed heavily as he went in search of children who possibly had been murdered. Holmes had offered no clues to assist, except to say that the children had been left with a guardian, with one female child posing as a boy. He even shed tears at the idea that someone should accuse him of killing innocent children, and Geyer said of him, "Holmes is greatly given to lying with a sort of florid ornamentation." The man, he believed, was an actor and accomplished con, so nothing he said could be trusted, especially in light of the fact that this so-called guardian of the children, Minnie Williams, was also missing, along with her sister Nettie, and both had once been closely associated with the suspect. Holmes had kept up with the news each day as papers were delivered to him, and had shifted the details of his story as the situation demanded. Geyer noticed this and noted how it fit Holmes's pattern of treatment of others. He played games and adjusted his strategy to whatever seemed necessary to move them around like pawns in some game he played to please himself. Such a matter of man made the detective uneasy. No one could know from what he said what was true or what he might be planning next. Yet Holmes did admit to having Alice Peitzel, 15, in his custody after she had helped him to identify her father's corpse for the insurance payoff, and to picking up Howard, 8, and Nellie, 11, and taking them with him. Alice and Nellie had written letters to their mother documenting their daily journey, which Holmes had collected but had never mailed, and which were found in his possession upon his arrest. He told their mother that they were in the care of Minnie Williams, a woman of means in England. This woman had likely kept back their letters, Holmes had suggested, in the interest of her own safety. Yet Geyer had found no trace of Minnie Williams or the children where Holmes had said she would be. In fact, the street name that Holmes offered for where to find her did not exist in London. Instead of going to England, where Holmes clearly was trying to direct him, Geyer focused his efforts on North America. On June 26, Detective Geyer set out by train into the Midwest with Alice's and Nellie's letters to orient him, along with photos of the children and of Holmes, and an inventory of items and clothing associated with them. No one in the DA's office expected to find any evidence at this late date and believed that Holmes had killed them and would have been careful to dispose of the bodies. Yet the insurance company had readily provided funds for the trip because it would not have to pay out for Peitzel's suicide, so Geyer agreed to make the effort. In Cincinnati, he showed photographs and asked around in various hotels for anyone who might have seen Holmes or the children, and he finally found someone who remembered the small group of travelers under the alias Alex E. Cook. It was a name Holmes had used in business matters before. That clerk pointed Geyer in another direction, and through much questioning, he came across a woman who had seen Holmes and a boy together in a house, to which a large stove had been delivered. But Holmes had then given her the stove, apparently because he'd noticed that she'd been watching him. Geyer now felt that he had a firm hold on the end of a string which was to lead me ultimately to the consummation of my difficult mission. He went from there to Indianapolis, Holmes's next destination according to the letters. In this city, Geyer found a trail that gave him a good sense of where the children had been. Larson points out that it was an exceedingly hot day, which made the investigation more burdensome. Finally, however, Holmes's odd game became clear. He was moving his wife, one of 3, all of whom were unaware of the others, and the 3 children about in the same city without any party being aware of the other. Geyer could not understand why, if Holmes intended to kill the children, he would go to such effort and expense to move them so often. The puzzle deepened, and the fate of the children seemed darker still. Geyer then went to Chicago and Detroit, the town from which Alice had written the last of her letters to her mother, in which she expressed dismay that they were not together. He also learned to his surprise that Holmes had added a third party to his game, Mrs. Carrie Peitzel and her other 2 children. He had placed her 3 blocks from where he roomed the 3 children in his care, but had not allowed them to realize it or see one another. But Alice also wrote something from that location to her mother that made Geyer's blood run cold. Howard is not with us now. Going on to Toronto, Geyer looked up real estate agents to find out if a man had rented a house for only a few days. It took considerable time to impress each agent with the importance of making a careful search for us. He found a house that Holmes had rented, which was surrounded by a 6-foot fence. The family residing there knew about some loose dirt under the house. They dug it up, firmly believing they would find one or more of the children. To raise the suspense, they kept working as it grew dark, but they had to give up without finding anything. Geyer struck out there, as the renter turned out to have been a different man. Still, the intrepid detective felt certain the children had been killed somewhere in that town, so he persisted and found another rental that seemed suspicious. He went to check it out. Geyer learned that a man with children at this place had asked for the loan of a spade to plant potatoes in his cellar and had brought only a bed, mattress, and large trunk to the house. A woman identified Holmes from a photograph as the man who had rented the house. Geyer went there, discovered that the house had a dark cellar accessible via a trapdoor, and found an area of soft dirt on the floor. When he pushed a shovel into it, a stench arose and he knew he'd come to the right spot. His long, dark journey had produced what he'd both hoped for and had feared: human remains. After digging 3 feet, he found a small arm bone, so he employed an undertaker to take charge. In short order, they exhumed the corpses of 2 unclothed girls, which they believed were Nellie and Alice Peitzel. Alice was found lying on her side with her hand to the west, Geyer wrote. Nellie was found lying on her face with her head to the south, her plaited hair hanging neatly down her back. A crew of men lifted them from the grave and transferred them to coffins. Gruesomely, as Nellie was lifted, her heavy braid pulled the scalp away from her skull. Geyer was widely congratulated on his persistence and success. He sent a telegram to Philadelphia about the day's events and concluded in his book, "Thus it was proved that little children cannot be murdered in this day and generation beyond the possibility of discovery." Searchers found a toy in the house that was listed in Carrie Peitzel's inventory of things that her children had owned, which assisted Geyer in a firm identification of the remains, as did pieces of partially burnt clothing. Then they brought Mrs. Peitzel to Toronto to confirm. She was allowed to see the children's hair and teeth, as the remains were too putrefied for her to view. She recognized them instantly and swooned in grief. She now knew that Holmes had lied to her and had killed her children. But Geyer still knew that there was one more child to find, little Howard. His trek was not yet done, although it now appeared to be fully pessimistic. He used logic and items from the letters to determine that Howard had been separated from the girls before their arrival in Detroit, so it was time to return to Indianapolis. He arrived there on July 24th. As before, he proceeded to gain the assistance of real estate agents from around the city to learn the details of short-term rentals from the previous October. By this time, Geyer's trek had become of supreme interest to the nation, and the newspapers heralded his arrival. He was considered a real-life Sherlock Holmes, and people wanted to know his every step, the way they read a suspenseful piece of fiction. This was both a curse and a boon. He received many leads, which he followed, but most of them just wasted his time. Days came and passed, he wrote, but I continued to be as much in the dark as ever. Geyer feared that the bold and clever criminal might have bested him on this one. It seemed increasingly more likely that little Howard might never be found. Back in Philadelphia, Holmes avidly kept track of Geyer's journey. At first, he felt empowered, believing that Geyer could never find the children. But with the discovery of the girls' remains, things looked grim. He had to think up a tale to exonerate himself and place the blame on others. Even as he did so, investigators were analyzing the children's letters, and they sent ideas to Geyer. Some things had been overlooked or misunderstood, and with renewed care, Geyer discovered that the children had been in Indianapolis 4 days longer than he'd figured. He narrowed the frame of time that was unaccounted for to only 2 days, and then returned to Chicago to check on a child's skeleton recently found. It was not Howard. Nor would Holmes, when asked, yield a word of assistance. The king of fabricators threw the blame on another man as the likely perpetrator. Geyer traveled to several more places, but instinct told him to settle in Indianapolis and keep searching there. Despite the lack of success, Geyer continued to believe that he would make a breakthrough in this town. No less than 900 supposed clues were run out, he later wrote, but he needed a new strategy. He then went to the smaller outlying towns, going through them as systematically as he had done in Indianapolis. Then in Irvington, he struck pay dirt. A man who had rented a house in October remembered Holmes because his manner was so rude and abrupt, and he recalled that a boy had been with this irascible short-term tenant. Relieved and certain that he was at the end of the trail, Geyer proceeded to the rental property. There was no disturbance in the floor of the cellar that he could find, which discouraged him at first. but there was a trunk in a small alcove and near it some disturbed dirt. Geyer dug into the area but found nothing. In a barn, he found a coal stove, and remembering Holmes's earlier purchase of a large stove which he'd then abandoned, Geyer suspected that this was a clue. On top were stains that looked like dried blood. By telegram, Mrs. Peitzel identified the trunk as hers. Geyer left the place but returned when he heard there was news. A doctor who had poked around showed him pieces of charred bone, part of a skull and a femur, that he said had belonged to a male child. They'd found it in a pipe hole in the chimney. Geyer dismantled the chimney and found more human remains, a complete set of teeth and a piece of jaw, identified by a dentist as being from a boy 7 to 10 years old. At the bottom of the chimney, Geyer recorded, was found quite a large charred mass, which upon being cut, disclosed a portion of the stomach, liver, and spleen, baked quite hard. The pelvis of the body was also found. Plenty of witnesses had seen Holmes back in October when he was there and identified him from the photograph that Geyer carried. One man even recalled helping him to install the stove. Convinced he had finally, albeit tragically, found Howard Peitzel, and having it confirmed by other clues, Geyer enjoyed the best night's sleep he'd had in 2 months. The search for truth had finally reached satisfaction. It was now August 27th, fully 2 months after he'd left on this journey, and 5 weeks since he'd found Howard's unfortunate sisters. On September 12th, Holmes was indicted by a grand jury for the murder of Benjamin Peitzel. He entered a plea of not guilty, and his trial date was scheduled for October 28th. Even as he adopted a pretense for the court, people were learning much more about him in Chicago. Holmes, it seemed, had quite a list of murders to his name. Holmes, whose real name was Herman Webster Mudgett, had arrived in Chicago during the 1880s, already married to 2 women. The city was preparing for the World's Fair, or Great Exposition, which meant that there was plenty of opportunity for a clever man for fraud and theft. Eric Larson writes eloquently about the White City's development, describing the many hurdles its designers and investors encountered in the process, just barely preparing the massive grounds in time for business. Some 27 million people went through the exposition during its 6-month venue, which overtaxed the city's resources and inspired plenty of crime, most of which police could not investigate. Holmes was among those who took advantage. He planned ahead for the many visitors who would be searching for lodging as close as possible to the fair, knowing that among them would be the most vulnerable prey, single, naive women on their own who would easily succumb to a successful and charming doctor. He presented himself as a graduate of a prestigious medical school and a man of means. His first Chicago employment was as a prescription clerk at 63rd and South Wallace Streets, but he soon took over from Mrs. E.S. Holton, who then went to California with her daughter. Indeed, no one ever heard from them again, but Holmes took control of the shop. Across the road was a property on 63rd Street, which he bought. Soon he was gathering funds through murder and fraudulent schemes to build his 3-story, 100-room castle, as he referred to it. When he eventually felt the need to leave, he tried to burn it down to collect insurance. In this building, investigators now found evidence of even greater crimes than swindling and bigamy. Holmes had offered rooms to young women arriving to attend the fair, but many of those women associated with them had disappeared. In addition, he had employed a number of young women who had also disappeared. From what could be reconstructed, it seems that Holmes had tortured and murdered these women, disposing of their corpses in his furnace in the cellar, or defleshing them and selling the skeletons to medical schools. Schechter describes what the place was like. Holmes's castle included soundproofed sleeping chambers with peepholes, asbestos-padded walls, gas pipes, sliding walls, and vents that Holmes controlled from another room. Many of the rooms had low ceilings and trapdoors in the floors, with ladders leading to smaller rooms below. The building had secret passages, false floors, rooms with torture equipment, and a specially equipped surgery. There were also greased chutes that emptied into a 2-level cellar in which Holmes had installed a large furnace. There was even an asbestos-lined chamber with gas pipes and evidence of something having been burned inside. It was believed that Holmes placed his chosen victims into the special chambers into which he then pumped lethal gas, controlled from his own bedroom, and then watched them react. Apparently, he gained some fiendish pleasure from this activity. Sometimes he'd ignite the gas to incinerate them, or perhaps even place them in the elasticity determinator, an elongated bed with straps to see how far the human body could be stretched. When finished, he might have slid the corpses down the chutes into the cellar, where vats of acid and other chemicals awaited them. Many more details about Holmes's activities here can be found in Schechter's and Larson's books. Investigators discovered several complete skeletons and numerous incinerated bone fragments in the Chicago castle, including the pelvis of a 14-year-old, according to Blundell. There was also a blood-stained noose and a vault filled with quicklime. Yet Holmes insisted that he had nothing to do with any murders. Those people had either taken their own lives, he claimed, or were killed by someone else. Nevertheless, newspaper headlines described the Chamber of Horrors. The Chicago Tribune announced that the castle is a tomb, and the Philadelphia Inquirer described bones removed from the charnel house. It wasn't long before true crime pulp paperbacks were published to slake the public's thirst and to turn a profit. Authors searched far and wide for even more murders that Holmes may have committed as far back as 1879. Chicago police estimated his toll to be as high as 150. In Philadelphia, the Holmes Museum opened to the curious. But Holmes was ready. He'd always gotten his way with his gift of the gab, and he figured he could do so again, despite how the odds seemed stacked against him. He offered his memoir. To exonerate himself, Holmes, now 34, penned Holmes' Own Story, in which the alleged multimurderer and arch-conspirator tells of the 22 tragic deaths and disappearances in which he is said to be implicated. He included his supposed prison diary as an appendix, which Larson believes he invented rather than kept as a daily log. The diary is a boring rendition of his routine, probably intended to make him appear to be an ordinary Joe with an interest in books, and presented as a means for his betterment. He viewed the whole as a literary work, as befitted his narcissistic temperament, and claimed that he had written it with mature deliberation and against the protest of his attorney and acquaintances. He claimed that the murders he had been accused of were a blatant attempt to ensure that his trial would not be fair and impartial. He wanted to formally and publicly deny them all. Thus, he set out to offer a narrative of his entire life, including a full disclosure of his dealings with the Peitzel family. My sole object in this publication is to vindicate my name from the horrible aspersions cast upon it, he wrote, and to appeal to a fair-minded American public for a suspension of judgment. In his memoir, which he got a journalist to assist him to publish, Holmes described Gilmanton Academy, New Hampshire, the town in which he grew up, as Herman Webster Mudgett. He was born there in 1861 and claims to have experienced an ordinary life with an ordinary set of parents and a normal schoolboy routine. Larson disputes this, having learned from experts that psychopathic children are generally involved in conduct disorders and juvenile delinquency, but this is not always the case. Generalizations offer poor ways to get at the truth of individual cases, and since there's no evidence either way, we cannot know what Holmes's childhood was really like. He describes a turning point in his life as the day some older boys forced him into a village doctor's office and face-to-face with a skeleton. It was a wicked and dangerous thing to do to a child of tender years and health, Holmes says, though he admits that the experience cured him of his fears. He attributes his desire to go into medicine to this memorable incident. He also discusses his childhood lies and pranks and how his father punished him. It was in college, he says, where he did his first truly dishonest act. He represented a fraudulent book, earning money from it for his expenses. He received a medical school diploma, he says, from the University of Michigan in Ann Arbor, and then opened a practice. He then attempted unsuccessfully to commit his first insurance fraud, helping someone to fake his own death with a purloined cadaver. From there, he served a stint as a doctor in an insane asylum, which haunted him for years. He changed his name to H. Holmes and posed as a pharmacist in Chicago. That was an ominous start to his career. Holmes continues in his memoir with a poor me fashion, describing the ills that befell him and the hardships he endured before meeting Ben Peitzel in 1888. They fell into a partnership that involved various pursuits that financially benefited them both. Holmes also speaks about some of the missing women associated with him, so that he can assure readers that they did things such as announcing they were going to leave and disappearing on their own. He also indicated that many young women were alive and well and better off for having known him. As for Minnie Williams, who had disappeared without a trace, Holmes offered a story of a woman who had fallen onto difficult times, had an illegitimate child, and was suicidal. She had an abortion, felt terribly ashamed, and left everyone she knew. She served as his secretary for a time and often ate meals in his building, which he claimed would account for any bone remains that might be found in the furnace. His sister Nettie arrived, also referred to as Nanny, and in short order died. It seemed that Minnie had decided that Nettie fancied Holmes, so she struck her with a stool and killed her. Having often suffered from bouts of mania, she was quite without restraint in such matters. Holmes helped Minnie to place the body in a trunk and dump it into Lake Michigan. But from my sight it has never passed, writes Holmes about the incident, nor has there been a day, an hour since that awful night, that I would not have given my life if by doing so that of Nettie Williams could have been returned. Holmes then broke everything off with Minnie. She went away and he burned the clothing she left behind or gave it to Peitzel. No one heard from Minnie again, except for Holmes, supposedly, who said he helped her to handle her land investments in Texas. He also describes how he first met the Peitzel family and the business ventures into which he entered with Benjamin Peitzel. In the end, he insists that he had no motive to kill anyone, and says that he was always quite generous, so that even avarice could not count, as it was inconsistent with his character. He also did not have a bad temper and had made no dishonest transactions. He also did not believe he was insane, having no mental illness in his family and no finding of it from doctors who had examined him thus far. Of the Peitzel situation, Holmes said that Peitzel was worth more to him alive than dead, so why would he have engaged in murder? In conclusion, he writes, I wish to say that I am but a very ordinary man, and to have planned and executed the stupendous amount of wrongdoing that has been attributed to me would have been wholly beyond my power. He asked the general public to withhold judgment of his guilt or innocence until he could disprove them at his trial. He would also work to bring justice to those for whose wrongdoings I am today suffering. However, this publication was so transparently self-serving that readers preferred the more lurid tales provided in newspapers. No one really believed Holmes's own story, although it is an interesting collector's item for criminologists. Holmes's attorneys attempted to get his trial continued but were unsuccessful. In addition, there is a struggle between Chicago and Philadelphia authorities, says Blundell, as to who would get to try him first, but he remained in Philadelphia. The trial commenced as scheduled on October 28th. It lasted 5 days. On the first day, Holmes tried to defend himself but proved unable to establish points in his favor. The best account of the trial comes from the speech, reprinted in Geyer's book, from the district attorney George S. Graham, who recounts it in detail. Yet he does not include some of the more interesting events. For example, from a distance, a phrenologist, John L. Capon, made an analysis of Holmes, which was published during the trial in the New York World. He described the repulsive face and pointed out that great murderers have blue eyes. Holmes's expression, Capon said, was cruel and inhuman, and his ears, twisted out of shape, stamped him as a criminal. This was all evidence of devilry and vice. In other words, Capon convicted a man not yet found guilty based on appearances alone. At the trial, also described in detail by Schechter, Holmes requested to defend himself. Judge Arnold allowed it, saying, "It's your constitutional right to try your own case." Holmes questioned prospective jury members, at which point his team of attorneys left the courtroom. Holmes demonstrated the coolness with which he handled stress and tried rejecting each person who said he had read the papers, but the judge pointed out that this was not considered a cause for challenge. In any event, this all occurred well before the Supreme Court would rule about the unfairness of pretrial publicity. The jury was seated and the trial proceeded. Holmes's request to defend himself, Schechter says, was unprecedented. No accused murderer had done it before in the United States, so several lawyers and law students attended. A reporter for the Philadelphia Inquirer described Holmes's performance in court as vigorous and remarkable. He was deferential to the judge, but nasty to the prosecutor. He asked for an analysis of the liquid that he was accused of using as a poison for the children, which the DA did not have in his possession, and he wanted the most recent work done on toxicology, claiming that as a doctor, he himself could analyze it, though his credentials were false. This left the impression of a man who was prepared to use science to exonerate himself. Yet Holmes often deflected the questioning with forays into minutiae, and he frequently squabbled with the prosecutor, who was likely disturbed at having to spar in court as an equal with the defendant. Holmes made an error when, after Peitzel's corpse was described in gruesome detail, he requested a lunch break as he was hungry. He appeared to have no sense of sorrow over the supposed suicide of a partner and friend. For the rest of that day, while he handled his questioning in a professional manner, he failed to elicit any points to support his innocence. The professional witnesses all concluded that Peitzel could not, as Holmes claimed, have committed suicide. The judge ordered an evening session over Holmes's protest. Holmes claimed that he was feeling ill, but it was clear that he was failing to establish his case. The evening session opened with a surprise. Holmes asked that the court allow his two defense attorneys to re-enter the case, and with that, he relinquished his role as a criminal lawyer. While he now had competent counsel, he had probably hurt his case. Between his antics and his obvious fatigue by the end of the first day, the jury had a good look at the defendant's loss of confidence and inability to shake the strongest witnesses. He may not have admitted his guilt, but his actions indicated that he had admitted defeat. He got up only once to examine another witness, his latest paramour and third wife, who testified against him. Using a heavy dose of emotion, as if stricken by her betrayal, he nevertheless failed to move her to change her testimony about his behavior on the day that Peitzel was allegedly murdered. The prosecution made its case quite elaborately, prepared to show his activities from 35 witnesses from the various places Holmes had gone after the Peitzel murder. But the judge had ruled that the trial must be limited to the Peitzel murder, so Graham showed how they made Peitzel's identification, and adding in whatever they were allowed about Holmes's reprehensible behavior. They proved with doctors that the chloroform that had supposedly killed Peitzel by self-administration actually had been forced into him after he was already dead. So Peitzel was dead and had not died from natural causes or his own hand. Given Holmes's admissions about being with him, there was really no other choice for jurors. In addition, Carrie Peitzel had won the courtroom with her mournful rendition of learning that her children were dead. In his closing argument, which lasted more than 2 hours, Graham called Holmes the most dangerous man in the world and asked jurors not to be afraid to do their duty and operate like honest men. In the end, the jury convicted Holmes of Benjamin Peitzel's murder, and the judge sentenced him to death by hanging. After his conviction, and as his attorneys prepared an appeal for a new trial, which failed, Holmes took up the pen again to make a confession, largely inspired by a promise of a $10,000 payment from the Hearst newspaper syndicate. He published it in the Philadelphia Inquirer. It was his third full-blown tale to date about his activities with the Peitzel incident. Aiming now to become the most notorious killer in the world, he claimed to have killed more than 100 people. Apparently having second thoughts, he reduced that number to 27, including Peitzel and his children. He insisted that he could not help what he'd done. "I was born with the evil one as my sponsor beside the bed where I was ushered into the world," he lamented. The reading of his death warrant had been carried out, and he faced execution by hanging on May 7th. It now seemed a fitting time, if ever, he wrote, to make known the details of the 27 murders, of which it would be useless to longer say I'm not guilty. He admitted that there was overwhelming proof for his complicity in these deaths, and said that he would address only those cases that had been investigated, and hoped the people would not, therefore, suppose from his silence on others that he must be guilty. It seemed to him sufficient that Detective Geyer had gone over his life with a fine-tooth comb, so to speak, and there was really no place to hide. Holmes claimed that he wanted to make the confession at this point for several reasons, and he chose the Philadelphia Inquirer as his medium for making his revelations public. He assured his readers that he was not seeking attention and that the entire enterprise was distasteful to him. As he admitted to the murders, He said he was thus branding myself as the most detestable criminal of modern times. Indeed, he was. He sensed that his own countenance was changing as he sat in prison, and that he looked more satanic than before. I've become afflicted with that dread disease, rare but terrible, a malformation. My head and face are gradually assuming an elongated shape. I believe fully that I'm growing to resemble the devil, and that similitude is almost completed. He self-diagnosed acquired homicidal mania and degeneracy, which meant he was a moral idiot. The criminological theories at the time were fueled by Cesare Lombroso, an Italian anthropologist and professor at the University of Turin. By 1876, Lombroso had published L'uomo delinquente. Believing that human behavior could be classified with objective tests, Lombroso was convinced that certain people were born criminals, identifiable by specific physical traits, such as bulging brows, long arms, and ape-like noses. They were throwbacks to more primitive times, and he called them degenerates. Lombroso's ideas had spread quickly across Europe and America, supported by the new evolutionary thinking. Thus, Holmes fell into this erroneous diagnostic mania. In another decade or so, Lombroso would be discredited. Yet, in keeping with the theory, Holmes saw a prominence on one side of his head and a corresponding diminution on the other side. Also, a deficiency in his nose and ear, and the lengthening or shortening of various limbs. One criminologist who saw him pronounced him guilty just from his appearance. Holmes said he was confessing in part to justify the scientific deductions. Little did he know they weren't scientific at all, but his motive was more likely to bring attention to himself and to wallow in one last flight of grandiosity. No doubt he enjoyed the idea of having an effect on an audience. His first murder, he admitted, was by overdose of laudanum of a former schoolmate for insurance money. Holmes claimed, probably falsely, that it had given him a terrible guilty conscience, but he'd then developed an appetite for blood. The second murder, he said, was accidental, when he got into a physical altercation with a man who owed him money. Then he killed a few people to sell to a corpse dealer for payment of $25 to $45 apiece. Later, he lost touch with this dealer, so he sometimes buried victims in the dirt floor of his offices. Some victims he poisoned, some he bludgeoned, and a few he closed into his vaults for gassing and asphyxia, a slow and lingering death. Most of these cases involved money, threat of exposure, or some other form of enrichment for Holmes. Sometimes he used confederates as accomplices. In one case, when he attempted to murder 3 young women at the same time with chloroform, they escaped and turned him in. Holmes was arrested, but inexplicably not prosecuted for attempted murder or even for assault. In some cases, Holmes either did not know or could not recall the name of a victim or near victim. Readers were most interested in what Holmes might say about the Williams sisters and the Peitzel family, and for both he provided quite a few details, although how much is true is anyone's guess. Holmes made a point to affirm the Christian character of Minnie Williams, and he retracted many of the statements he had made about her regarding her state of mind and her alleged murder of her sister. She was never in an asylum or secreted away to protect her reputation, he now said. He'd first met her in 1888 in New York and then encountered her 5 years later in Chicago. He persuaded her to give him several sizable sums of money and then maneuvered her to invite her sister to Chicago so he could get a bead on their property in Texas. Nanny or Nettie assigned her worldly goods to him, he said. After that, Holmes writes, she was immediately killed in order that no one in or about the castle should know about her having been there, save the man who burned her clothing. To his chagrin, she did leave something behind, her footprint on the door of the vault, which she produced during an unsuccessful struggle to survive. This was how Chicago authorities hoped to prove she was murdered. Holmes told Minnie that her sister had given up her journey north. He then secured Minnie's property in his own name and killed her as well. He poisoned her and burned her in the cellar of a house that he owned. He tried to implicate her as the murderer of her sister and the Peitzel children, which he was now repudiating. This is the saddest and most heinous of any of my crimes, he commented. Next, he turned his attention to Peitzel. Holmes indicated that from the first hour they met, he knew that he would kill the man. Everything he did for Peitzel that seemed to be a kindness was merely a way to gain his confidence. Peitzel met his death on September 2, 1894. Holmes wrote fake letters from Mrs. Peitzel to show him, which precipitated a bout of drinking. Holmes watched and waited until he was able to come upon Peitzel in a drunken stupor in the middle of the day. He packed his bags in readiness to leave, and then went to where Peitzel lay in bed, bound him, saturated his clothing and face with benzene, and lit a match. He literally burned his former accomplice alive. Apparently, Peitzel cried out and prayed for mercy, begging Holmes to end his suffering with a speedy death, all of which had on me no effect. When Peitzel finally expired, Holmes extinguished the flames, removed the ropes, and poured chloroform into his stomach to make the death appear to be accidentally brought about by an explosion. That way, the insurance company would quickly pay the full amount of the claim. He left the body in a position that exposed it to the sun for however long it would be before someone had found him, presumably to further deform it for difficulty in identification. I left the house, he wrote, without the slightest feeling of remorse for my terrible acts. However, Holmes said, the chloroform apparently also had the effect of depriving the tissues of alcohol, so that no one would know that Peitzel had been in a drunken state. At any rate, Peitzel was still recognizable. More bizarre, Holmes says that 3 weeks later he visited the grave where Peitzel was buried and pretended to be acquiring samples for microscopic analysis. He said he found that cutting into the corpse with a knife was inordinately satisfying. As for young Howard Peitzel, Holmes also had a story to tell. He had every intention of murdering the 3 Peitzel children, so he hid them in a hotel until he could find a way that would not draw suspicion. After a week, he poisoned the boy and then cut him into pieces small enough to go through the door of a stove he had purchased. He felt nothing about these acts, only the pleasure he gained from killing another person. He then took the girls to Chicago, Detroit, and Toronto. There, Alice and Nellie Peitzel met their fate. They were the 26th and 27th of his victims. He made them believe they would soon be reunited with their mother, whom he had also brought to Toronto in some diabolical game, while he plotted how he'd get rid of them. He compelled them both to get inside a large trunk and closed them inside, leaving an air hole. He then returned and pumped gas into the hole to kill the girls, even as their mother was traveling on to New York. He dug shallow graves, removed their clothing, and dumped them without a thought. He considered that for 8 years before their deaths, I had been almost as much a father to them as though they had been my own children. He had a plan to end Mrs. Peitzel's life, along with those of her 2 remaining children, with nitroglycerin, but he was arrested in Boston before he managed to achieve this. He closed his confession by saying that his last public utterance would be of remorse for these vile acts. He did not expect anyone to really believe him, and Geyer later says in his book that Holmes's account, published in many papers on April 12, 1896, was so inconsistent with the facts that they had gathered about the Peitzel children's demise that it was at once discredited in police circles. Then, in one quick move, according to Geyer, Holmes recanted the confession. And in fact, it was learned that several of his victims were not dead at all, or died in ways clearly unassociated with him. When told by police that his tale was untrue, he supposedly said, "Of course it's not true, but the newspapers want a sensation, and they got it." Nevertheless, police did believe what he had said about the murder of Benjamin Peitzel. Geyer found it vile that Holmes would not tell the truth even as he stood on the brink of eternity. On May 7, 1896, H. Holmes went to the hangman's noose. His last meal was boiled eggs, dry toast, and coffee. Even at the noose, he changed his story. He claimed to have killed only 2 people and tried to say more, but at 10:13, the trapdoor opened and he was hanged. Blundell says that it took him fully 15 minutes to strangle to death on the gallows. Afraid of body snatchers who might capitalize on his corpse, Holmes had made a request. He wanted no autopsy, and he instructed his attorneys to see that he was buried in a coffin filled with cement. This was taken to Holy Cross Cemetery south of Philadelphia, and 2 Pinkerton guards stood over the grave during the night before the body was finally interred into a double grave, also filled with cement. No stone was erected to mark it, Larson states, although its presence is recorded on a cemetery registry. Holmes's attorneys had turned down an offer of $5,000 for his body, and even refused his brain to Philadelphia's Wistar Institute, which hoped to have its experts analyze the organ for better understanding of the criminal mind. Larson recounts a series of strange events afterward that gave credence to the rumors that Holmes was satanic, including several weird deaths and a fire at the DA's office that destroyed everything there, save a photograph of Holmes. During this case, another American phenomenon arose from society's fascination with sensational crime. Thousands of people lined up to see the Chicago murder site, so a former police officer remodeled the infamous building as Holmes's Horror Castle, an attraction that offered guided tours to the suffocation chambers and torture rooms. But before it opened, it mysteriously burned to the ground. So many people who'd rented rooms from Holmes during the fair had actually gone missing that sensational estimates of his victims reached around 200, and some people perpetuated this unsubstantiated toll even today. It's likely that Holmes's own figure from his recanted confession is low, but there's no way to know just how many he actually killed.
The Lindbergh baby kidnapping of 1932 had a profound impact on the nation in several ways. Charles Lindbergh was one of the most famous people in the world. If even his child could be abducted from a guarded, secluded estate in New Jersey, how could any average parent feel secure? During the 1920s and 1930s, a series of ransom kidnappings terrified the public and created a climate of fear that was very real. In 1933 alone, there were 8 high-profile abduction cases nationwide, including William Ham from the beer-producing family, who was freed after paying $100,000 ransom. In addition, the Great Depression radically transformed the social, economic, and cultural heart of the nation. These were hard times in America. The nation's streets were full of idle, desperate men, unable to provide even the most basic needs for their families. Though the Prohibition era ended in 1933, it helped to create an atmosphere of anger and lawlessness that dominated the media's attention for a decade. Almost every day, newspapers were filled with stories of criminal mayhem. Crime was up, confidence was down. And worst of all, things didn't look well for the future. In the tranquil city of San Jose, California, Alex J. Hart ran a profitable retail business called L. Hart & Son Company for generations. The Harts were a true American success story. A Jewish immigrant family who came to the United States with nothing in their pockets and through hard work and sacrifice built a new and better life. The youngest son, Brooke Hart, 22, was the heir apparent to take charge of the family business. He was young, ambitious, and expected to become the leader of the next generation of Harts. Unfortunately, his family's wealth also made him a prime target for kidnapping. In November 1933, Brooke Hart was abducted in broad daylight just yards away from his father's store. It would be the first step for a city's rapid descent into madness and murder. By 1933, the Hart department store was somewhat of a tradition in the city of San Jose, a small, tranquil metropolis 350 miles north of Los Angeles. It was located at the intersection of Market Street and Santa Clara Street, just 2 blocks from City Hall and 2 blocks from the county jail in the opposite direction. There was a convenient parking garage directly across the street for customer parking, and the San Jose Teachers College was only a 5-minute walk to the east. Since it opened its doors in the 1860s, Hart's was a wonderful and economical place to shop. The store was a wide-open, spacious 2-story enterprise where housewives from all over Alameda and Santa Clara counties came to search through Hart's huge inventory for the bargain of the week. Hart's was opened by Leopold Hart in 1866 and had been at the same location ever since. His son, Alex J. Hart, took over the store when the father passed on. He continued to be successful and became a respected and active member of the community. Alex dreamed of the day when his own son would inherit the business his father gave to him. In 1911, Alex had a son and named him Brooke, after his mother. When Brooke was a little boy, his father began to train him in the retail business. Brooke worked as a stock boy while he was still in grammar school. He became a cashier, a bookkeeper, and later a sales clerk. Brooke learned from the ground up, which was the way his father wanted it. "My father had taken me into the business in the same way," Alex Hart later told reporters, "and we had looked forward to the day when Brooke would take an active part in the conduct of the store." By the time Brooke became a teenager, he probably knew more about Hart's, which by then employed over 200 people, than anyone in the company. Hart's continued to do well, even in hard economic times. The Hart family built a stunning home in the city of San Jose, one of the most lavish in the county. The Victorian-style mansion, with its two-story white columns, sat high up on a hill and was surrounded by lush, extravagant gardens. Its lawns were impeccably groomed, and people frequently passed by its iron gates in the summer just to admire its palatial grounds. Brooke entered Santa Clara University in 1929, where he excelled as a student and in sports, particularly tennis. Just 18 years old, Brooke was a handsome young man. He stood almost 6 feet tall, with the trim build of an athlete. His wavy blonde hair and blue eyes made him especially attractive to the single girls of San Jose, and he was considered the city's most desirable bachelor. Brooke had a friendly, mischievous personality and was well liked. Since Brooke worked in his father's store practically his entire life, just about every citizen in San Jose knew him. That was because just about every one of San Jose's 60,000 citizens shopped at Hart's. Brooke was a familiar sight in the city's streets that year. He had bought a brand new green 1933 Studebaker Roadster, and the speedy car was the envy of many young men in San Jose. On the evening of November 9, 1933, Alex J. Hart was due to attend a dinner meeting with Chamber of Commerce friends at a San Jose country club. The function was set for about 6 p.m. Alex made plans for Brooke to leave work early, walk over to a nearby garage, get the car, and then drive him to the club, which was only a short distance away. This was a happy time for both father and son, since Brooke was given a promotion only a month before. It was a high moment in my life when I took Brooke into the department store recently as vice president, Senior Hart later said to the press. At 5:55 p.m., Brooke told his father he would be right back and walked out onto Market Street toward the lot where his Studebaker was parked. It was the last moment Alex Hart would ever see his son alive. John Jack Holmes was born in Los Angeles on March 20, 1904. When he was 11, his family moved to San Jose, where John's father opened a tailor shop in downtown San Jose. He worked hard and soon became a proud member of the city's business community. San Jose, resting in the southern peninsula of Santa Clara Valley, was considered a smaller version of the larger and more exciting San Francisco to the north. Roads that went through or passed near San Jose were, at that time, the only land access routes to the San Francisco area. The famous Golden Gate Bridge was not yet built, though by the winter of 1933, construction was well underway. San Jose was the kind of place where most people knew everybody else in the city. As a teenager, Jack attended San Jose High School, where he excelled as a football star. He was a big boy, over 6 feet tall, and knew how to take care of himself. After an argument with a teacher, Jack was kicked out of school. However, he was somewhat ambitious and immediately got a job in an electronics store. By the time he was 20, Jack had married a local girl and settled down to married life. Jack Holmes had an outgoing personality and made friends easily. By 1928, he had 2 children and moved to a place called Half Moon Bay, a deserted village on the Pacific side of San Mateo County. He worked in a local gas station where local toughs and petty criminals frequently stopped by and chatted with the gregarious attendant. Holmes became fascinated with outlaws and what he saw as their exciting lives. He frequently mused over dreams of committing the perfect crime. In Henry Farrell's book, Swift Justice, the author said, he would pore over the newspapers, analyzing the crimes reported and the errors that led to the perpetrator's detection. In his mind, Holmes must have thought he could commit crimes that would make him lots of money and not get caught. But during this time, Holmes kept these thoughts to himself. He was never arrested or charged with any crime. In 1932, while Holmes worked as a salesman for an oil company, he made a scheduled stop at a San Jose gas station. The attendant at that time was a man named Thomas Harold Thurmond. The 2 men quickly became friends. Though they were different in personality and temperament, they shared a common bond. They liked money. Harold was born on a farm in 1906 and moved to San Jose with his family when he was 11 years old. He later dropped out of high school and worked in a series of low-paying jobs in and around San Jose. The Thurmond family was well known, and all of Harold's 5 sisters either married well or obtained good jobs. Harold was the exception in the family and was considered somewhat of a disappointment. Though he frequently hung around with San Jose's criminal element, like Holmes, he had never been arrested. But together, Thurmond and Holmes decided to try to make some fast money. Using Holmes's inside information on the oil company, they planned the abduction of a courier who worked for the Union Oil Company. On September 25, 1933, they kidnapped and robbed the employee. The victim was released unharmed, and the two men split $716, which was a large sum of money during the Depression era. Barely 1 month later, on October 23rd, Thurmond and Holmes robbed a Shell Oil Company messenger and made off with $700. Again, the victim was not hurt, but Holmes had temporarily fulfilled one of his fantasies. He had gotten away with the perfect crime. Twice. It was time to move on to bigger and better things. After waiting 30 minutes for his son to return, Alex Hart grew very nervous. He knew that if the car broke down or it had a flat tire, Brooke would have simply walked back to the store to let his father know the trouble. Furthermore, Alex also was aware that Brooke had another appointment to make at 6:30. He would never leave his father standing in front of the store without notifying him he would be delayed. Assuming that Brooke had some other pressing business, Alex Hart left the store and got a ride to the meeting. Afterward, when he discovered that Brooke had never arrived home, Alex Hart notified the police that his son had disappeared. For the next few hours, the family's concern grew as it became apparent that no one, not even his closest friends, knew where Brooke was. At about 9:45 that evening, the phone rang at the Harts' residence. Brooke's sister, Elise, 18, took the call. A man told her that Brooke had been taken and was being held for ransom. The caller demanded $40,000 in cash. He said that further instructions would follow. If the police were notified, he added, Brooke would be killed. Alex Hart called San Jose Police Chief John Black. He notified San Francisco of the kidnapping and put out an all-points bulletin for Brooke's green 1932 Studebaker Roadster. The FBI, then known as the Department of Justice, installed phone recording devices in the Hart home and notified the phone company to be ready to trace future phone calls. An agent was also placed inside the residence to monitor developments. Later that same night, an employee of Hart's found Brooke's Studebaker abandoned in the hills north of San Jose. The lights were on, but there was no sign of Brooke. On Saturday, November 11th, after nearly 2 days of waiting, the Harts went public and made an appeal through the newspapers. Worn by hours of anxiety but calm, the San Francisco Chronicle reported, Alexander J. Hart today granted his first interview regarding the disappearance of his son. He described Brooke as a fine young man and said he never had any trouble with him. Brooke is of exceptional character, he told reporters. We have been wonderful pals. Why, many times the boy offered to take me to the football games instead of going with young friends. Later that same day, Brooke's wallet was found on the railing of a ship that had been in San Francisco Bay refueling the Lurline, an ocean cruiser headed for Mexico. Speculation grew that Brooke was being held captive on board. Alameda County Police and FBI agents hopped a plane flight to Los Angeles, where the Lurline was due to arrive at its last stop in the States. In L.A., police took a fast skiff 10 miles offshore and met the ship. While several hundred passengers had to stand by, a stem-to-stern search was conducted. Baseball legend Babe Ruth was one of the passengers, on his way to a college football game. After hours of searching every nook and cranny of the huge ocean liner, no trace of Brooke was found. Hunt for Hart fails on liner, no new clues, said the San Francisco Chronicle. The weekend passed with no word about the fate of Brooke Hart. On Monday afternoon, Alex Hart received a letter which was postmarked in Sacramento on November 11th. It was a note from the kidnappers. According to the FBI report, it read, "One more peep to police will be his finish," it said. "You have made one squawk, another will be too bad. We will have $40,000. Put it in a satchel, black. Be ready to take a week's trip on an hour's notice. Get the stewed roadster, have radio installed. When told to go, you will take orders from RPO, a local radio station. You better do as told." On November 15th, after the Harts had received several other false contacts from people who tried to extort money from the family, a second letter from the kidnappers was received. In this long and detailed communication, Alex Hart was ordered to take the $40,000 in cash and drive alone in the Studebaker toward Los Angeles. If he agreed to this arrangement, the numeral 2 was to be written on a large sign and placed in a window in Hart's department store. Alex Hart was willing to comply, but unfortunately, he had never learned how to drive a car. The sign was placed in the window with an additional note. Accordingly, the FBI report said, the numeral 2 was placed in the window, but in view of the fact that Mr. Hart could not drive a car, in large black letters were printed the words, "I cannot drive." By early evening, the kidnappers had gotten the message because at 8 p.m., the phone at the Hart residence rang. It was someone who claimed to be holding Brooke captive. The FBI agent in the home listened in on the call while the phone operator began to relay the caller's location to the police on another line. The FBI report on the phone call recited the conversation. "Is this Mr. Hart?" "Yes," he replied. "Mr. Hart, you had our serial number in the window this afternoon." "Yes, it was there. I can't drive." "Mr. Hart, you get some member of your family and leave PDQ." "I can't drive, and I'm in no physical condition to make a trip." "Mr. Hart, I want your answer," the voice insisted. "Yes or no, will you go?" "I'm willing to deal with you," Hart pleaded, "to do anything in my power to get my boy back, but I'm unable to leave now." The man insisted that the switch had to be made now. Hart would have to find someone to drive the car, but the money had to be paid tonight. While the conversation continued, police were notified that the call was being made from a payphone at a garage on South Market Street in downtown San Jose. Within seconds, a dozen cops, including Santa Clara County Police Chief William J. Emig, were speeding toward the location. In the meantime, Alex Hart stonewalled the man on the phone. "I want to deal with you," he assured the caller. "To be fair, but I can't go. I'm ill. Can't we get somebody that will be satisfactory to you as a go-between?" "Well, who would we get?" the caller asked. "I don't know, somebody you name, or I can name somebody." "Mr. Hart, I've got orders from headquarters." The voice turned angry. "And this is the last time. This is your last chance. That's all I can say. Will you go or not? If you don't go now, it will be just too bad." "No, I won't go. I haven't any assurance that you have the boy. Can't you give me any assurance?" "We have your boy. Will you leave now?" The caller was getting angrier by the minute, but Alex Hart dragged out the conversation as long as he could. "Well, where should I go? When?" he said. "Follow the instructions of that letter this afternoon. Leave for Los Angeles in the car. Your boy will be returned." "How do I know I'll get my boy, or where?" Just then, the police pulled up outside the plaza garage. They saw a man talking on the phone with his back facing them. He never noticed the gang of very excited police officers until they were almost on top of him. As they opened the door to the booth, the caller hung up. When he turned around, he was face to face with Chief Emig. "What's your name?" the chief shouted. "Harold Thurmond," the frightened man replied. Thurmond was taken over to the San Jose jail where he was questioned by police and FBI agents. At first, he denied any involvement in the kidnapping and said he was on the phone with a friend whose name he couldn't remember. Then he changed his story and said he was talking to his mother. But FBI agents would not relent, and soon Thurmond gave in. This subject was thoroughly questioned from 8 o'clock Wednesday night, November 15, 1933, the FBI reports read, until about 2:30 a.m. He finally admitted that he had been mixed up in this scheme to kidnap Brooke Hart and outlined briefly that he and Jack Holmes had kidnapped Hart and driven him up to the San Mateo Bridge where they had bound him up and tossed the victim into the San Francisco Bay. Thurmond gave a detailed description of the crime, and police learned for the first time that Brooke had been killed within an hour after the abduction at the parking garage. As Brooke got into his car, Holmes, armed with a handgun, was already waiting for him by the exit gate. When Brooke slowed for the exit, Holmes jumped in the Studebaker and plunged the gun into the young man's side. "I was parked in Jack Holmes's Chevrolet coach on Market Street," Thurmond told police, "and I saw Jack Holmes drive by in Brooke Hart's Studebaker Roadster, and according to directions, I followed that car." About 10 miles from San Jose, in a town called Milpitas, they pushed Hart into the back of the Chevy and drove to the San Mateo Bridge. "Brooke Hart was ordered out of the car," Thurmond said. "Jack Holmes walked back of the car and hit him over the head with a brick I had obtained in San Jose before we started. Hart hollered, "Help! Help!" But Jack Holmes hit him over the head again with the brick and knocked Brooke Hart unconscious. And then I took some baling wire and bound his arms around his body and his abdomen. Jack Holmes then took hold of the upper part of Brooke Hart's body, and I took hold of him from his knees down, and together we lifted him onto the railing of the San Mateo Bridge and tossed him into the bay. He struggled slightly. Thurman continued on, detailing all the letters and phone calls he and Holmes had made to the Hart family. He also told police that Holmes was staying at the California Hotel right in San Jose, and as far as he knew, Holmes was there right now. FBI agents and police then took Thurman to the hotel. It was nearly 4 a.m. on Thursday morning. The agents had Thurman knock on the door several times. After a minute or two, a voice was heard behind the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, Harold," replied Thurman. Police heard the door being unbolted, and as soon as it opened, they rushed in. Jack Holmes, still in his underwear, was pounded to the floor and taken into custody. Sheriff Emig was concerned about the mood of people in San Jose. The abduction of young Brooke had angered the entire county. The Harts were one of the most respected and well-known families in the area. They employed hundreds of citizens in their business, and just about everyone had met a Hart family member at one time or another. Because of his concern, Sheriff Emig and the FBI took Holmes to San Francisco, where the interrogation continued. At first, Holmes denied being part of the scheme, and said that he had never called the Hart family. But agents soon convinced Holmes that he had to cooperate since the truth was already known. I, John Maurice Holmes, in the presence of Sheriff Emig of Santa Clara County Police, make this statement voluntarily. The FBI report begins. Holmes recited his involvement in the crime and told police how he planned the abduction with Harold Thurman. He said that he observed Brooke on several occasions prior to November 9th and thought it would be better to snatch the young man when he could be found alone. From the very beginning, Holmes said, he could not think of a place to hold Brooke while negotiations went on. "You know, the smart thing is to dump that guy overboard someplace," Holmes said to Thurman before the kidnapping. Later, when they had Brooke on the San Mateo Bridge, Holmes said he knocked the victim to the ground. Then Harold got the wire and started wrapping his feet and hands. I hit him pretty hard. I wanted him to know that we meant business. Harold got the 2 concrete blocks and tied them around his feet, and we tossed him overboard. Holmes's statement added one important detail. He said that after they dumped Brooke into the bay, he managed to free himself from the wire. When they saw the young man thrashing about in the water, yelling for help, they decided to act. Harold took the gun and climbed down on the stringers and fired the cartridges that were in the pistol. Holmes told police that Harold fired several shots at Hart until the noise stopped and all was quiet. Then, Holmes said, he drove home where he met his wife and took her to the local picture show. According to author Harry Farrell, author of Swift Justice, the movie showing that night was Disney's The Three Little Pigs. Soon, the details of Holmes' confession were public. Rumors of additional crimes committed by the suspect soon circulated throughout the county. The next day, a San Jose newspaper published an editorial titled "Human Devils." In it, the suggestion of what should be done with the suspects was made very clear. According to Farrell, the editorial said, "If mob violence could ever be justified, it would be in a case like this, and we believe the general public will agree with us," the editorial said. "If you could have been with the writer who called at the Hart home to offer our sympathy, it would have made you feel like going out and committing a lynching yourself." "Hart boy slain," kidnapper says, said the Washington Times. "Concrete blocks used in Hart murder" was the headline in the Washington News on November 17th. "Let justice be swift," said one San Francisco newspaper. "Seek noose for Hart killers," said another. Everywhere, but especially in the Southern California area, the media offered a nonstop barrage of sensational headlines that kept the public on the edge of their seats. Nowhere were the passions as high as in Santa Clara and Alameda counties. Federal agents continued to question the subjects throughout the night. "The sheriff and his deputy and the chief of police being merely onlookers," said one FBI report of the interrogation. It was later decided that both suspects undergo psychological tests to ascertain their mental state and prepare for a possible insanity defense. Dr. Frederick Prosher, chief pathologist from the county hospital, supervised the exam. But when he tried to interview Thurman in his cell about his actions during the kidnapping, He refused to cooperate. "My brother told me not to talk," he said. "I'd rather not say anything about it." Prisher later issued a report that both men were normal and displayed no signs of mental defects. The prisoners were transported back to San Jose and remanded to the county jail on Market Street. In the meantime, the Hart family was trying to accept the possibility that Brooke was probably dead. They consented to an interview with the San Francisco Chronicle in which Alex Hart talked about his grief. "My boy is gone," he told the press. "Neither words nor actions either can bring him back. Mrs. Hart is well. She is as well as can be expected, but she is confined to her room under the care of physicians and nurses." Miriam and Elise, Brooke's sisters, were taking the news hard and declined to be seen in public. "They are well and very brave," Alex Hart said. "They are a great comfort to us during this difficult period." As he spoke, Hart walked among his flower gardens while the press followed behind him. "Everyone has been so kind," he continued, "and there is not a single member of this family who is not deeply appreciative of the consideration we have received." On November 13th, a police search party turned up a white pillowcase floating in the waters off the Alameda County coastline. The item was brought to Sheriff Emmig's office for further examination. It was known that one of Brooke Hart's close friends, child actor Jackie Coogan, had lost a similar pillowcase while he and Brooke were at a football game. Speculation was that it somehow wound up in Brooke's car and was tossed into the bay by the kidnappers. Coogan was called in to view the item but denied it belonged to him. Word circulated around town that prior to dumping Brooke Hart into the sea, his kidnappers had placed a pillowcase over his head. To the public, it was very much like an execution. Police divers continued their search for Brooke Hart in the murky waters of San Francisco Bay. As they scoured the bottom of the channel near the San Mateo Bridge, other officers used grappling hooks from rowboats to drag the muddy flats for possible remains. Almost 2 weeks had passed since the day of the kidnapping, and if the confessions were reliable, Hart would have been in the water since November 9th. At the lower portion of the bridge, police found evidence that Hart was still alive when he was thrown into the water and may have even tried to climb the steel columns. A ring of broken and clawed barnacles on one of the piles high above the waterline. The San Francisco Chronicle reported, showed where the boy had clung, desperately hurt, in a frantic battle of youth against death, weakened by the loss of blood and possible wounds inflicted by his 2 confessed murderers. His cries lessened as he slipped into the dark waters. Though Hart was a strong swimmer, it was doubtful if he could have held on for long after being hit with a rock and perhaps several gunshots. Divers at the bridge location retrieved a quantity of baling wire and several concrete blocks. Strands of blonde hair were plainly visible on a section of the wire. Police became revitalized by the discovery. Following the tide tables of November 9th and 10, and making an educated guess, they concentrated their search on the western side of the bay and along the rocky shoreline. Investigators knew that in the past, bodies drifted from the bridge area onto the mudflats of the Alameda shore. On the morning of November 26th, 2 Redwood City residents, who were hunting for ducks, noticed a small bundle floating in the water less than 1 mile south of the San Mateo Bridge. When they saw it was a corpse, they pulled it on board and notified the coroner's office in Alameda County. The body was decomposed and severely damaged by crabs and eels. The face and hair had been eaten away, and the hands and feet were destroyed. Dr. Prisher, who performed the post-mortem examination, told the press, "The remains were hardly recognizable. The abdomen had been entirely removed, and practically all of the upper portion of the body was missing. However, the clothes were still mostly intact. There was also a gold clasp inserted into the shirt's collar. The arrow shirt and the pants were the same kind carried by the Hart's department store." One of Hart's closest friends, Charles O'Brien, was summoned to the coroner's office. After careful consideration, he was able to positively identify the remains as that of Brooke Hart. Only a few hours after Brooke Hart was found, someone threw a rock at the front door of the county jail in downtown San Jose. Sensing a wave of rising public anger over the Hart case and the possibility that Thurmond and Holmes may get off with an insanity plea, a San Francisco newspaper published an editorial on November 17th, urging the death penalty to the accused. "Officers of the Department of Justice, FBI, have struck swiftly and decisively," the article said. They have put the fear of the law into the hearts of other criminals, whose warped and degenerate minds may have been planning other similar atrocities. As for the guilty, the facts of the case call for swift punishment. Death. No two men will ever mount the scaffold with less sympathy. Threats of lynching and vigilante justice were everywhere. At Santa Clara University, rumors were rampant that a group of Brooks' friends were planning an assault on the jail. The sheriff's office was aware of the highly emotional state of San Jose's citizens, and knew that there was a strong possibility of violence. The lurid details of the killing had been published in the newspapers ever since November 16th, the day of Holmes's arrest. His statement, that he and Thurmond had tied up Brooke and thrown him into the bay, had inflamed the public. When it was revealed that they also shot at Brooke while he thrashed around in the dark waters, people were livid. In San Jose, the news of the discovery of the body spread like an epidemic. Hundreds of phone calls asking for confirmation were made to the police and local newspapers. Crowds gathered at the sheriff's office where police had moved in large trucks and barricades. The jailhouse doors were locked and secured. Behind them, heavy weapons were handed out to deputies with warnings that a mob was gathering outside. The FBI, however, made an inquiry at the jail and was told there was no immediate threat. According to a memo written a few days earlier by Agent V.W. Hughes to Director Hoover, he was assured that an assault on the county jail was not imminent. Mr. Vetterli stated that contrary to the newspaper observation, there was no crowd outside. There was no indication or evidence of any possible violence. But by Friday night, November 26th, the mood had changed. The outrage over the killing of Brooke Hart was brewing like a hurricane in Santa Clara County. By 6 p.m. on November 26th, hundreds of men had gathered by the county jail in San Jose. They milled around the entrance and out back of the building on First Street. A few burning torches were lit and placed in trash barrels along Market Street, and the sound of angry voices was heard on every city corner. Rumors of an insanity verdict were very strong, and the possibility that the suspects would somehow escape justice incited the restless crowd. Every few minutes someone would throw a bottle or a rock at the entrance to the jail. Inside, Sheriff Emig had reinforced the doors that led outside by bracing wooden 2x4s against its handles. Police turned off the inside lights on the first floor so as not to give a clear target. "Give them to us," one man yelled. Sheriff Emig watched the men from the jail window. As soon as the crowd saw him, they reacted. "Give them up, Sheriff," another demanded. "We'll take care of them." More people began to assemble along Market Street and around the corner in front of the Hall of Records. Several cars were parked at St. John's Street and St. James Street, blocking access for regular traffic. Nervous deputies waited anxiously behind the iron doors of the jail. Through the bars on the windows, they saw familiar faces of neighbors and friends in the mob. Inside their cells, Thurmond and Holmes paced back and forth like caged animals. "It doesn't look good," Holmes said to one of the deputies. At about 8 p.m., one of the trapped deputies, apparently acting on his own, fired a tear gas shell into the crowd on Market Street. Hundreds of people scattered and ran into the adjoining alleys, but the mob became enraged. They threw rocks and bricks into the windows of the jailhouse, shattering glass and debris all over the sidewalk. They began to strip tiles off the nearby post office building and toss them at the parked police cars. Police fired an additional volley of tear gas into the alley below, sending people running for cover. Across the street, over 1,000 citizens had gathered in St. James Park. More could be seen headed toward the park, where torches were ignited and shouts of defiance could be heard. "Turn them over! Hang the bastards!" they yelled. By 9 p.m., the mob had grown to over 5,000, most of whom milled around St. James Park making noise, lighting fires, and on occasion tossing pieces of iron pipe, bottles, and bricks toward the jail. Telephone wires had been destroyed, so police had no way to call for reinforcements. Sheriff Emig ordered his men to take all weapons and hide them on the 3rd floor. If the mob succeeded in getting inside the jail, he did not want more bloodshed. "We had enough guns to kill 1,000 people, the sheriff later told the local press, but we didn't want to do it. At about 10 p.m., a messenger brought news to the sheriff that they were coming into the jail at 11 and that police should not interfere. By 11 p.m., the temper of the mob was near hysteria. Sheriff Emig knew that he and his few deputies stood virtually no chance of repelling an assault. He ordered his men to do what they could but not to use any firearms. Wooden barricades that were placed in front of the building were broken down and thrown at the jail. In the alleyway facing the courthouse, another hostile crowd had gathered. They tossed an assortment of debris at the side windows where police ducked for cover under desks and in closets. Directly opposite the jail, where a post office was under construction, dozens of angry men tore down a length of heavy steel pipe. Using it as a battering ram, the men pounded on the front doors of the jail. "Let's go, boys," one man shouted. "Turn them over to the sheriff." Within minutes, a second gang of about 20 men grabbed another length of 8-inch pipe and used it as a second ram. Upstairs, police fired a round of tear gas, which sent some of the crowd away, but could not stop the assault on the front doors. In less than 5 minutes, the old steel doors caved in and crashed to the floor. Hundreds rushed into the jail. One local youth, Anthony Cataldi, 17, later told reporters, "I was the first one of the gang to break into the jail." Vicious fights broke out between the hopelessly outnumbered cops and the furious mob. Sheriff Emig was trampled to the floor and suffered a skull fracture. The other deputies were quickly overcome and tossed aside. In one solid mass, the excited horde charged up to the second floor, where Thurmond and Holmes cowered in their cells, paralyzed with fear. The jailkeeper was knocked unconscious, and his keys were ripped from his leather belt. The frenzied men quickly located the prisoners and dragged them from their cells, kicking and screaming. Holmes was a big man, over 6 feet tall and in good shape. He put up a vicious fight, knocking several of the assailants to the ground. With wild whoops, which drew thousands of onlookers homeward bound from nearby theaters, the mob raced with their prisoners to St. James Park, is how one newspaper described the scene. At first, they grabbed the wrong prisoner, leaving Thurmond in his cell. The man screamed for his life that he was not one of Hart's killers. When they realized their mistake, the mob threw him down the steps of the jail and returned to get Thurmond. Their cries for mercy were lost in the angry roar of the crowd, said the Chronicle the next day. Though he tried to fight, Thurmond was beaten senseless and apparently not aware of anything after he was taken from the cell. In the meantime, the throng at St. James Park had grown to thousands of people. Some estimates put the size at over 10,000 citizens. Burning torches lit up the grounds as Thurmond and Holmes were dragged feet first into the park. People kicked the prisoners, hit them with tree branches, and threw bricks at the helpless men as they passed by. "How do you like it?" they yelled. "Murderers! Killers!" they screamed. The more Holmes fought, the more the crowd retaliated against him. He managed to knock several of his tormentors to the ground, but suffered terrible injuries along the way. By then, the mob was in a fury. They dragged the prisoners to the northern corner of the park. A youth quickly scurried up a tall elm tree with a length of rope and tossed it over a large branch about 20 feet from the ground. "I went out to my father's ranch and got some rope for the hanging," he later told reporters. The other end was fastened into a noose and pulled over Holmes' head. He managed to get it off his neck, but several men quickly beat him into submission. A few yards away, a noose was placed around Thurmond's neck without a problem. He had never regained consciousness since he was taken from his cell. Then several men hoisted Thurmond up 10 feet off the ground. Meanwhile, Holmes continued to resist until the mob broke both his arms. Then he was stripped naked and the rope firmly knotted around his neck. He was lifted up while he kicked frantically into the air. Thousands cheered when they saw the kidnappers hanging from the tree limbs. Some applauded. Illuminated by car headlights and dozens of flashlights, the two men dangled from the trees. A few women fainted. Some of the lynchers held burning matches under Holmes's feet while others shouted their approval. A sock caught fire and burned for several minutes as spectators yelled, "Burn! Burn!" Motorists who were passing by were drawn to the scene by the yelling and cheering. They parked their cars along First Street and wandered in to investigate the commotion. At the height of the lynching, over 10,000 people were inside St. James Park. Only a few brave souls had tried to stop it. The New York Times later reported, police and officers who had been on guard kept carefully away from the park, watching the action of the mob from the opposite side of the wide street. Press people from the local newspapers snapped dozens of photographs and easily recognized many of their neighbors. For hours afterward, people roamed through the park and children played nearby while the naked bodies of Thurmond and Holmes swayed in the gentle night breeze. A telegram sent by an FBI agent to Washington, D.C. on November 27th reported the events at St. James Park to the Home Office. It read, Hart kidnapping subjects Thurmond and Holmes under state custody in San Jose were taken by the mob and lynched midnight tonight. The front page of the New York Times on November 27, 1933 read, Batter down jail door. Leaders at San Jose seize 2 kidnappers, string them to trees. The Washington Post said, Here is the story of 5,000 persons who went mad. Only an army could have stopped Double Hang. Across the nation, newspapers reported on the lynching in San Jose, calling the mob crazy, bloodthirsty, and savage. Many reflected on how such a thing could happen in a quiet, civilized town like San Jose. Oakland's Post-Inquirer called it vigilante justice for Brooke Hart slayers, while the Washington News said, lynchings inspire fear of God. In San Jose, most people were satisfied that the kidnappers got what was coming to them, though not all agreed with the method used. St. James Park was a shambles, and curiosity seekers still roamed about, looking for souvenirs from the lynching. Many people cut off pieces of the trees where Thurmond and Holmes met their end. City employees were forced to construct wooden boxes around the trees to prevent them from being cut to pieces. It was an outburst characterized by hysteria and ribaldry, said the New York Times, with a frenzied rush for souvenirs after the naked bodies of the slayers were cut down. Dozens of heavily armed police patrolled around the park while authorities surveyed the damage to the jailhouse. Sheriff William Enig and his deputy suffered concussions and were still in the hospital. The bodies of Thurmond and Holmes lay at the county morgue, ironically, alongside Brooke Hart. They remained there, together in death, until late that morning when the Hart family had Brooke removed to a funeral home. In the meantime, telegrams of praise poured into San Jose and the governor's office. Congratulations, said one. I am happy in the knowledge that the people of San Jose have expressed their revolt against crooked attorneys and too lenient parole board by killing the fiendish murderers of Brooke Hart. Another said, Congratulations. The grand jury should meet and adjourn. Case closed. A telegram from Kansas City said, Lynching is a sincere demand for law enforcement. I congratulate the people of California for their noble example in dealing with criminals. The chief of the State Bureau of Investigation said to the press, It is to be regretted but necessary that the people took the law into their own hands, but they serve notice on gangsters that there is no place for them in California. But nowhere was the support for vigilante justice more blatant and more enthusiastic than in the governor's office. The day after the lynching, Governor James Rolfe expressed his approval of the double murder at St. James Park. If anyone is arrested for this good job, I'll pardon them all. The aroused people of that fine city of San Jose were so enraged. It was only natural that, peaceful and law-abiding as they are, they should rise and offer swift justice to these 2 murderers and kidnappers. Rolfe said that he would like to release all the kidnappers and murderers in San Quentin and Folsom prisons and deliver them to the patriotic San Jose citizens who know how to handle such a situation. On November 28th, the Chronicle reported that Governor Rolfe had actually inquired at San Quentin to ask how many kidnappers were currently being held inside the prison. In the months after the murders of Harold Thurmond and Jack Holmes, accusations of who was responsible for the violence at St. James Park flew back and forth. Some people wanted to blame the sheriff's office for not taking adequate precautions against the mob when he knew that there was a strong possibility of violence. Sheriff Emig denied it, and the coroner's inquest agreed. The jury said Sheriff Emig used his best judgment in handling the situation to avoid a lynching of the prisoners. Others wanted to blame the Department of Justice, whose agents were the lead investigators on the case. But ever since November 27th, the FBI was careful to point out that at the time of the siege, the prisoners were in the state's custody. In an official Department of Justice synopsis of the case, which is dated February 27, 1934, reports emphasize the responsibility rests with the state of California. It is to be noted that at the time this lynching occurred, both Holmes and Thurmond were completely in the custody of state officials. Eventually, 7 men, including Anthony Cataldi, were arrested on various charges connected to the killings. District Attorney Earl Warren, later to become Chief Justice of the U.S. Supreme Court, led the effort to prosecute the suspects. In the months after Governor Rolfe professed his support for mob violence, he received strong criticisms from many different fronts. He was frequently called Governor Lynch, and newspapers across the nation vilified his comments on the murders. The National War Veterans expelled him from their executive board, and numerous public officials called for his impeachment. However, Governor Rolfe was never able to make good on his promise to pardon the lynchers. In June 1934, barely 8 months after the killings, Rolfe died in Santa Clara County of a heart attack, the result, some said, of the stress brought on by the San Jose case. The repercussions of San Jose justice extended overseas as well. But perhaps none were so telling as comments made by the Nazi Party, who in 1933 was just beginning their satanic rise to power in Germany. In their national magazine, published in 1934, the Nazis published photographs of the lynchings in St. James Park and used the killings as examples of the decadence of American life. In 1936, Metro-Goldwyn-Mayer released Fury starring Spencer Tracy, Sylvia Sidney, and Walter Brennan. Written and directed by Fritz Lang, who had barely escaped with his life from Nazi Germany. The script was based on the terrible events at San Jose 3 years earlier. Its harrowing depiction of lynch mobs was unforgettable and strongly reminiscent of those at St. James Park. The comparison did not escape the notice of American audiences. The film received an Oscar nomination for Best Story. Though many thousands witnessed the events of November 26, 1933 in San Jose, no one was ever convicted of any crime related to the lynchings of Thurmond and Holmes.
It was an urge, a strong urge, and the longer I let it go, the stronger it got, to where I was taking risks to go out and kill people. Risks that normally, according to my little rules of operation, I wouldn't take because they could lead to arrest.
Where does this urge come from, and why is so powerful? If we all experience this urge, would we be able to resist? Is it genetic, hormonal, biological, or cultural conditioning? Do serial killers have any control over their desires? We all experience rage and inappropriate sexual instincts, yet we have some sort of internal cage that keeps our inner monsters locked up. Call it morality or social programming. These internal blockades have long since been trampled down in the psychopathic killer. Not only have they let loose the monster within, they are virtual slaves to its beastly appetites. What sets them apart? Serial killers have tested out a number of excuses for their behavior. Henry Lee Lucas blamed his upbringing. Others like Jeffrey Dahmer say that they were born with a part of them missing. Ted Bundy claimed pornography made him do it. Herbert Mullen, Santa Cruz killer of 13, blamed the voices in his head that told him it was time to sing the die song. The ruthless Carl Panzram swore that prison turned him into a monster, while Bobby Joe Long said a motorcycle accident made him hypersexual and eventually a serial lust killer. The most psychopathic, like John Wayne Gacy, turned the blame around and boasted that the victims deserved to die. They must be insane. What normal person could slaughter another human for the sheer pleasure of it? Yet the most chilling fact about serial killers is that they are rational and calculating. As the British Jeffrey Dahmer Dennis Nilsson put it, a mind can be evil without being abnormal. Before we look at who they are, we must first describe what they are. The FBI defines serial murder as the unlawful killing of 2 or more victims by the same offender in separate events. The killer is usually a stranger to the victim. The murders appear unconnected or random. The murders reflect a need to sadistically dominate the victim. The murder is rarely for profit. The motive is psychological, not material. The victim may have symbolic value for the killer. The method of killing may reveal this meaning. Killers often choose victims who are vulnerable, prostitutes, runaways, and so on. Statistically, the average serial killer is a white male from a lower to middle class background, usually in his 20s or 30s. That's because the study was done in the U.S., and the majority of people living in the U.S. are white. Many were physically or emotionally abused by their parents. Some were adopted. As children, fledgling serial killers often set fires, torture animals, and wet their beds. These red flag behaviors were previously known as the triad of symptoms. These flags were debunked, but some experts still believe they are valid to some extent. Brain injuries are common. Some are very intelligent and have shown great promise as successful professionals. They are also fascinated with the police and authority in general. They have either attempted to become police themselves, but were rejected, worked as security guards, or served in the military. Many, including John Gacy, the Hillside Stranglers, and Ted Bundy, have disguised themselves as law enforcement officials to gain access to their victims. We think we can spot lunacy, that a maniac with uncontrollable urges to kill will be unable to contain himself. On the bus, in the street, it is the mentally ill we avoid, sidestepping the disheveled, unshaven man who rants on over some private outrage. Yet if you intend to avoid the path of a serial killer, your best strategy is to sidestep the charming, the impeccably dressed, polite individuals. They blend in, camouflaged in contemporary anonymity. They lurk in churches and malls and prowl the freeways and streets. Dress him in a suit and he looks like 10 other men, said one attorney in describing Dahmer. Like all evolved predators, they know how to stalk their victims by gaining their trust. Serial killers don't wear their hearts on their sleeves. Instead, they hide behind a carefully constructed facade of normalcy. Because of their psychopathic nature, serial killers do not know how to feel sympathy for others, or even how to have relationships. Instead, they learn to simulate normal behavior by observing others. It is all a manipulative act, designed to entice people into their trap. Serial killers are actors with a natural penchant for performance. Henry Lee Lucas described being a serial killer as being like a movie star. You're just playing the part. The macabre Gacy loved to dress up as a clown, while the Zodiac suited up in a bizarre executioner's costume that looked like something out of Alice in Wonderland. In court, Bundy told the judge, "I'm disguised as an attorney today." Bundy had previously disguised himself as a compassionate rape crisis center counselor. The most coveted role of roaming psychopaths is a position of authority. Gacy was an active, outgoing figure in business and society. He even became a member of the JCs. Many joined the military, including Berkowitz, who was intensely patriotic for a time. Playing police officer, however, is the most predictable. Carrying badges and driving cop-like vehicles not only feeds their need to feel important, but also allows them access to victims who would otherwise trust their instincts and not talk to strangers. Yet, when they are caught, serial killers will suddenly assume a mask of insanity, pretending to be a multiple personality, schizophrenic or prone to blackouts. Anything to evade responsibility. Even when they pretend to truly reveal themselves, they are still locked into playing a role. What nameless dread lies behind the psychopath's mask? What's one less person on the face of the earth anyway? Ted Bundy's chilling rationalization demonstrates how serial killers truly think. Bundy could never understand why people couldn't accept the fact that he killed because he wanted to kill. Just as these killers rip open their victims to see how they run, as Ed Kemper put it, forensic psychiatrists and FBI agents have tried to get inside the killer's mind. Traditional explanations include childhood abuse, genetics, chemical imbalances, brain injuries, exposure to traumatic events, and perceived societal injustices. The frightening implication is that a huge population has been exposed to one or more of these traumas. Is there some sort of lethal concoction that sets serial killers apart from the rest of the population? We believe that we have control over our impulses. No matter how angry we get, there is something that stops us from taking our aggressions out on others. Do serial killers lack a moral safety latch? Or are they being controlled by something unfathomable? I wished I could stop, but I could not. I had no other thrill or happiness, said Dennis Nilsson, who wondered if he was truly evil. Serial killers are undeniably sick, and their numbers seem to be growing. Are we in the midst of a serial killer epidemic? If this is a disease, what is the cure? Is it our modern times that create them, or have they been in operation before we classified them as a phenomenon? Although the term serial killer was coined in 1971, early fables of human monsters reveals that there has always been danger in straying too far or in accepting the help of strangers. The carnivorous characters in Grimm's fairy tales become vivid metaphors for human bloodlust. Gruesome stories of Bluebeards and their bloody chambers, big bad wolves, trolls under the bridge, and witches in the forest, all of whom make meals out of unsuspecting innocents, remind us of our contemporary monsters. These cautionary tales may represent an early pre-psychological way of understanding the sadistic side of human nature. Lycanthropy, a combination of the Greek words wolf and man, was another early concept created to describe the horror of senseless sexual murder. In the A to Z Encyclopedia of Serial Killers, Harold Schechter and David Everett describe the lycanthropic madmen as sexual predators who terrorized the 16th century peasant villages, so much that the authorities regarded it as one of the most pressing social problems of the day. Among the most notorious of these medieval wolfmen were Gilles Garnier of France and the German Peter Stube, both of whom attacked children, ripping them apart and cannibalizing them. Stube even went so far as to savagely mutilate his own son, gnawing at his brain. The Wolfmen myth is still popular today. We still hear how a full moon can bring out the crazies. Albert Fish, the notorious cannibal killer of children, was called the Werewolf of Wisteria and enjoyed dancing naked in the full moon. Other lunar lunatics include Ed Gein, who also frolicked in the moonlight, dressed in his mother's suit made from the skin of women. Unlike Gein, Bobby Joe Long did not appreciate being adorned in female body parts. At puberty, he had his abnormally enlarged breasts surgically removed. Even after the operation, Long claimed to be affected by the moon's cycles through his own bizarre menstrual cycle. The 19th century gave rise to another chilling predecessor to the serial killer's persona, Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. Robert Louis Stevenson created a literary man-slash-monster who embodied the divided self, appearing civilized and rational on the outside, while inside a wretched brute struggled to break loose. One of the most intriguing peculiarities of serial killers is their benign Dr. Jekyll appearance. They look and behave like every man or any man, abnormally normal. If they come across as potentially dangerous in any way, they will neutralize it in their behavior. The imposing 6'9" Edmund Kemper cultivated a gentle giant routine, which helped him to lure female hitchhikers into his car. The charming Ted Bundy wore a cast, looking meekly pathetic, and asked for help. The young women who gave him a hand must have thought of it as a random act of kindness. What resulted was a senseless act of murder. The notorious Gacy entertained hospitalized children in his Pogo the Clown costume. "You know, clowns get away with murder," he once said. Gacy used rope tricks from his performance to strangle unsuspecting young men, who thought the worst they would have to endure would be some hokey entertainment. With many serial killers, the hidden hide comes out only after the victim is lulled into complacency. As a man obsessed with recreating a human being from dead body parts, Mary Shelley's Dr. Frankenstein was seeking the same ultimate power of creation as God himself. While Dr. Frankenstein attempted to compose a man, our modern-day Dr. Frankensteins are more gifted in the decomposing arts. Jeffrey Dahmer and Dennis Nilsson both tried to create companionship in corpses. Dahmer operated on his victims, hoping for his own love zombie who would never stray. In his own attempts to create the perfect companion, Nilsson said, "I think that in some cases I killed these men in order to create the best image of them. It was not really a bad, but a perfect and peaceful state for them to be in," as if he were doing them a favor. "I remember being thrilled that I had full control and ownership of this beautiful body," he mused. Many believe that Ed Gein was attempting to reconstruct his mother by stealing body parts from a nearby cemetery. And of course, one of the most popular monster monikers for serial killers is vampire. In Gothic drama, vampires represented the repressed sexuality of straight-laced Victorian society, creatures of the night driven by beastly desires. The vampire motif is so frequent that we see localized vampires. The vampire of Dusseldorf, Peter Curtin. The vampire of Hanover, Fritz Harman. The vampire of Sacramento, Richard Chase. Curtin claimed that his chief satisfaction in killing was to catch the blood spurting from a victim's wounds in his mouth and swallow it. Another deeply demented vampire killer, John Hay, claimed that disturbing dreams created his unquenchable thirst for human blood. "I saw before me a forest of crucifixes, which gradually turned into trees. Suddenly the whole forest began to writhe, and the trees, stark and erect, to ooze blood. A man went to each tree catching the blood. "Drink," he said. Baron Gilles de Rais, this 15th-century French aristocrat, murdered hundreds of peasant children. Gilles blithely declared that torturing the innocent was entirely for my own pleasure and physical delight, and for no other intention or end. Gilles was unbelievably bold in gathering victims. He would send servants out to round up children and haul them back to his castle, as if he were collecting his rightful harvest from the peasant population. Why would a military hero and companion to Joan of Arc torture children? Gilles' excuse is precociously modern. He blamed his parents. They didn't physically abuse him, however. The monstrous aristocrat whined that he was the hapless victim of their amoral attitudes. While lax parenting doesn't sound like a familiar prerequisite for today's serial killer, it was an arch offense by medieval standards. One had to be a diligent guard against the devil's cunning ways. As a child, Gilles said evil descended when I was left uncontrolled to do whatever I pleased and to take pleasure in illicit acts. Was Gilles de Rais the sole sadistic multiple murderer of his era? Or were there others who used more discretion, choosing victims who were less likely to be missed? It is impossible to say. Some, like Eliot Leighton, argue that the curious phenomenon of the murder of strangers is extremely rare in so-called primitive societies, and that it is primarily in modern, industrializing societies that stranger murder becomes a major homicidal theme. We can only speculate. It can be said, however, that the major archetype of the serial sex slayer emerged in the grimy, gaslit streets of industrialized 19th-century London. Jack the Ripper's infamous Whitechapel murders baffled the police and terrorized London. As the first sensationalized serial killer, the Ripper became the prototype of the lust murderer. The mystery of his identity paralleled the mystery of his motive. Nothing like this was seen before. Why would anyone go lurking in the dead of night, eviscerating poverty-stricken prostitutes? Clearly the Ripper was insane, thought the police. They explored the insane asylums looking for a raving, woman-hating madman. Crazed immigrants, lunatic butchers, and even syphilis-ridden royalty were suspected. Most believed Jack the Ripper had to be an immigrant. Americans were a favorite suspicion, because no Englishman would commit such horrid crimes. The Ripper's blade work had some speculating he was a deranged doctor. In any case, as the insane asylums were searched and suspicious whispers echoed in respectable bourgeois homes, it became clear that the Ripper could be anyone. The uncivilized monster behind Victorian society's prim veneer had acted out in the ugliest of deeds. In the 19th century, civilization stopped looking to the devil as the sole force behind violent, sadistic behavior. Instead, scientists and writers began searching for the beast within. As Fred Botting points out, the inhuman was now seen as inhuman. Darwin's theories on evolution bridge the gap between beasts and man. How far are we from our grunting, rock-throwing, ape-like ancestors? Not very far at all, according to 19th century criminologists Cesare Lombroso and Max Nordau, who believed that violent men had primitive faces with heavy jaws and low foreheads. By measuring the foreheads of Italian criminals, Lombroso believed he could target the violent criminal. Although Lombroso and his measuring tape have long since been discredited, the concept of lingering animalistic brutality is still popular today. As we move forward, becoming more technologically advanced, there is something that refuses to budge, some primitive holdout of the darkest recesses of our psyche. Is it the caveman within, as some contemporary paleopsychologists say, the vestigial beast that got us through the survival of the fittest when we needed it? But now that we live in a civilized society, it is no longer needed. Franz Josef Gall promoted phrenology. By feeling the bumps on a person's head, Gall believed that he could predict their character and level of intelligence. Physiognomy, developed by Johann Caspar Lavatar, claimed to read a person's character in their facial features. These theories were all the rage when Herman Mudgett, aka H.H. Holmes, stood trial for running a deadly boarding house that put the Bates Motel to shame. In Depraved, Harold Schechter describes how the public, eager to know why Holmes was such a fiend, flocked to see maps of the killer's head shape as if a certain pattern in the bumps of his skull would spell out murderer. Holmes himself described his own evil metamorphosis. My features are assuming a pronounced satanical cast. My head and face are gradually assuming an elongated shape. I believe fully that I am growing to resemble the devil, that the similitude is almost completed. In fact, so impressed am I with this belief, that I am convinced that I no longer have anything human in me. This devil-made-me-do-it routine was a transparent attempt to avoid the hangman's noose. This devil was eventually hanged for his misdeeds. I have several children who I'm turning into killers. Wait till they grow up. Message scrawled on David Berkowitz's apartment wall, with an arrow pointing to a hole in it. Are some children just born bad? Some serial killers are precociously demented, fascinated by sadistic violence at a very early age. As a child, Ed Kemper was already beheading his sister's dolls playing execution games, and once told his sister that he wanted to kiss his second-grade teacher, but if I kiss her, I would have to kill her first. One of the first places our society looks to for an explanation is the serial killer's upbringing. So many of us wanted to believe that something had traumatized little Jeffrey Dahmer. Otherwise, we must believe that some people simply give birth to monsters. Ann Schwartz has written. In some cases, the abuse of children by their parents is barbaric, and it seems little wonder that anything but a fledgling serial killer would come from such horrible squalor. As a child, the Boston Strangler Albert DeSalvo was actually sold off as a slave by his alcoholic dad. Many sadistic murderers portray their childhood as an endless chain of horrifying sexual abuse, torture, and mayhem. Some stories of torture may be exaggerated for sympathy. It is always to the killer's advantage to concoct wicked parents as an excuse, but some have been corroborated by witnesses. Even families that appear healthy on the outside may be putting on an act. Children can learn the Jekyll and Hyde routine from parents who are outgoing and social with neighbors and co-workers, but who scowl at their kids' inadequacies when they get home. As we examine childhood abuse as a possible key to the serial killer's behavior, we must remember that many children have suffered horrible abuse at the hands of their parents, but did not grow up to be lust murderers. Childhood abuse is not a direct link to a future in crime. And while many girls are victimized as children, very few grow up to be sadistically violent toward strangers. Childhood abuse may not be the sole excuse for serial killers, but it is an undeniable factor in many of their backgrounds. In his book Serial Killers, Joel Norris describes the cycles of violence as generational. Parents who abuse their children, physically as well as psychologically, instill in them an almost instinctive reliance upon violence as a first resort to any challenge. Childhood abuse not only spawns violent reactions, Norris writes, but also affects the child's health, including brain injuries, malnutrition, and other developmental disorders. Some parents believe that by being harsh disciplinarians, it would toughen the child. Instead, it often creates a lack of love between parent and child that can have disastrous results. If the child doesn't bond with its primary caretakers, there is no foundation for trusting others later in life. This can lead to isolation, where intense, violent fantasies become the primary source of gratification. Instead of developing positive traits of trust, security, and autonomy, child development becomes dependent on fantasy life and its dominant themes, rather than on social interaction, writes Robert Ressler, Ann Burgess, and John Douglas in Sexual Homicide, Patterns and Motives. When the child grows up, according to these authors, all they know are their fantasies of domination and control. They have not developed compassion for others. Instead, humans become flattened-out symbols for them to enact their violent fantasies. In looking to the parents for explanations, we see both horrifying mothers and fathers. The blame usually falls on the mother, who has been described as too domineering or too distant, too sexually active, or too repressed. Perhaps the mother is blamed more because the father has often disappeared, therefore unaccountable. When the father is implicated, it is usually for sadistic disciplinarian tactics, alcoholic rants, and overt anger toward women. It all seems to begin or end with mother. Henry Lee Lucas launched his murderous career by killing his mom. Ed Kemper ended his by killing his mother. Even the Shakespearean multiple murderer Hamlet had an unnatural obsession with his mother's sexuality. Serial murderers are frequently found to have unusual or unnatural relationships with their mothers. In our culture, the imposing image of mother looms large in our collective psyches, and some writers easily accept that these killers are lashing out at maternal tyranny. If these murderers are still dominated by mother, Hitchcock's Norman Bates is the archetype, then it is easy to dismiss them as mama's boys who never fully matured. Perhaps we find comfort in this cliché. The mother is a ready-made excuse, particularly in our contemporary era of obsessive parenting. Yet, as we look at some of the techniques of the serial killer's mothers, we are inclined to see a deadly link between the womb and the tomb. In an effort to keep their children chaste, some mothers have linked sexuality with death. Ed Gein's religiously fanatical, notorious mother convinced her son that women were vessels of sin and caused disease. In some sort of twisted misinterpretation, Gein made literal vessels out of women, using their skulls for bowls and other domestic objects. Ed's body may have escaped from sexual disease, but his mind was clearly contaminated. Joseph Callinger was adopted by sadistic Catholic parents, and after a hernia operation at age 6, his mother told him that the surgery was to keep his penis from growing. Callinger never questioned her, and as an adult believed it had been stunted. A strict disciplinarian, Callinger's mother forced him to hold his open hand over a flame, beating him if he cried. Callinger later grew up taking extreme pleasure in torturing others and became a sadistic parent himself. After taking an insurance policy out on his 13-year-old son Joey, he slowly drowned him, deaf to his own son's pleas for mercy. "I certainly wanted for my mother a nice, quiet, easy death like everyone else wants," said Ed Kemper. His idea of an easy death is markedly unusual. After beheading his mom, he shoved her vocal cords down the garbage disposal, raped her headless body, and, by some accounts, placed her head on the living room mantel and used it as a dartboard. Admittedly, Kemper's mom was a shrill, tyrannical nag who locked her young son in the basement when he grew too large and frightened his sisters. As an adult, Kemper and his mother fought constantly, yet he chose to live with her. Why not just move away and don't take her calls? Hillside Strangler. Kenneth Bianchi's adoptive mother was pathologically overprotective. When Ken wet his pants, she took him to the doctor to have his genitals examined. One protective agency wrote that Bianchi's mother was deeply disturbed, socially ambitious, dissatisfied, unsure, opinionated, and overly protective, had smothered this adopted son in medical attention and maternal concern from the moment of adoption. As a child, Bianchi was very dependent on his mother, yet harbored a deadly hostility beneath the surface. Some serial killers had their sexually uninhibited mothers to blame. These mothers overstepped the boundaries, exposing their children to inappropriate sexual behavior. Bobby Joe Long killed women he characterized as prostitutes and tramps, who he said reminded him of his own mom. She had frequent sex, according to him, with men in the same room where Bobby slept. According to Long, he shared his bed with his mother until he was 13 years old. Charles Manson's prostitute mother, Kathy Maddox, indifferently declared his name as No Name Maddox on his birth certificate. She hoisted him off on relatives, and in one story, famous but probably untrue, she traded the infant Charlie for a pitcher of beer. When he was sent to live with his aunt, his uncle told him he was a sissy and punished him by sending him to school dressed as a girl. Henry Lee Lucas also suffered gender confusion as a child, courtesy of his mother's sadism. She was a heavy drinker and bootlegger. For unknown reasons, she dressed him as a girl until he was 7. "I lived as a girl. I was dressed as a girl. I had long hair as a girl. I wore girls' clothes." She senselessly beat him after he had his hair cut because his teacher complained. At one point, his mom struck him on the back of his head with a wooden beam, fracturing his skull. Lucas was also apparently exposed to his mother's sexual activities. He killed his mother in 1951. It is usually the sadistically disciplinarian father that pops up in the serial killer's family tree. John Gacy's dad berated his son, calling him a sissy, queer, and a failure. A violent alcoholic, Gacy's father beat his mother and shot his son's beloved dog to punish young John. When Gacy later strangled his young victims, he encouraged them to stay brave while facing death. Through this ritual, Gacy sought to reassert his own vision of a masculine identity that had been squashed down by his father. Albert DeSalvo's father would bring home prostitutes and brutally beat his mother, breaking her fingers one by one as young Albert helplessly watched. The elder DeSalvo sold his children off as slaves to a farmer in Maine, while his mother went frantically searching for them for 6 months. The story has been confirmed by family friends and social workers. "Pa was a plumber," said DeSalvo. "He smashed me once across the back with a pipe. I didn't move fast enough." Not all serial killers were beaten or abused as children. Jeffrey Dahmer had an apparently normal upbringing, yet grew up to be one of the most notorious sex murderers in popular culture. In his book, A Father's Story, Lionel Dahmer searches for answers to his own son's deviance. Lionel, who describes himself as an analytical thinker, believes that Jeffrey's mother's hysteria and psychosomatic illnesses during pregnancy might be responsible. He describes Joyce as going through a difficult pregnancy, constantly vomiting, as if her body was being sickened by what was germinating, an early biological rejection by mother. While pregnant with Jeff, Joyce developed strange fits of rigidity. At times, her legs would lock tightly in place, and her whole body would grow rigid and begin to tremble. Her jaw would jerk to the right and take on a similarly frightening rigidity. During these strange seizures, her eyes would bulge like a frightened animal, and she would begin to salivate, literally frothing at the mouth. As Lionel describes it, it's as if a corpse was giving birth. Father Lionel remains detached and analytical while Mother Joyce is in the midst of biological warfare, fighting hormones with drugs. Lionel asks, ominously, "Why was she so upset all the time? What was it that she found so dreadful?" We know why. It's called a neuromuscular disorder, and it's not as uncommon as Lionel thought. But hey, it's better than having to explain why your son was an alcoholic at the age of 14. It can't be bad parenting. It definitely started in the womb. Then, at the end of the long trial, my son was born. Lionel's first sight of his son is in a plastic container, which is how the victims of apartment 213 will later be removed. The bloody chamber of Jeff's apartment, according to Lionel, had its origins in Joyce's drugged womb. While Lionel implicates Joyce as the biological contaminant in Jeffrey's sickness, he admits to his own destructive inclinations, which may have been passed on to their son. Lionel was fascinated by fire and made bombs as a child. "A dark pathway had been dug into my brain," he writes. "Little Jeffrey is transfixed by the pile of bones, which only seems macabre after the adult Jeffrey's deadly deeds." At the time, Lionel saw it as a normal curiosity. At age 4, Jeffrey had a double hernia and had to have surgery. So much pain, I learned later, that he had asked Joyce if the doctors had cut off his penis. Lionel thinks this quasi-castrating surgery affected his son. "In Jeff, this flattening began to take on a sense of something permanent," he wrote. "This strange and subtle inner darkening began to appear almost physically. His hair, which had once been so light, grew steadily darker, along with the deeper shading of his eyes. More than anything, he seemed to grow more inward, sitting quietly for long periods, hardly stirring, his face oddly motionless." Both father and son found solace in controlling biological experiments. "In the lab, I found a wonderful comfort and assurance in knowing the properties of things and how they could be manipulated in predictable patterns. It provided a great relief from the chaos I found at home." Jeff became shy and fearful of others, just as his dad had been. "It was as if some element of my character yearned for complete predictability, for rigid structure," said Lionel. "I simply didn't know how things worked with other people." Lionel recognized that Jeffrey was so intimidated by their presence that in order for him to have contact with them, they needed to be dead. Lionel sees a terrible vacancy in his own son's eyes and wonders, "Am I like that?" and sees his son as a deeper, darker shadow of himself. He remembers that at the age of 13 he wanted to hypnotize and cast a spell over a girl, so I could control her entirely. At what point does an innocent fantasy warp into a deadly fascination? Can we control the inner life of our children? Lionel warns that some of us are doomed to pass a curse instead. The frightening conclusion of Lionel Dahmer's cautionary tale is that we can be blind to our own destructive tendencies and may innocently pass them on. Fatherhood remains at last a grave enigma, and when I contemplate that my other son may one day be a father, I can only say to him as I must to every father after me, take care. Adoption as a potential contribution to the serial killer's motivation is fascinating because it creates two questions. The first one is that the biological parents may have left their child with deviant genes. We will look into the genetics of serial killers shortly. Finding out that one was adopted may also undermine the sense of identity in a fragile youth, and make the child prone to fantasizing about the identity of his true parents, either good or bad. Was the mother a prostitute? A nun? Was the father a gangster? A hero? And why did they reject their child? This sense of rejection can have profound consequences on an already unstable psyche. If the child actually meets his biological parent and is again rejected, the damage is worse. David Berkowitz was deeply hurt when his biological mom brushed him off. Some have speculated that Berkowitz's Son of Sam was a fantasy attempt to reclaim a parent-child identity that had been crushed in real life. According to Bundy biographers Michaud and Ainsworth, Ted's emotional growth was stopped in its tracks after he learned that he was illegitimate at age 13. It was like I hit a brick wall, Bundy said. Of course, he tried out every excuse he could rummage, so it's difficult to take his word on this when his family life appeared otherwise healthy. It goes without saying that adoption does not create serial killers. At worst, it may dislodge a child's self-identity, but that does not mean that finding oneself in multiple murders is the only option available to adopted children. Some lust murderers claim that exposure to violent events ignited their thirst for blood. Ed Gein, among others, said that seeing farm animals slaughtered gave him perverted ideas. But wouldn't that make 4-H a breeding ground for serial killers? Both Albert Fish and Andre Chikatilo blamed their sadistic bloodlust on frightening childhood stories. Does this mean we can expect Stephen King's children to top the murder charts? Even truly traumatic experiences don't automatically create a serial killer. As a child, acid bath murderer John Hay ran outside after a World War II bombing at his London home. The bomb came with a horrifying shriek, and as I staggered up, bruised and bewildered, a head rolled against my foot. Joel Peter Witkin, a well-known artist whose work is admittedly gruesome but fascinating, experienced the same event after witnessing a car accident. So what makes one person become a serial killer and another a famous artist? Reform schools in the early 20th century did anything but reform. The stories of sadistic guards and medieval punishments are almost paralleled by the violent behavior of the prisoners who went on to serial killing. Fortunately, this sort of extreme discipline is no longer openly tolerated. Although 1920s killer Karl Panzram was an incorrigible juvenile delinquent, the brutal torture he received in reform school aggregated his violent rage. From the treatment I received while there and the lessons I learned from it, I had fully decided when I left there just how I would live my life. I made up my mind that I would rob, burn, destroy, and kill everywhere I went and everybody I could as long as I lived. That's the way I was reformed. Henry Lee Lucas also claimed prison transformed him into a serial killer. Manson said that he was raped and beaten by other prisoners when he was 14, while a particularly sadistic guard would touch himself as he watched. The grandfatherly pervert Albert Fish blamed his sadomasochistic impulses on his experiences at a Washington, D.C. orphanage. I saw so many boys whipped, it took root in my head. For different reasons, many multiple murderers are isolated as children. Lucas, who was already a shy child, was ridiculed because of his artificial eye. He later said that this mass rejection caused him to hate everyone. Kenneth Bianchi was also a child loner with many problems. One clinical report said that the boy drips urine in his pants, doesn't make friends very easily, and has twitches. The other children make fun of him. Dahmer was antisocial as a kid, laughing when he saw a fellow classmate injured. He later became an alcoholic teenager, routinely ignored by his peers. As the isolation grows more severe, the reliance on fantasies, especially destructive ones, can grow. These fantasies of violence often reveal themselves through two of the three so-called triads of predicting criminal behavior: fire starting and animal cruelty. These secret compulsions are seen as the seeds of greater mayhem. Violent acts are reinforced since the murderers either are able to express rage without experiencing negative consequences or are impervious to any prohibitions against these actions. Second, impulsive and erratic behavior discourages friendships, increasing isolation. Furthermore, there is no challenge to the offender's beliefs that they are entitled to act the way they do. All learning, according to Ressler, has a feedback system. Torturing animals and setting fires will eventually escalate to crimes against fellow human beings if the pattern is not somehow broken. Torturing animals is a disturbing red flag. Animals are often seen as practice for killing humans. Ed Kemper buried the family cat alive, dug it up and cut off its head. Dahmer was notorious for his animal cruelty, cutting off dogs' heads and placing them on a stick behind his house. Yet not all serial killers take their aggressions out on pets. Dennis Nilsen loved animals, particularly his dog Bleep, whom he couldn't bear to face after being arrested for fear that it would traumatize the dog. Rapist, torturer, and murderer of 8, Christopher Wilder, had made donations to Save the Whales and the Seal Rescue Fund. Peter Curtin loved to watch houses burn, and Berkowitz, when he tired of torturing his mother's parakeet, became a prolific pyromaniac, keeping record of his 1,411 fires. "Oh, what ecstasy setting fires brings to my body," said Joseph Callinger to his biographer Flora Schreiber. "What power I feel at the thought of fire. Oh, what pleasure, what heavenly pleasure." Pyromania is often a sexually stimulating activity for these killers. The dramatic destruction of property feeds the same perverse need to destroy another human. Because serial killers don't see other humans as more than objects, the leap between setting fires and killing people is pretty easy to make. Bedwetting is the most intimate of these triad symptoms and is less likely to be willfully divulged. By some estimates, 60% of multiple murderers wet their beds past adolescence. Kenneth Bianchi apparently spent many a night marinating in urine-soaked sheets. The connection between bedwetting and serial killers is a topic that has been studied and discussed in the field of psychology, but it is important to note that it is not a definitive or widely accepted factor in identifying or predicting serial killers. Bedwetting, or enuresis, is a relatively common childhood issue, and many children outgrow it without any long-term psychological problems. Overemphasizing the link between bedwetting and serial killers can be misleading and stigmatizing, as it can lead to unnecessary fear or suspicion surrounding individuals who may have experienced bedwetting as children. While there may be some anecdotal connections between bedwetting and serial killers, it is not a reliable or definitive predictor of such behavior, and it should not be used as the sole basis for making judgments about an individual's potential for violence. Formative years may play a role in the molding of a serial killer, but they cannot be the sole reason in every case. Many killers blame their families for their behavior, seeking sympathy. In true psychopathic fashion, serial killers are blaming someone else for their actions. If their bad childhood is the primary reason for their homicidal tendencies, then why don't their siblings also become serial killers? And if these conditions truly created them, serial killers would probably be unionized by now. There would be so many of them, a sad commentary on our continuing neglect of children. We must look at other components to see what pushes a serial killer over the edge. "I'm the most cold-blooded son of a bitch you'll ever meet," said Ted Bundy. "I just like to kill. I wanted to kill." The hallmark of the psychopath is the inability to recognize others as worthy of compassion. Victims are dehumanized and flattened into worthless objects in the murderer's mind. John Gacy, never showing an ounce of remorse, called his victims worthless little queers and punks, while the Yorkshire Ripper Peter Sutcliffe brashly declared that he was cleaning up the streets of the human trash. In the 19th century, psychopathology was considered to be moral insanity. Today it is commonly known as antisocial personality disorder, or sociopathology. Current experts believe that sociopaths are an unfortunate fusion of interpersonal, biological, and sociocultural disasters. Psychopaths, sociopaths, are diagnosed by their purposeless and irrational antisocial behavior, lack of conscience, and emotional vacuity. They are thrill seekers, literally fearless, Punishment rarely works because they are impulsive by nature and fearless of the consequences. Incapable of having meaningful relationships, they view others as fodder for manipulation and exploitation. According to one psychological surveying tool, between 3 to 5% of men are sociopaths. Less than 1% of the female population are sociopaths. Psychopaths often make successful businessmen or world leaders. Not all psychopaths are motivated to kill, but when it is easy to devalue others, and you have had a lifetime of perceived injustices and rejection, murder might seem like a natural choice. The following are environmental factors, psychiatrists say, which create a sociopath. Studies show that 60% of psychopathic individuals have lost a parent. The child is deprived of love or nurturing. The parents are detached or absent. Inconsistent discipline. If the father is stern and the mother is soft, the child learns to hate authority and manipulate the mother. Hypocritical parents who privately belittle the child while publicly presenting the image of a happy family. Tests are showing that the nervous system of the psychopath is markedly different. They feel less fear and anxiety than normal people. One carefully conducted experiment revealed that low arousal levels not only cause impulsiveness and thrill-seeking, but also showed how dense sociopaths are when it comes to changing their behavior. A group of sociopaths and a group of healthy individuals were given a task, which was to learn what lever out of 4 turned on a green light. One lever gave the subject an electric shock. Both groups made the same number of errors, but the healthy group quickly learned to avoid the punishing electric shock, while sociopaths took much longer to do so. This need for higher levels of stimulation makes the psychopath seek dangerous situations. When Gacy heard an ambulance, he would follow to see what sort of exciting catastrophe was in the making. Part of the reason for many serial killers seeking to become cops is probably due to the intensity of the job. Genetics and physiological factors also contribute to the building of a psychopath. One study in Copenhagen focused on a group of sociopaths who had been adopted as infants. The biological relatives of sociopaths were 4 to 5 times more likely to be sociopathic than the average person. Yet genetics don't tell the whole story. It only shows a predisposition to antisocial behavior. The environment can make or break the psychopathic personality. When a psychopath does inherit genetically based developmental disabilities, it is usually a stunted development of the higher functions of the brain. 30 to 38% of psychopaths show abnormal brainwave patterns, or EEGs. Infants and children typically have slower brainwave activity, but it increases as they grow up, not with psychopaths. Eventually, the brain might mature as the psychopath ages. This may be why most serial killers are under 50. The abnormal brainwave activity comes from the temporal lobes and the limbic system of the brain, the areas that control memory and emotions. When development of this part of the brain is genetically impaired, and the parents of the child are abusive, irresponsible, or manipulative, the stage is set for disaster. Can psychopaths be successfully treated? According to the psychiatrists, no. Shock treatment doesn't work. Drugs have not proven successful in treatment. And psychotherapy, which involves trust and a relationship with the therapist, is out of the question because psychopaths are incapable of opening up to others. They don't want to change. According to Dr. J. Reed Malloy, author of The Psychopathic Mind, Origins, Dynamics, and Treatment, the psychopath is only capable of sadomasochistic relationships based on power, not attachment. Psychopaths identify with the aggressive role model, such as an abusive parent, and attack the weaker, more vulnerable self by projecting it onto others. As multiple murderer Dennis Nilsen put it, "I was killing myself only, but it was always the bystander who died." Dr. Malloy writes that in early childhood development, there is a split in the infant psychopath. The soft me, which is the vulnerable inside, and the hard not me, which is the intrusive punishing outside, neglectful or painful experiences. The infant comes to expect that all outside experiences will be painful, and so he turns inward. In an attempt to protect himself from a harsh environment, the infant develops a character armor, distrusting everything outside and refusing to allow anything in. The child refuses to identify with the parents and instead sees the parent as a malevolent stranger. Soon, the child has no empathy for anyone. The wall has been built to last. Human nature is a nuisance and fills me with disgust. Every so often one must let off steam, as it were, said acid bath murderer John Hay. In normal development, the child bonds with the mother for nurturing and love. But for the psychopath, the mother is experienced as an aggressive predator or passive stranger. In the case of violent psychopaths, including serial killers, the child bonds through sadomasochism or aggression. According to Malloy, this individual perversely and aggressively does to others as a predator what may at any time be done to him. When they are stalking a victim, psychopaths don't consciously feel anger. But the violence shows the dissociated effect. Many killers seem to go into a trance during their predatory and killing phases. The psychopath seeks idealized victims in order to shame, humiliate, and destroy them. By degrading the victim, the psychopath is attempting to destroy the hostile enemy within his own mind. At Gacy's trial, forensic psychiatrist Richard Rappaport said that he is so convinced that these qualities exist in this other person, he is completely out of touch with reality, and he has to get rid of them and save himself. He has to kill them. The victim is seen as a symbolic object. Bundy described it by using the third person. Since this girl in front of him represented not a person, but again, the image or something desirable, the last thing we would expect him to want to do would be to personalize this person, chattering and flattering and entertaining as if seen through a motion picture screen. And later, they wouldn't be stereotypes necessarily, but they would be reasonable facsimiles to women as a class. A class not of women per se, but a class that has almost been created through the mythology of women and how they are used as objects. If Bundy got to know anything too personal about the victim, it ruined the illusion. In a manic state, the psychopath is fearless and thinks he is omnipotent, sometimes evil incarnate, as we have seen in Richard Ramirez's Night Stalker run. They are completely out of touch with reality. One psychopath, while in custody, would dress himself as an Indian warrior using his own feces as war paint. Many serial killers identify with the myth of the warrior. Calaveras County torturer Leonard Lake was fascinated by medieval knights. And on a more modern cinematic note, many serial killers, including Gacy and Kemper, worship John Wayne, the American archetype of the lone warrior. Psychopaths know society's rights and wrongs and will behave as if they sincerely believe in these values. There are individuals who are so psychopathically disturbed that, in my opinion, no attempts should be made to treat them, says Malloy. Many psychopaths will read psychology books and become skilled at imitating other more sympathetic mental illnesses such as schizophrenia. They will use any means possible to manipulate their evaluators. Do psychopaths ever legitimately hear voices in their heads? According to Malloy, most functionally psychotic individuals do not experience command hallucinations, and those who do generally successfully resist them. John Gacy was a smooth talker and an obscurer who was trying to whitewash himself of any wrongdoing. He has a high degree of social intelligence or awareness of the proper way to behave in order to influence people, said Eugene Goron, who evaluated Gacy before the killings began. Still, he was released. Perhaps the most dramatic duping of the doctors was Ed Kemper's evaluation. 2 psychiatrists interviewed him and agreed that he was now safe. All the while, Kemper had the head of one of his victims sitting in the trunk of his car, parked outside the doctor's office. Bundy charmed his way into the good graces of his jailers, only to escape when they became more lax in their watch of him. Is serial murder ultimately a quest for sex, power, or both? It depends on who you ask. Some believe that sexual domination is an expression of the need for power. Sex is only an instrument used by the killer to obtain power and domination over his victim, writes Stephen Egger. According to Bundy, sex was not the principal source of gratification. "I want to master life and death," he said. He wanted total control over his victims, possessing them physically as one would possess a potted plant, a painting, or a Porsche. Owning, as it were, this individual. Others believe that a deviant sexual drive is the cause, and power is the tool to achieve sexual satisfaction. Some serial killers will identify with perceived sources of power in an attempt to siphon off some of the feeling of control and omnipotence for themselves. Some will indulge in illusions of religious grandeur, be it Christ or Satan. Others look to the police and will mimic them as if their borrowed authority gives the killer the authority to kill others. One of the most chilling power role models, however, is Hitler. As a teenager, British Patrick Mackay was grimly predicted to become a cold, psychopathic killer by one of his doctors. Mackay identified with Hitler and would pose in his own handcrafted Nazi uniforms. After confessing to killing 11 people, including a Catholic priest with an axe, he declared, "I shan't shed a tear. Life is full of shocks of all descriptions and they have to be faced." "The demons wanted my penis," wrote David Berkowitz. For the Son of Sam murderer, sex was not something that involved a willing partner. Instead, his warped sexual fantasies, bred in social isolation, conjured up abstract forces of evil. We usually think of demons as pursuing loftier goals, such as wayward souls, not penises. But for the lust murderer, sexuality, power, and domination are intertwined so tightly they bleed into one another. It is difficult to tell where sexual lust leaves off and lust for blood takes over. According to Ressler, Burgess, and Douglas in Sexual Homicide Patterns and Motives, the number of murders classified as unknown motives has risen dramatically. They believe that there are two types of sexual homicide, the rape or displaced anger murderer, and the sadistic or lust murderer. How does a lust murderer differ from a rapist who kills his victims to keep from being caught? Rapists who kill, according to one study cited in Sexual Homicide, rarely find any sexual satisfaction from the murder, nor do they perform post-mortem sexual acts. In contrast, the sadistic murderer kills as part of a ritualized sadistic fantasy. Mutilation is overkill, obsessively injuring the victim's body far beyond what is necessary to kill the victim. Because psychopaths have a low arousal rate, it takes more to stimulate them. Macabre mutilations excite the lust murderer. For them, killing triggers a bizarre sexual fantasy, which had developed in the dark recesses of their warped minds. Ressler writes that since his sexual history is that of solo sex, and he finds interpersonal relationships difficult, if not impossible, he reverts to masturbatory acts, even when a real partner, his victim, is available. Masturbation generally occurs after death, when his fantasy is strongest. Because the fantasies do not involve an actual person but a symbolic, sacrificial victim, the violence can escalate after death. Mutilations often occur when the victim is already dead, a time when the killer has ultimate control over the victim, writes Ressler. Many of the serial killers we have discussed admit to an abnormally strong sex drive. Ed Kemper, who would often behead his victims before raping them, said that he had a very strong sensual drive, a weird sexual drive that started early, a lot earlier than normal. Yet he fantasized about dead women, not living ones. If I killed them, they couldn't reject me as a man. It was more or less making a doll out of a human being, and carrying out my fantasies with a doll, a living human doll. The most disturbing thrill Kemper got from murder was the sexual excitement in decapitating his victims. I remember there was actually a sexual thrill. You hear that little pop and pull their heads off and hold their heads up by the hair, whipping their heads off, their body sitting there. That'd get me off, he said. Kemper went on to say, with a girl there's a lot left in the girl's body without a head. Of course the personality is gone. Those pesky personalities that serial killers find so troublesome in their victims explains why they go to such extreme lengths to depersonalize the bodies of their victims with horrifying mutilations. What is it about a personality that these killers find so threatening that they need to obliterate it? Other killers who had abnormal sex drives include the Boston Strangler, Albert DeSalvo, who reportedly needed sexual release at least 5 times a day. He even went on to blame the murders on his wife's coldness. It really was woman that I wanted, not any special one. Just woman with what a woman has, he said. David Berkowitz compulsively masturbated, and his preoccupation with oral sexuality, wrote Dr. David Abrahamson, suggests his immature sexual development. Because sex is linked to death, not life. For the lust murderer, the concept of procreation disturbs them. Sex should not exist, said John Hay. Propagation should be an insensible act, like the throwing off of acorns by an oak tree. For some of these killers, sexuality is equated with sin and death by overzealous parents who were anxious to keep their sons from becoming promiscuous. Their libidinous drive was channeled into other deviant behavior. Lipstick killer William Hirons claimed that burglary was his primary form of sexual release. As a child, he had been warned that sexual contact was dirty and caused disease. Joseph Callinger, who was raised by sadistic Catholic parents who told him his penis had been operated on to keep it from growing, was sexually excited by fires. For Ed Gein, who had been sternly taught that sex was sinful and degenerate, it almost seems natural that he would associate his own sexual curiosity with death, the fruit of sin itself. Henry Lee Lucas, who was forced to dress like a girl as a child, declared, "I was death on women. I didn't feel they needed to exist. I hated them, and I wanted to destroy everyone I could find. I was doing a good job of it." Many believe that John Wayne Gacy was killing young men who symbolically represented his own hated homosexual self. Bobby Joe Long, who had an extra X or female chromosome and grew breasts in puberty, brutally murdered prostitutes, and women who reminded him of his mother's promiscuity. Currently, there is debate over whether serial killers who are insecure in their masculinity are the most vicious killers, as if they needed to excavate and destroy the female lurking within. Joel Norris wrote that if the killer is especially savage with respect to the bodies of his female victims, police should look for evidence of feminine physical traits on the suspect. Does he have especially fine hair? Are his features disproportionately delicate? Yet, as Richard Tythacott points out in his book Of Men and Monsters, the motivation of serial killers is frequently explained in terms of the need to expel the feminine, to expel the homosexual. The question, and the problem, becomes not masculinity but femininity, or rather femininity's invasion of masculinity. Tythacott goes on to point out that somehow feminine qualities are to blame for the killer's psychosis, when historically almost all aggressive acts are masculine in nature. This targeting of the female within is nothing more than the serial killer's attempt to blame the victim. Before they begin killing, many serial killers display a fascination with death. This in itself is not unusual. Perhaps if their antisocial personalities had not gotten in the way, serial killers may have become doctors, scientists, morticians, or even artists. Gacy worked in a mortuary, sleeping in the embalming room alone with corpses, but was fired after corpses were found partially undressed. Dennis Nilsson pretended he was a corpse and masturbated in the mirror to his own dead image. As a youngster, Berkowitz became fascinated by the morbid. "I always had a fetish for murder and death. Sudden death and bloodshed appealed to me," he said. Jeffrey Dahmer, who loved the dissection in biology class, told a classmate that he sliced open the fish he caught because, "I want to see what it looks like inside. I like to see how things work." He later gave the police the same excuse. He cut open his victims to see how they work. His attorney rationalized Jeffrey's cannibalism by declaring that he ate body parts so that these poor people he killed would become alive in him. Cannibalism is a literal form of internalization. Instead of making room in their hearts for the one they crave, the cannibal makes room in his stomach for the one they desire. The metaphorical hunger for another's companionship becomes a literal hunger. Many describe it as a way to incorporate the other into oneself. Because psychopaths are incapable of experiencing empathy and love, this crude and primitive form of bonding becomes a sickening substitute. One particularly gruesome example of this notion of all-consuming love is Japanese cannibal Issei Sagawa, who killed and ate a Dutch student. He would lucidly recount how he coveted his victim. "My passion is so great I want to possess her. I want to eat her. If I do, she will be mine forever." Sagawa hesitates when he discovers her womb. If she had lived, she would have had a baby in this womb. The thought depresses me for a moment. But Sagawa continued on. The Martha Stewart of serial killers, Ed Gein's gruesome home improvements featured lampshades made from human skin, seat covers, and skulls used for drinking cups. He also made clothing and bracelets out of body parts. Anatomical textbooks were not enough to satisfy his curiosity. He took to grave robbing, and eventually, murder.
Are you mad? Do you feel like Woods Bob's referendum?
Are serial killers insane? Not by legal standards. The incidence of psychosis among murderers is no greater than the incidence of psychosis in the total population, said psychiatrist Donald Lundy. The legal definition of insanity is based on the 19th century MacNaughton rules. Does the offender understand the difference between right and wrong? If he flees or makes any attempt to hide the crime, then the offender is not insane, because his actions show that he understood that what he was doing was wrong. Yet what person in their right mind would fillet young children and write letters to the parents, rhapsodizing over what a fine meal their child made? In the case of Albert Fish, the jury found him insane, but he deserved to die anyway. Only a few, including the dim-witted Ed Gain and sadistic murderer Peter Sutcliffe, have successfully pleaded insanity. Always looking to manipulate, serial killers will do just about anything to convince the authorities of their insanity. Being declared legally insane means avoiding death row, and if the criminal can convince his keepers that he is fully recovered, there is the hope of actually being released. Acid bath murderer John Hay drank his own urine in front of a jury to convince them of his insanity, but only served to repulse them more. William Hickman was stupid enough to put in writing his intention to convince the jury he is crazy. I intend to throw a laughing, screaming, diving act before the prosecution finishes their case. He closes this letter to a fellow inmate with P.S. You know and I know that I'm not insane, however. One of the most predictable attempts to shift the blame is by creating an evil dark side, or alter ego. Some of these creations are named as the true culprits of the crimes. While in custody, Holmes invented Edward Hatch, who he claimed was the shadowy mastermind behind the murder of the young Peetzel children. Lipstick killer William Hirons created George Merman and actually corresponded with George by letters. John Gacy based his alter ego, Jack Hanley, on an actual cop by the same name. Gacy's Jack was tough, in control, and loathed homosexuality. When Gacy drank too much, the punishing hand of Jack would take control. One of the most notorious alter egos is Hillside Strangler Kenneth Bianchi's Steve Walker. Steve came out during hypnotic sessions as the aggressive opposite of Ken's gentle guy act. Clever hypnotists were able to snare Steve as a hoax. It was later revealed that Bianchi had seen the movie Sybil 2 days prior to his psychiatric evaluation. Fabricating an alter ego is a convenient way to pin the guilt on another, even if that other is within. It's a psychological variation of "the devil made me do it." But diabolical alter egos are usually clumsy constructions that fall apart under scrutiny. At best, a legitimate split personality could hope for a mental institution instead of death row. But authentic cases are exceptionally rare. Most schizophrenics will resist the aggressive commands of the auditory hallucinations they hear, according to Dr. Malloy. Santa Cruz in the 1970s had a renaissance of psychopathic killers. Of course, there is Edmund Kemper, the most articulate of the batch. His schizophrenic colleagues, however, are frightening examples of the truly mentally ill serial killer. Herbert Mullen heard his father's voice in his head commanding, "Why won't you give me anything? Go kill somebody. Move!" By killing people, Mullen was convinced he was actually preventing earthquakes and tidal waves. Unlike most serial killers, he was not seeking a certain type of victim. His 13 sacrificial victims included a family, a priest, a homeless man, and some hapless campers. Upon his arrest, everyone agreed that Mullen was a paranoid schizophrenic, but was found legally sane. Unlike many serial killers who try to convince the authorities that they are crazy, Mullen tried to prove his sanity, stating that he was the victim of a huge conspiracy. He declared that he was a good American person who was tricked into committing the crimes. "I know I deserve my freedom." On a self-described divine mission, John Linley Frazier slaughtered a wealthy Santa Cruz family in 1970 because he believed they had been polluting and destroying the earth. Initially, he was called an acid casualty, but later tests revealed Frazier as an acute, paranoid schizophrenic. Nonetheless, Frazier was declared legally sane and sentenced to life imprisonment. David Berkowitz's Son of Sam routine was a well-constructed attempt to appear schizophrenic. "There is no doubt in my mind that a demon has been living in me since birth," he raved. "I want my soul back," he wrote. "I have a right to be human." Later he held a press conference announcing that his story of demons had been an invention. Are psychopathic criminals really different from birth? Many parents say that their children who grow up to be violent offenders are markedly different from their non-violent siblings. 3-year-old Ted Bundy snuck into his teenage Aunt Julia's room one morning and slipped butcher knives under the covers of her bed. "He just stood there and grinned," she said. Serial killer Carl Panzram himself wrote, "All of my family are as the average human beings are. They are honest and hard-working people. All except myself. I have been a human animal ever since I was born. When I was very young, at 5 or 6 years of age, I was a thief and a liar, and a mean, despisable one at that. The older I got, the meaner I got." German child killer Peter Kürten had drowned 2 playmates by the tender age of 9. Are these children just born bad? The environment alone cannot explain deranged behavior. Too many abused and neglected children grow up to be law-abiding citizens. If there is a genetic explanation, it's a slippery, discrete mutation. We don't see entire families of serial killers. There is no such thing as a kill gene, but research is revealing some genetic tendencies to violent behavior. In other words, bad seeds blossom in bad environments. One study of twins who were raised apart, done by Yoon Mi-hur and Thomas Bouchard in 1997, revealed a strong link between impulsivity and sensation-seeking behavior, attributed almost entirely to genetic factors. Both sensation-seeking traits and impulsivity have been found to be higher in drug abusers, delinquents, and psychopaths. Do serial killers have an extra chromosome? Multiple murderer Bobby Joe Long had an extra X, female chromosome, otherwise known as Klinefelter's syndrome, which meant he had the female hormone estrogen circulating in higher amounts in his system. His breasts grew during puberty, which caused him great embarrassment. Long, however, has an abundance of other serial killer prerequisites. He suffered traumatic and repeated head injuries, among other things. Conversely, an extra Y, male chromosome, was once in vogue as an explanation for violence. Mass murderer Richard Speck's legal defense said he had an XYY genetic makeup, but further tests proved this wrong. While an extra male chromosome seems like a logical explanation for mutant aggressive behavior, there is not much evidence that links the X or Y chromosome to serial killers. High testosterone in itself is not a dangerous thing, but when it is combined with low levels of serotonin, the results might be deadly. Testosterone is associated with the need for dominance. Many successful athletes and businessmen have high testosterone levels. But since not everyone can be the top dog, serotonin keeps the tension from peaking and mellows us out. When serotonin levels are abnormally low, however, frustration can lead to aggressive, even sadistic behavior, according to a study by Paul Bernhardt. Some research has shown that violent offenders have higher trace levels of toxic heavy metals, manganese, lead, cadmium, and copper, in their systems. Excess manganese lowers the level of serotonin and dopamine, which contributes to aggressive behavior. Alcohol increases the effects. James Huberty, the mass murderer, had excessive amounts of the toxic substance cadmium in his system. "After I'm dead, they're going to open up my head and find that, just like we've been saying, a part of my brain is black and dry and dead," said Bobby Joe Long, who suffered a severe head injury after a motorcycle accident. According to many researchers, brain defects and injuries have been an important link to violent behavior. When the hypothalamus, the temporal lobe, or the limbic brain show damage, it may account for uncontrollable aggression. The hypothalamus regulates the hormonal system and emotions. The higher brain has limited control over the hypothalamus. Because of the physical closeness of sexual and aggressive centers within the hypothalamus, sexual instinct and violence become connected for lust murderers. The hypothalamus may be damaged through malnutrition or injury. The limbic brain is the part of the brain associated with emotion and motivation. When the limbic brain is damaged, the individual loses control over primary emotions such as fear and rage. The predatory gaze of the psychopath, according to Malloy, lacks emotions and is as cold as a reptile's blank stare. Reptiles are missing the limbic part of their brain where memories, emotions, socializing, and parental instincts reside. In other words, serial killers are aptly described as cold-blooded, just like their scaly reptilian brethren. The temporal lobe is highly susceptible to injury, located where the skull bone is the thinnest. Blunt injuries, including falling on a hard surface, can easily damage this section of the brain, creating lesions, which cause forms of amnesia and epileptic seizures. Damage to the temporal lobe can result in hair-trigger violent reactions and increased aggressive responses. As a child, Ken Bianchi fell off of a jungle gym and landed on the back of his head. He soon began to have epileptic seizures. Researcher Dominique Lapierre believes that the prefrontal cortex, an area of the brain involved in long-term planning and judgment, does not function properly in psychopathic subjects. Paleopsychologists also believe that there is some sort of malfunction in the brain of serial killers, that somehow their primitive brain overrides the higher brain. Reason and compassion take a back seat to lust, aggression, and appetite. A study by Pavlos Hatzitaskos and colleagues reports that a large portion of death row inmates have had severe head injuries and that approximately 70% of brain-injured patients develop aggressive tendencies. Some of these brain injuries are accidental, but many of them were inflicted during childhood beatings. Among the many serial killers who have suffered head injuries are Leonard Lake, David Berkowitz, Kenneth Bianchi, John Gacy, and Carl Panzram, who as a child had some sort of head infection. Finally, my head swelled up as big as a balloon. I was operated on in our own home, on the kitchen table, he wrote. I would sure like to know if this is the cause of my queer actions. Ted Bundy, however, had extensive x-rays and brain scans, which revealed no evidence of brain disease or trauma. Crime Times reports on findings that psychopaths have a greater fear threshold and are less likely to respond to fear-inducing stimuli, such as sudden, loud noises. In other words, psychopaths may be immune to fear. The psychopath's heart rate and skin temperature are low, and their startle reaction is substantially less than the average person's. The autonomic nervous system of intensely violent people is extremely sluggish. They need a higher level of thrill or stimulation in order to have an intense experience, says forensic psychologist Sean Johnston. Studies show that the lack of physical touch can be harmful to the child's development. In a study of chimpanzees, the babies who were not handled became withdrawn, and later began to attack others. Some serial killers had been separated from parents at early age, or were denied their mother's love and physical touch. These physiological characteristics, however, do not guarantee a serial killer. Many who are not violent have brain injuries and biological abnormalities. A lump on the head is no singular forecast for a serial killer. Can evil be reduced to a chemical equation? Perhaps it is a combination of environmental and chemical predispositions. What we do know is that no singular pattern emerges for serial killers. Many of these biological studies are new, so perhaps in the future, the chemical profile of serial killers will be revealed. Strange and bizarre fantasies thrive in isolation and anger. For the fledgling serial killer, fantasies of violence prompt further isolation, which in turn creates a greater reliance on fantasy for pleasure, according to Robert Ressler in Sexual Homicide. As I grew up, I realized, though imperfectly, that I was different from other people, and that the way of life in my home was different from that in the homes of others. This stimulated me to introspection and strange mental questionings, said acid bath murderer John Hay. Eventually, to sustain the fantasy, serial killers come to a point where they need to live it out. They will dwell on the murder act for years and drift into almost trance-like states days before the murder, completely enraptured by their fantasy. Their victims are reduced to hapless pawns in their wicked reverie. Much of the strange, ritualized mutilations come from an inner drama that only the killer can understand. I made another world, and real men would enter it, and they would never really get hurt at all in the vivid, unreal laws of the dream. I caused dreams which caused death. This is my crime, said Dennis Nilsen. Nilsen's American counterpart, Jeffrey Dahmer, had a similar insight. I made my fantasy life more powerful than my real one. Yet the brutal, messy reality of murder never completely fulfills the power of the fantasy. In fact, it is usually a letdown, but the fantasy won't go away. It is too deeply ingrained in the killer's psyche. This accounts for the serial nature of lust murder. The fantasy that accompanies and generates the anticipation that precedes the crime is always more stimulating than the immediate aftermath of the crime itself, observed Ted Bundy. Many serial killers will keep souvenirs of their crime, which later refuels the fantasy. When Bundy was asked why he took Polaroids of his victims, he said, "When you work hard to do something right, you don't want to forget it." Doctors B.R. Johnson and J.V. Becker at the University of Arizona attempted to understand how deeply fantasy warps the serial killer's mind. They studied 9 cases of 14 to 18-year-olds who had clinically significant fantasies of becoming a serial killer. The research was attempting to see if we can spot potential killers based on the potency of the sadistic fantasies of teenage boys, and if there is any way to interrupt the link between fantasy and action. It's one thing to fantasize about killing someone, but it's another thing to do it. What prompts serial killers to cross the line again and again? Drugs are often involved, especially alcohol, as we see in the case of Gacy, Ramirez, Nilsen, and Dahmer. According to Ressler, stressors are events that trigger the killer into action. They can be conflict with females, parental conflict, financial stress, marital problems, conflict with males, the birth of a child, physical injury, legal problems, and stress from a death. As the killer grapples with frustration, anger, and resentment, the fantasies of killing can eclipse reality. Many triggering factors center around some aspect of control, says Ressler. Gaines' mother's death sent him over the edge, while Kemper's fight with his mom made him crazed. I remember one roof raiser was over whether I should have my teeth cleaned. Christopher Wilder, who traveled across the country raping, torturing, and murdering 8 women, claims his murderous rampage began after his marriage proposal was rejected. According to Joel Norris, there are 6 phases of the serial killer's cycle. Phase 1, the aura phase, where the killer begins losing grip on reality. Phase 2, the trolling phase, when the killer searches for a victim. Phase 3, the wooing phase, where the killer lures his victim in. Phase 4, the capture phase, where the victim is entrapped. Phase 5, the murder or totem phase, which is the emotional high for killers. And finally, Phase 6, the depression phase, which occurs after the killing. Norris writes that when depression sets in, it triggers the phases into beginning again. Bundy said he never really got what he had hoped for out of the murders, and always felt emptiness and hopelessness after. Joel Norris aptly describes the post-homicidal depression the serial killer experiences. The killer is simply acting out a ritualistic fantasy, but once sacrificed, the victim's identity within the murderer's own fantasy is lost. The victim no longer represents what the killer thought he or she represented. The image of a fiancé who rejected the killer, the echo of the voice of the hated mother, or the taunting of the distant father, all remain vividly in the killer's mind after the crime. Murder has not erased or changed the past because the killer hates himself even more than he did before the climax of emotion. It is only his own past that is acted out. He has failed again. Instead of reversing the roles of his childhood, the killer has just reinforced them. And by torturing and killing a defenseless victim, the killer has restated his most intimate tragedies.
Listen, I'm no social scientist, and I haven't done a survey. I don't pretend that I know what John Q. Citizen thinks about this. But I've lived in prison for a long time now. And I've met a lot of men who were motivated to commit violence just like me. And without exception, every one of them was deeply involved in pornography, without question, without exception, deeply influenced and consumed by an addiction to pornography. There's no question about it. The FBI's own study on serial homicide shows that the most common interest among serial killers is pornography.
Many multiple murderers blame our violent culture for feeding their appetites. Days before he was executed, Bundy declared that hardcore pornography was responsible for his murderous rampage. In our entertainment, Sex and violence seem to go hand in hand. Is there any validity to Bundy's claim? Many serial killers adopt violent figures as their role models. Mild-mannered Peter Curtin, who on the surface was a polished and polite gentleman, idolized Jack the Ripper while in jail. Weimar Germany as a culture seemed fascinated by the Ripper's nefarious deeds. I thought of what pleasure it would give me to do things of that kind once I got out again, he said. Both John Wayne Gacy and Ed Kemper worshipped John Wayne, who obviously had a broader fan base than only serial murderers. But his vigilante justice appeals to the killer who feels he has been wronged. To this day, many homicidal acts are blamed on movies and music. Although there is no direct proof that violence in the media creates serial killers, it may activate the fantasy and perhaps legitimize it for some. As Ed Kemper said regarding violent pornography, "That didn't make me mean, it just fueled the fire." According to Elliot Layton, in his book Hunting Humans, serial killers are not alien creatures with deranged minds, but alienated men with disinterest in continuing the dull lives in which they feel entrapped. Reared in a civilization that legitimizes violence as a response to frustration provided by the mass media and violent pornography, with both the advertising proclaiming the joy of sadism and the instruction manual outlining correct procedures, they grasp the manly identity of pirate and avenger. It is easier for us to see each other only as strangers or stereotypes. The serial killer stalks stereotypes. We are creating strangers of each other, says Stephen Egger. As we become strangers, we begin to see others more as objects and less as human beings. It's the anonymity factor, said Bundy on The Ease of Killing. In the 20th century, the angst of the city continues to spawn both killers and victims. Serial killers can easily troll for victims among the forgotten, runaways, prostitutes, drug addicts, and the poverty-stricken. Perhaps the anonymity itself is a factor that creates a serial killer. Feeling disenfranchised, forgotten, and ignored in the looming crowd, the psychopath not only kills those who mirror his own forgotten, anonymous identity, but even makes a name for himself and becomes somebody in the process. What about serial killing as a career? David Berkowitz illustrates this possibility. "Hello from the cracks in the sidewalks of New York City, and from the ants that dwell in these cracks," he wrote. Berkowitz had no stable identity, no achievements, no friends, no attachments, just isolation. The son of Sam identity gave him great notoriety and power over others. "I believe they were rooting for me," he said of the general public. He was thrilled to hear co-workers at the post office chat about the son of Sam, with no idea that the mild-mannered David was the same psycho killer in the daily newspapers. Notoriety as a possible incentive is indeed frightening. The serial killers who are initially motivated by a need for power love the media attention. Gacy treasured his scrapbook of all the press he received. Jeffrey Dahmer's trial had the air of a movie premiere, complete with local celebrities, groupies who hounded for autographs, and a full-scale media onslaught of which I was a part, wrote Dahmer biographer Ann Schwartz. But Dr. Malloy, author of The Psychopathic Mind, warns us against celebrating serial killers. If the murder attracts media attention and catalyzes both public fear and fascination, it will reinforce the psychopathic's concept of self as larger than life. In a real sense, the popular media may mythologize predators to the degree that they do become a legend in their own minds. This verification in reality of that which heretofore had only been experienced in fantasy leads the psychopath to consider predation as the sole means to achieve notoriety. So when do they stop? When does a serial killer stop? Either when they are caught or killed. Very few have turned themselves in. Only Ed Kemper called the police to confess and waited at a phone booth to be picked up. Also, a Humboldt County truck driver walked into a police station with a female breast in his pocket as proof of his deeds. His name was Wayne Ford. Some plead to be caught, yet coyly disappear before the cops arrive to arrest them. William Hirons wrote his memorable message, "For heaven's sake, catch me before I kill more. I cannot control myself," in bizarre red lipstick cursive on the wall, while his victim lay dead, shot and stabbed in the neck. If there are any serial killers who quit because they were satiated or bored, we cannot know because they are not in captivity. Or maybe they are, but not for murder. Some claim that if they could, they would have indulged in mass destruction. The vampire of Dusseldorf, Peter Curtin said, The more people, the better. Yes, if I had the means of doing so, I would have killed whole masses of people. I would have brought about catastrophes. When Karl Panzram wasn't fantasizing about poisoning towns with arsenic, he spent his time plotting a grand scheme to incite war between the British and the Americans. I believe the whole human race should be exterminated. I'll do my best to do it every chance I get, he told a jury before their deliberation. They sentenced him to death in less than a minute. But are there any reformed serial killers? Fortunately, our society is not willing to risk the opportunity to find out by releasing them. In fact, one of the most outspoken critics of reform is a serial killer himself, the same unrepentant Karl Panzram we just mentioned seconds ago. I have no desire to reform myself. My only desire is to reform people who try to reform me. And I believe that the only way to reform people is to kill them. My motto is, rob 'em all, rape 'em all, and kill 'em all. In the end, all we can conclude is that serial killers are human black holes, that they are so normal, so generic, so invisible, they terrify us because they mirror us. Henry Lee Lucas grimly proclaimed that all across the country there's people just like me who set out to destroy human life. Many of them describe themselves as having a piece missing, something dead within, or as Bundy said, a void inside. Not only are the victims a blank to the killer, as Lucas put it, but they are blank to themselves. What I wanted to see was the death, and I wanted to see the triumph, the exultation over the death. In other words, I was winning over death. They were dead, and I was alive. That was a victory in my case, mused Ed Kemper. In other words, get a life becomes take a life. Killing others is not an attempt to fill the void, but to spread the void. To make the other into a lifeless object mimics the killer's own lifelessness. It didn't mean nothing, it just didn't mean nothing, said DeSalvo. It was so senseless that it makes sense, you know? The serial killer lives on the other side of our social boundaries. He is an embodiment of the darkness, desire, and power that we must repress within ourselves. He is not a creature of reason, but of excess and transgression and voracious appetites, selfish carnal desire. He breaks the social rules that confine the rest of us. Our outrage keeps the boundaries intact, while our curiosity can explore the dark recesses of our own repressed desires from a safe distance. He crosses the line into a world of mayhem and depravity. We recoil at their bloody antics, but remain transfixed.
During the Christmas season in 1609, King Matthias II of Hungary sent a party of men to the massive castle Chaitha. He'd heard rumors that several young women from the area were being held in the castle against their will, if not actually killed. In haste, he sent the team to investigate. These men knew they had to be careful. The beautiful mistress of the manor, known for her lustrous black hair and pale skin, was of royal blood and was especially well connected. Once married to a warrior count known as Hungary's Black Hero for his bravery in battles with the Turks, she was related to princes and kings, bishops and cardinals, and she was the cousin of Prime Minister Chirzo, a member of the very party that approached her imposing domain that night with such stealth and trepidation. If she recognized his colors, she'd let him in, but their preference was to arrive unannounced. The woman's uncle, Stephen Bathory, had been the King of Poland. If the persistent rumors proved to be unfounded, she could be a very dangerous political enemy. On the other hand, if they were true, then something had to be done to stop her. It was cold, and the men had difficulty finding their way, even with a few torches. The talk around town was that the woman they sought would be having one of her late-night clandestine gatherings, a sight to behold if they managed to get that close, and probably incriminating for witchcraft at the very least. They hoped to catch her in a deviant illegal act. People down the hill in the village often claimed to have heard screams emanating from within the place, and they spoke of disappearing girls and of murder, but no one had dared approach the regal 50-something countess until now. Word had come to the king that she'd kidnapped or killed 9 girls from good families. The men who came together for this raid had heard that the mistress was a practitioner of the dark arts, and they didn't dare let her servants spot them. A spell must be avoided at all costs. That's why they crept close to the castle without announcing their presence. All told, the party consisted of the Prime Minister, a priest who had lodged the complaint, the local governor, who was also a relative of this woman, and several soldiers. Climbing the imposing hill on which the stone castle stood, they stopped to catch their breath and to ensure they'd not been detected. Most of the windows were dark, but the castle was a large stronghold, and those inside could be almost anywhere. So far, there'd been no cry of alarm and no evidence of a guard at the door. They moved on toward the castle, preparing to break in. To their surprise, the massive wooden door stood partly ajar, as if inviting them in, so they pushed it open and entered. To their right, a cat jumped out, startling them. They had heard that the Countess used these animals as her wicked emissaries, sending them out to attack her enemies. 2 more cats emerged from the shadows. The priest quickly crossed himself. He counted 6 cats in all and would later have reason to remember them. At that moment they saw, quite unexpectedly, the first evidence of what they'd come for. On the stone-cold floor of the great hall lay a pale, partially clothed young girl. She failed to move. They wondered if she might simply be asleep or drunk, so several men went toward her. Still, she made no effort to rouse herself. One man reached down to touch her and shook his head. He told the others she was dead. They turned her over and saw how pale she looked. She appeared to have been drained of blood, exactly as the rumors went. Then they heard a moan. Just a few paces away was another girl, sprawled face up, but still alive. The men discovered that her body had been pierced in many places. She was also pale, as if from severe blood depletion. It was clear to them that she'd not last long, not even long enough for them to take her to the village. Reluctantly, they left her there and moved deeper into the castle. They could smell the foul odors of decomposition. Against a pillar, the party found another female corpse chained to a post. She bore marks of beatings and burns, as well as cuts from a whip. She too had lost most of her blood. Clearly, whatever was happening to these girls was related to some kind of blood ceremony, such as those practiced by devil worshippers. Anxious now about their trespass into this domain, the men moved down the stone stairs to the lower floors to locate the dungeons. Tirzo had seen this area years earlier as a child, so he remembered the way. As they made their way by touching the cold stone walls, their hearts beat hard at the prospect of discovery. Then they heard movement in the darkness and plaintive cries not far away. Rushing to the sounds, they discovered prison cells full of women and children, most of whom bore the scars of repeated bleedings. Those who were still healthy begged for help, and it was clear that they were to be sacrificed. They'd learned that no one left the castle in the same state of health as they'd come, so on this night, these women had been lucky. They were rescued. The men freed the captives and led them out of the castle before venturing to the higher floors to find the woman responsible for these carnal atrocities. To their surprise, inside a large torchlit room, they discovered evidence of a drunken holiday orgy, complete with torture. The woman they came for had already fled, but they knew where she'd gone, and it wasn't difficult to find her. It's not easy distinguishing truth from legend in a case more than 3 centuries old. What follows is gleaned from several accounts, with contradictions on significant issues noted. There's no extant account of what the party found that night, reportedly because the scene was too monstrous to be written into a permanent record. But there was plenty to tell for those who'd be called to the legal proceedings. The officials arrested all those involved in the licentious activities, freed the surviving victims, and took the protesting sorceress into a room in her own castle to confine her until a decision was made about her fate. Her name was Countess Erzsébet Bathory, and she was a member of a powerful family from an estate at the foot of the Carpathian Mountains. Gordon Melton says she was the daughter of Grigory and Anna Bathory, born in 1560. During this time, Hungary saw numerous battles between the Ottoman Empire and Austria's Habsburg armies. The Bathorys were Protestant, a new religion at the time, and Erzsébet was raised on Exed, an estate in Transylvania. When she was 11, her cousin Stephen became Prince of Transylvania, and he planned to unite Europe against the Turks. Yet battles on several fronts exhausted his resources. Stephen was known for his savagery, and scholars have cited him, among others, as evidence of derangement in the family lineage. Erzsébet was not an easy child, nor was life easy for her, despite being a member of the privileged class. She suffered from fits and exhibited uncontrolled rages that may have indicated a brain disorder associated with increased aggression. Others have pointed to the possibility of epilepsy. She was also promiscuous, getting pregnant at the age of 14 by a peasant and having to be sequestered to avoid scandal on her betrothal to an aristocrat. At the age of 15, she married Count Ferenc Nadasdy, a great warrior who was often away from home. Thus, they joined two powerful political families with strains of madness running through them, both renowned for cruel behavior. Bathory's aunt, a distinguished lady at the court, was reputed to be a lesbian and witch. An uncle was an alchemist and devil worshipper, and her brother was a reprobate around whom no woman or female child was considered safe. To make matters worse, her nurse from childhood, Iona Jew, one of those arrested in 1610, was steeped in the practice of black magic that reportedly required the sacrifice of children for their bones and blood. As Erzsébet grew older, she practiced witchcraft and carried a parchment on which was inscribed an incantation for protection. Accordingly, she called to the deity Isten for help, health, and long life. "When I'm in danger," this parchment supposedly said, "send 99 cats. I order you to do so because you are the supreme commander of cats. Order 99 cats to come with speed and bite the heart of King Matthias, and keep Elizabeth safe from harm." Erzsébet moved into the castle Sarvar and learned how to run a great estate. While her behavior towards servants is legendary today, it was not uncommon among aristocrats to exercise their power in brutal beatings and even death for those they considered lesser beings. Erzsébet enjoyed power and had a vicious impulsiveness that only strengthened in an environment with no accountability for aristocrats. By many accounts, she was also a petty and vain narcissist. She changed her clothing 5 or 6 times a day and spent hours admiring her legendary beauty in mirrors. She used all manners of oils and unguents to preserve and whiten her skin. No one denied her whatever she wanted, and she demanded continuous praise. No one knows what she might have become had she not teamed up with her husband, but there's no doubt that she was fertile ground for his sadistic encouragement. Coming to the castle to be Nadasdy's wife introduced Erzsébet to his special dungeons and modes of discipline. One of his alleged methods was to spread honey over a naked servant girl and leave her tied down outside for the bugs to nibble and bees to sting. He also showed Erzsébet the art of freezing a girl to death during the winter by pouring water over her naked body until it hardened and she was unable to move. Sometimes he sent black magic spells from another land where he was at war for his wife to try out at home as a token of his love. He also encouraged Erzsébet how to beat the serving girls to the brink of death, a task in which she reportedly took great pleasure. Nadasdy was frequently gone on his military campaigns, so Erzsébet would practice her rituals and write to him about them. Erzsébet described how a mentor taught her a blood ritual. "Thurko has taught me a lovely new one. Catch a black hen and beat it to death with a white cane. Keep the blood and smear some on your enemy. If you get no chance to smear it on his body, obtain one of his garments and smear it." She also received an assortment of male lovers, although, like her notorious aunt, she apparently indulged in lesbian sex as well. She accumulated an entourage of people who were adept at sorcery, alchemy, and witchcraft. One nobleman with pale skin and long dark hair, who was reputed to drink blood, was brought to live at the castle to teach her about it. The stranger bore all the physical attributes of a supernatural vampire. For a time, Erzsébet ran off with them, but then returned alone. After fathering 4 children with Erzsébet, 3 boys and a girl, Nadasdy fell ill in 1601 and was confined to his bed with a bad leg until he died in 1604, leaving Erzsébet at the age of 44, a middle-aged widow. She moved at once to their castle in Vienna, where she had a more active social life, but eventually returned to her estates in Hungary where she had more privacy for torture sessions. Her cohort in crime until 1609 was a little-known figure named Anna Darvulia, and after that, it was Elzy Majorova, a widow. In other words, she was not alone in her vile activities. Others knew, approved, and participated with her. In fact, it was supposedly Majorova who encouraged kidnapping girls from the lesser nobility. Pretty young women began to disappear from villages near and far, as well as children. The families didn't know what to do. Speaking out against the nobility could get them into trouble, so they went to their priests, but otherwise held their tongues. They saw the Nadazdi carriage, drawn by black horses, go by at night with girls inside who never came back. Year after year, it was the same. No one could challenge it. They'd not yet forgotten that in 1524, the nobles had met a peasant uprising with extreme punishment, and no one was willing to risk that again. It was their lot to endure whatever the lords and ladies meted out. German anthropologist Michael Wagener points out that Erzsébet continued to use torture after her husband's death, and even refined her methods. The unhappy girls who were lured to the castle under the plea that they were to be taken into service there were locked up in a cellar. Here they were beaten till their bodies were swollen. Erzsébet not infrequently tortured the victims herself. Often she changed their clothes which dripped with blood, and then renewed her cruelties. The swollen bodies were then cut up with razors. Occasionally she had the girls burned and then cut up, but the great majority of them were beaten to death. Many accounts say that she was psychotic and that her mental illness grew worse with age. Many details came out during legal hearings. Sometimes she would sew a servant girl's mouth shut, force her to eat strips of her own flesh, or burn her genitals. While Wagner indicates that she'd stick needles into those who sat with her in a carriage, especially if they were of her own sex. When she was ill and could not indulge her cruelty, she bit a person who came near her sickbed as though she were a wild beast. This was, in fact, trial testimony, albeit granted via torture. Finally, the crop of peasant girls had run out. Erzsébet, ever daring, turned her bloodthirst to lesser aristocrats. She'd done so much thus far without being stopped, and like many serial killers after her, arrogance made her bold and stupid. She was eager to extend her reach for the thrill of seeing what she could get away with. She also appeared to be so caught up with the pleasures of what she was doing that she couldn't stop. To replenish her diminishing stable, Erzsébet offered to teach social graces to young women from noble families, and when they arrived at the castle, she had her pick. After the murder of one such lady in 1609, which Erzsébet tried to stage as a suicide, the authorities finally decided to act. This suspicious incident, coupled with the many other rumors over the years, required action. The king supported it because Erzsébet had been asking him to repay funds he'd borrowed from her husband, and if the rumors proved to be true and she was arrested, he'd be free of his debt. In other words, everyone would win, except the lady in question. The rumors indeed proved true, and much that was far worse, so Erzsébet's gory tyranny was brought to an end. On the night of the raid, Chierzo locked Erzsébet in her fortress and left some men in charge. In his letters, he mentioned finding only one corpse in the castle, that of a young woman accused of stealing a pear. Her hands were burned and her breasts were bitten. He later claimed he saw no orgies, but being Erzsébet's relative, he had reason to protect the family's reputation. Others reported a more dramatic evening, especially in the aftermath. As Erzsébet awaited a hearing, officials searched her castle for evidence. They discovered bones and other human remains, along with the clothing and personal effects of missing girls. As they searched the castle, they came upon the dead bodies of young girls everywhere they looked. Many had no arms or eyes. One blackened body was in the fireplace, not fully burned, and quite a few were buried in shallow graves around the castle. They watched in horror as the dogs ran around with parts of the girls in their mouths. They learned much from the victims who'd survived, as well as detailed stories from a crew of accomplices. The men and women who had assisted Bathory in her bloody deeds jostled one another to be the first to win clemency through cooperation to avoid further torture. Erzsébet herself did not attend the trial and did not testify. Instead, she remained in her castle, maintaining her innocence. Her high-born relatives persuaded the court to keep her under house arrest and delay a sentence indefinitely. 21 judges were on hand on January 2, 1611, when the proceedings of the special tribunal began, with Judge Theodosius de Sullo of the Royal Supreme Court presiding. They called numerous witnesses, sometimes 35 a day, including the families from which girls had gone missing and victims who had survived. One mother had lost her 10-year-old daughter. The principal testimony against Erzsébet was offered by her servants and by people who had assisted her in her bloody campaign. Each of her cohorts was asked the same 11 questions about how long he or she had been at the castle and what things had been done there related to the crimes. In particular, they were all asked whom they had murdered, how many, where the victims were from, and who had brought them to the castle. They were also pressed to describe any tortures they had used and what had happened to those girls who had died. More to the point, they were to describe fully the Countess's involvement. What they had to say revealed a practice so vile that Erzsébet is still known to this day as one of the cruelest monsters in history. Fixco, a dwarf who had worked for Erzsébet for 16 years, claimed he'd been taken there forcibly. He was not sure about how many women he helped to kill, but he did know the count of the girls, 37. 5 were buried in holes, 2 in a garden, 2 at night in a church, and so on. They had been lured from the country with the promise of employment in the castle, and women in some of the villages actually conspired to provide girls for money or small gifts. If the girls didn't come willingly, they were beaten into unconsciousness and carried off. At the castle, they were bound and stabbed with needles and scissors, among other cruelties. They'd been chosen for the softness of their skin, even of their tongues, and for their youth and beauty. When asked about the type of torture used, he said, "They tied the hands and arms very tightly with Viennese cord. They were beaten to death until the whole body was black as charcoal and their skin was rent and torn. One girl suffered more than 200 blows before dying." Dorco, another accomplice and procurer, cut their fingers one by one with shears and then slit the veins with scissors. Erzsébet's childhood nurse, Ilona Ju, admitting that she'd killed about 50, said that she'd applied red-hot pokers from the fire, shoving them into the mouth of some hapless girl or upper nose. The mistress herself, she testified, had placed her fingers into the mouth of one girl and pulled hard until the sides split open. She'd also stabbed them all over with needles, making them bleed, or had torn open their flesh with sharp pincers. She liked to slit open the skin between their fingers. Erzsébet, it was said, administered many cruel and arbitrary beatings and was soon torturing and butchering the girls. She might cut off someone's fingers or beat her about the face until the bones broke. Even when Erzsébet was ill, she didn't stop. Instead, she'd have the girls brought to her bed so she could slap and bite them. Sometimes she bit them until they died, and she made her male servants consume their flesh. According to Ilona Ju, the Countess might place oiled paper between the girls' legs and set it on fire, or used candles to burn them. There was often so much blood from cutting the girls in strategic spots that cinders were placed around the Countess's bed to absorb it. When they buried the bodies in secret places, they chanted over them. The third accused accomplice added that the Countess liked to apply a red-hot iron to the soles of the girls' feet, and another witness said that she'd seen 4 girls bound in shrouds, barely alive but unable to move. Yet another claimed she'd seen the devil himself sitting on Countess Bathory's lap, and that she had sexual relations with him, completely under his spell. That was due, in part, to his impressive male organ. Only one servant refused to testify against her mistress, and for that, her eyes were put out and her breasts removed before she was ultimately burned at the stake. Testimony also revealed that the kidnapped girls had been chained to walls in the dungeons and fattened up because the Countess believed this increased the blood in their bodies, and blood was critical to her moonlit sorcery. They were also forced into deviant sexual activities with her. If they reacted with displeasure, they received torture and possibly death. Yet even those who did well eventually bored her, and they too were dispatched. Sometimes, depending on the Countess's whim, her favorite girls got the worst treatment. One had been forced to strip a piece of flesh off her own arm. A few were shoved into small cages full of spikes. Even during an age when torture was commonplace, the judges who listened to these accounts were appalled, especially when survivors recounted their own stories. They told how they'd been pierced, pinched, beaten, and burned by the mistress of the castle. Many were disfigured for life. The hearing grew more gruesome by the day, as more people added their own tales of horror and how many dead bodies they'd witnessed. Finally, it was over. Based on the skeletons and cadaver parts found, as well as witness reports, Countess Bathory and her cronies were convicted on 80 counts of murder. In a second part of the trial, a newly discovered register was entered as evidence that included in Erzsébet's handwriting the names of, and small details about, more than 650 females, according to some accounts. The suggestion, which couldn't be proven, was that she'd kept track of her victims and had actually killed that many. The formal charges remained at 80, although King Matthias indicated in a letter to Prime Minister Chirzo during the hearing that he knew of at least 300 victims. Meanwhile, her accomplices were tortured and put to death in a variety of ghastly ways. Some had their fingers pulled off, some were buried alive, and some were beheaded. The judges considered what to do with the mistress. King Matthias favored execution, but that meant enacting a special statute to strip her of her royal immunity. They'd already had to investigate such a statute just to prosecute her. Prime Minister Chirzo, her relative, intervened on her behalf to insist that she was unable to appreciate what she'd done. Yet the court report indicated that the number of torture devices found in her residence belied her inability to control her anger. Clearly, she'd taken pleasure in her deviant acts. Nevertheless, the pressure was on to keep her fortune in the family. So, in the end, Erzsébet Bathory was imprisoned for life, with no formal sentencing, locked in a small set of rooms in her own castle at Chaktise. Her son and sole heir wrote a letter on her behalf asking for mercy, but her daughter Anna vowed never to speak to her mother again or allow her children to do so. Erzsébet claimed that she was innocent of all charges. She said the peasant girls died of many different things, from contagious disease to blood poisoning, and she could not be held responsible for the whims of nature. She was confined to her rooms with the entrances and windows walled up, save for tiny slits for food and air. Penrose says she was heartbroken that she no longer had her magic incantation. After only 3.5 years, during the summer of 1614, when she was 54, she died. The evidence of this was her untouched dinner plates. Someone who looked through the slit in the door saw her lying face down on the floor. When they tore down the walls to retrieve her body, legend has it that they found a brief document to the effect that before her imprisonment, she had invoked a darker power to send 99 cats to tear out the hearts of her accusers and judges. The priest who read it recalled the cats that they'd seen that night when they entered the castle. What's notable about Countess Bathory is that she was one of the extremely rare females throughout history who've displayed vampiric or cannibalistic appetites. After her death, rumors spread about how she'd actually bathed in the blood of her young victims. She had girls butchered so she could try out her beauty treatment. This was attributed to a preoccupation with eternal youth. Yet, when Dracula scholar Raymond McNally traveled to Slovakia to examine court records, none mentioned bathing in blood, although some noted her frenzy for biting pieces of flesh off her victims. Father Laszlo Turkcy had written about her in his historical account of Hungary, published in 1744, more than a century after she died. He relied on official records as well as on legend and lore to piece together her tale. Yet because the Catholic Church benefited from dramatic tales of werewolves, witches, and vampires, because it helped with their doctrines about God and Satan, his account during an era when werewolves and witches were being discovered and executed must be suspect. One enduring legend is that Erzsébet had slapped a servant girl one day, got blood on her hand, and after washing it off, found that it made her skin look younger. Alchemists apparently assured her that this was a sign of her nobility. So, to restore her waning beauty, she made a practice of bathing in virginal blood. These ideas were suggested in 1759 by German anthropologist Michael Wagner when he wrote, "Elizabeth wanted to dress well in order to please her husband, and she spent half the day over her toilet. On one occasion, a lady's maid saw something wrong in her headdress, and as a reward for observing it, she received such a severe blow on the ears that the blood gushed from her nose and spurted onto her mistress's face. When the blood drops were washed off her face, her skin appeared much more beautiful, whiter and more transparent on the spots where the blood had been." Apparently, Erzsébet formed the resolution to bathe her face and her whole body in human blood so as to enhance her beauty. Her accomplices would catch the blood in a tub so that Erzsébet could bathe at 4 in the morning. After the bath, she appeared more beautiful than before. No official accounts mention this bizarre behavior or fetish, and it's more likely that she simply experienced a sexual thrill from seeing blood, or used the blood for her rituals and ceremonies. Nevertheless, if the ledger with 650 names is what many people believe it is, then no single person in the centuries to come surpassed her victim toll. Her reputation remains one of the most bloodthirsty killers on record, in part because her noble status made her untouchable in a society that protected its aristocrats.
Throughout the day and night, she paced the 8x8 cell, one hand wrapped around the other. The sweat rolled off her palms. Her feet and mind went over the same ground again and again. If only I hadn't done this, or if only I was more careful, she thought, torturing herself with what could have been. Several times she collapsed upon her creaking bed, exhausted, her nerves shattered, nodding off for a few seconds here, a few minutes there, until she abruptly jumped to her feet once again, convinced it was a nightmare, some distant dream of horror whose origins surely must be in hell. She may have gazed out of her window, a 12-by-12 concrete opening framed by thick steel bars, to stare at the rolling waves of the Hudson, watch sailboats drifting down the river, or linger over a solitary fishing boat anchored offshore to catch the morning run of striped bass. Too soon, there was a rude tapping on her cell door. The metal gate swung open, and ice ran through her veins when she saw them. Into the cramped cell, 4 large, serious-looking men entered and went about their business in a cold, deliberate manner. "Good evening, Ruth," one of them said without emotion. They shaved the back of her head, arms, and upper legs. They groped, probed, and examined her young body as if she were a piece of meat. She stared at her trembling hands, and it was all she could do not to urinate on herself. Her heart was pounding so loud she was convinced that it could easily be heard by anyone standing near her. "I am ready to die," she said. "Oh, my poor baby Lorraine." From some faraway place, she heard the solemn prayers of Father George Murphy in the hallway, his voice bouncing off the cold metal walls. "Though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me," the priest said. Within a few moments, she began the brief journey through the steel corridors toward the death chamber. The last mile, they called it, but actually only 200 feet long. The young, stern guards offered their muscled arms for support as she dragged herself down the hallway to the barren room where she would die. She sat in the chair as the matrons fumbled with the straps. They placed a strange leather helmet on her head and then secured her firmly to the rough wooden frame. Tears poured down her face, but oddly she didn't imagine herself crying. She wore no underwear, just a brown, formless gown, at least 2 sizes too big, carelessly thrown over her body by the prison staff the night before. She stared out into the spectator gallery and saw the frightened faces of a familiar few. Suddenly, a lever was pulled outside the chamber that sent over 2,000 volts of electricity into her body, courtesy of Thomas Edison's ingenuity decades before. And then there was darkness. After a short pause, a second jolt was sent coursing through the woman's lifeless body, causing it to violently stiffen for a moment and then become flaccid. Within 30 seconds, she was dead, a smoking mass of flesh and bone that could not be moved until it cooled down. Electrocution raises the temperature of the body to around 150 degrees, too hot to touch. A doctor stepped forward from the dozens of spectators, listened briefly through a stethoscope, and said, "She's gone." The executioner, Robert G. Elliott, grandfather of 3, who recorded in his own diary details of the almost 400 executions he administered, prepared for his next victim. A few yards away and out of sight, a broken and terrified man, Henry Judd Gray, waited his turn to die. Ruth's body was hoisted onto an autopsy table a few feet away and wheeled into a room where a post-mortem could start immediately. And so ended the brief and tumultuous life of Ruth Snyder, 33, wife, mother, and girlfriend, convicted of murdering her husband in 1927. 614 eventually died in that same room. This was Sing Sing Prison, situated on the banks of the majestic Hudson River, just 30 miles north of New York City. It was one of the most prolific and feared death chambers in America, and not without cause. The state that executed the most prisoners during this era was not Texas, nor Georgia, as is commonly believed. New York performed the majority of executions in America up to 1950, and as such, was the epicenter of the death penalty in the Western world. And up until 1972, when the Furman versus Georgia decision brought a temporary halt to executions nationwide, Sing Sing Prison was responsible for nearly a third of all the women executed in the United States. This is their story. In 1915, Ruth Brown, 20, was employed as a secretary for Motorboating magazine in Manhattan. Throughout her teen years, Ruth had visions of marrying money. More than anything, she wanted a wealthy businessman for a husband, so she could retire to a big mansion in Long Island and bond with the idle rich. Since the only thing Ruth had going for her was her fine looks, she played up to men whenever she could. Ruth was a curvy, good-looking blonde with blue eyes and tough demeanor. Years later, after her death, she became the model for the femme fatale character in James M. Cain's novel Double Indemnity. Eager to make her dreams happen, Ruth courted and eventually married the editor of Motorboating magazine, Albert Snyder, in 1915. Although they soon had a daughter, Lorraine, in 1918, the couple did not get along well. Albert still carried a torch for an old girlfriend who passed away, and Ruth carried a torch for another kind of life. She loved traveling in the fast lane. She liked dancing, drinking, and listening to the latest music that was sweeping the country. Jazz. Albert was the opposite of Ruth. Stoic, formal, reserved, while she was outgoing, gregarious, and friendly. Often, Albert would simply stay at home, taking care of Lorraine while Ruth updated her image and did the night scene in the bars of Manhattan. This arrangement continued until the summer of 1925, when she met a susceptible corset salesman named Henry Judd Gray. Ruth and Judd Gray became a familiar sight in the local dance joints around town. But soon, Ruth complained to Judd that her husband was cramping her style, and she might be better off without him. Besides, she told Judd, Albert had lots of insurance. During 1926, Ruth made several attempts on Albert's life at their home in Queens Village, according to Judd's testimony at a later trial. But by March 20th, 1927, Ruth had enough. That night, she and Albert went to a party in Manhattan and returned to their home in the early morning hours. At about 7 a.m., Lorraine awakened and found her mother tied up on the floor and her father unconscious in his bed. The little girl ran to a neighbor, who later summoned the police. Albert was dead, his head smashed in by an unknown object. His hands were tied together, and so were his feet. There was a length of wire wrapped tightly around his neck. When the neighbors tried to untie Ruth, she insisted on remaining tied up until the police responded. Ruth then told the police that soon after she and Albert arrived home, an Italian-looking man entered the house and bashed her over the head, knocking her out. When she woke up much later, it was all she could do to make it over to Lorraine's room and call out for help. She also told the police that her jewelry was missing, but Lorraine blurted out to the police that Uncle Judd was in the house the night before. When a search was made through the home, police discovered a bloody metal sash in the closet. Her jewels, which she reported stolen, were also found hidden in the mattress. She was questioned throughout the day into the night. Then one of the detectives mentioned her boyfriend. "What about Judd Gray?" he said. "Has he confessed?" Ruth asked. It was the beginning of the end. Soon she blurted out the whole plot. Albert was killed for the insurance money that totaled over $100,000, an enormous sum in 1927. But Ruth denied any hand in the actual murder. She said that Judd Gray killed him while she waited in the other room. Cops soon located Gray hiding out in a flophouse in upstate Syracuse, New York. At first, he denied any involvement. "It is ridiculous," he said. But when he heard that Ruth blamed him for the murder, he caved in. He promptly confessed and said Ruth seduced him with her charms and egged him on to murder. He also said that she was the one who actually strangled Albert with the wire, while he only held him down on the bed. In New York City, the local newspapers, the Daily News, the Tribune, the Daily Mirror, and others soon published graphic accounts of the Ruth Gray murder plot, along with plenty of photos to tell the whole story. The public was fascinated with the secretary who married the boss, became a frustrated wife turned into a fun-loving party girl, met a corset salesman from New Jersey who she seduced and convinced to murder her husband for cash. The lovers had secret codes for each other and big plans to spend the insurance money afterwards. Ruth frequently met Judd at the Waldorf, where they rented a room for afternoon sex while her daughter Lorraine played in the lobby or on the hotel's elevator. It was all too much for the public, and they ate up every morsel. The trial, held during the spring of 1927, was a media sensation. Every day brought new revelations of the frantic life and love of a real femme fatale who would stop at nothing to get what she wanted, including murder. Hollywood celebrities and many politicians appeared daily at her trial. Hundreds of photos were taken of Ruth and published in the New York tabloids that competed viciously with each other for every scrap of information. On May 9, 1927, Ruth Brown Snyder and Henry Judd Gray were convicted of murder and sentenced to death. Over 1,500 people applied to witness her execution. At Sing Sing, executioner Robert G. Elliott, a distinguished-looking gentleman who had been on the job for only a year, was upset. He had never executed a female before, but he realized the significance of the event. A few days before, he told the press, "It will be something new for me to throw the switch on a woman, and I don't like the job." He went to Warden Lewis E. Laws and demanded more money for the extra stress involved. His request was turned down. Ironically, both Elliott and Laws were against the death penalty and spoke out against it many times during their careers. Of the Snyder execution, Elliott said, "I hope this thing ends capital punishment in New York State." For months, Snyder's lawyers appealed the verdict and fought as best they could to save their client from the death house. The press continued to report daily on her fate, and still the public clamored for more. Ruth received 164 marriage proposals from her fans while she sat on death row. Her attorney, Edgar F. Hazelton, told reporters, "She cries continuously and bitterly in the last-minute cell. She has made her peace with God and is reconciled to her fate." On January 12, 1928, Ruth Snyder became the first woman to die in the electric chair at Sing Sing prison in the 20th century. Just before she died, Ruth whispered these words, "Forgive them, Father, they know not what they do." Not 10 minutes later, Judd Gray met death in the same chair. Elliott described Gray in his journal in these words, "He walked to the chair unassisted and made no statement. He had taken to reading the Bible and seemed anxious to have the ordeal ended." Elliott also remarked on the tension surrounding the execution of Snyder and Gray. "This was a very exciting night, second only to the Sacco Vanzetti night," he wrote under the H.J. Gray entry. In the crowd of spectators, a young reporter from New York City's Daily News was one of the official witnesses. At the moment the electric current was dispatched into Ruth's body, he reached down and pressed the button on a camera that he had strapped to his leg hours before. The resulting photograph of Ruth strapped firmly into the chair with a mask over her head, which appeared full page on the next day's New York Daily News, became one of the most famous in the annals of photojournalism. "I am almost dead now. I feel at times I am not breathing." So said Anna Antonio, 28, battered wife and mother of 3 young children, on the eve of her death in Sing Sing prison on August 9, 1934. She had just completed a harrowing, twisting journey through the labyrinth of the criminal justice system, which included 3 reprieves from the chair and a dramatic rescue from death 10 minutes before she was scheduled to die. 3 times, Governor Lehman granted a stay in her execution in order to resolve some unanswered questions. To many, her guilt was never firmly established, and the last-minute confession from one of her alleged accomplices, Vicente Saeta, 22, while cringing in the shadow of the electric chair, cast serious doubt on her murder conviction. Anna was a slightly built woman who barely tipped the scales at 100 pounds. She had thick, long, dark hair and a very slight build. At the age of 16, Anna married a man named Salvatore Antonio of Albany, New York. As soon as they married, Sal dominated Anna's life in every way. He placed restrictions on everything she could and could not do. And when she didn't obey, she was beaten. Together they had 4 children, but one died at an early age. Sal allegedly worked for a railroad as a brakeman and had 2 insurance policies, one with MetLife for $2,500 and another with his union, the Brotherhood of Railway Trainmen, for $2,800. Although he maintained a steady job, Sal had other interests as well. The house was always full of dope and guns, Anna later told the cops. Suffering at the whim of a violent and abusive husband for 12 years, she allegedly hired a man named Sam Faraci, who was a friend of Sal's, to help her out of her situation. According to their own statements, Faraci and another friend, Vincent Saeta, shot and stabbed Sal on a highway outside of Albany on March 27, 1932, leaving his corpse on the side of the road. Sal had 15 stab wounds and 5 bullet holes in his body when he was found. It didn't take long for cops to pinpoint Faraci and Saeta. They told police that they killed Sal at the request of Anna, who promised to pay them $800 of the insurance money. All 3 suspects were arrested on May 5, 1932, and charged with murder. After a 26-day trial held in Albany County Court during the spring of 1933, Anna, Antonio, Saeta, and Faraci were found guilty of murder in the first degree. On April 15, 1933, all 3 defendants were sentenced to die for Sal's murder. Less than a week later, they were on death row in Sing Sing, awaiting their punishment. And it is there where Anna suffered through a terrible gauntlet of fear, elation, and ultimate defeat. For the next 16 months, she was dragged through a series of reprieves and scheduled executions that crushed her spirit and nearly drove her insane. The Albany court set a date of execution for May 29, 1933. When Anna arrived at Sing Sing, there were no other females on death row, and 3 local women had to be rehired to perform their duties as matrons. They were paid $100 per month for their work. Although they were essentially guards, all 3 women became friends with Anna, and on the day she was executed, they stood in front of her to avoid anyone taking photographs of Anna sitting in the chair. The Snyder incident in 1928, in which a reporter snapped a death photo with a hidden camera, was still on everyone's mind. As her attorney, Daniel Pryor of Albany filed appeal after appeal. The execution date for Sal's killers was postponed, eventually being set on June 28, 1934. As the date approached, Anna began to fall apart. Faraci, however, acted as if nothing bothered him. "I gave the state what information I could when we were first arrested," he said. Saeta was even more resigned to his fate. "I don't expect anything," he said. "I'm willing to pay the price." On June 20th, Pryor attended a face-to-face meeting with Governor Lehman that lasted 2 hours. Anna's 3 children, Phyllis, Marie, and Frankie, along with Anna's brother, Pasquale Capello of Schenectady, accompanied him to the governor's mansion. While the children played on the carpet behind him, Pryor pled for their mother's life. The next day, Pryor was informed that the governor denied the request. The execution was on. At Sing Sing, when Anna was informed of the governor's decision, she told the matrons that she wanted her brother to bring up the kids. "I'm not thinking of myself so much," she said. "I'm thinking what it will mean to the future of my children." She signed a will leaving whatever she had in this world to her kids. Anna told the matrons she was ill, heartbroken, yet hoping something will save me. On June 27th, the matrons partially shaved Anna's head to prepare for electrode attachment. As the time approached, she didn't sleep, nor would she eat. Her brother and sister came to visit her and brought little Frankie, Anna's 3-year-old son. They were allowed to kiss through the screen that separates the prisoners from the public. All day long, she awaited news from the governor's office, hopeful that he would have a change of mind and spare her from certain death. At 10:50 p.m., barely 10 minutes before the execution was scheduled to take place, Vincent Sayeta asked to speak with Warden Louis E. Laws. He told the warden that he, not Anna, had killed Sal Antonio, and she had nothing to do with the murder. Sayeta said that he and Sal argued over a $75 debt that Sal owed him. He said that Sal threatened his life, and because of those threats he decided to kill him. Sayeta and Ferrazzi took Sal for a ride outside Albany on March 27, 1933, and Sayeta said that he shot Sal. Mrs. Antonio was absolutely innocent of the crime, he said. Warden Laws ordered a 2-hour stay while he phoned the governor. Anna, minutes from death, collapsed on the spot. While the warden read Sayeta's statement over the phone to Governor Lehman, Ferrazzi and Sayeta sweated in their cells. The dramatic decision came through at 1 a.m. The governor said, "I have directed the warden of Sing Sing prison to postpone the electrocution of Vincent Sayeta, Sam Ferrazzi, and Anna Antonio until Friday night, June 29th, in order that I may have time to study and consider the long statement made by Sayeta." It was official. Anna had 24 hours to live. She was given the news in her cell and was nearly hysterical. "Oh, thank God, she cried. But already her attorney, Daniel Pryor, was hard at work. The next day, while Anna endured the agonizing wait once again, the governor and the attorneys held another meeting. Just 1 hour before the execution was to take place, Anna received a 10-day reprieve. It was decided that this would be enough time for Pryor to draw up a motion for a new trial based on Sayeta's dramatic statements. The motion would be made in Albany County Court in front of Judge Earl H. Gallup, the same judge who presided over the original trial in 1933. The Albany District Attorney John Delaney called Sayeta's statement an absolute fabrication of lies. However, Governor Lehman would not be deterred. "I am granting a reprieve until the week beginning July 9, 1934, he said. Drained by the emotional roller coaster of the past week, Anna rested in her cell. During her ordeal, she lost 15 pounds and developed a gaunt appearance. She hadn't eaten in 3 days. Unable to cope with the constant pressure of death staring her in the face, she laid in her cot for 24 hours. The matrons brought her tea and toast and forced her to eat. "I am a little more hopeful," she told them. Daniel Pryor met with her on death row to plan for a new trial. He encouraged her and gave new hope that the case would be resolved in her favor. But on July 5th, the motion for a new trial was denied by Judge Gallup. The execution was back on. Pryor immediately appealed the ruling. Anna, with her hopes crushed, said, "I have already died enough for 1,000,000 men." By then, the case was attracting a great deal of attention. Various Italian civic organizations were making pleas in her behalf. Clarence Darrow, the noted defense attorney and a strong opponent of the death penalty, publicly supported her. Newspaper editorials lamented the on-again, off-again execution as cruel and unusual punishment. Perhaps prompted by these efforts, on July 10th, the governor granted a reprieve of 1 month to the beleaguered defendants in order to appeal the case. On death row, there was elation. For the first time, there was genuine hope that their lives could be spared. "If I could only live to bring up the 3 children, she told the warden. The case made its way to the State Court of Appeals. But on July 16th, that court refused to hear the case, thereby dropping the entire matter back into the lap of Governor Lehman. It also issued guidelines for future death penalty cases when it ruled, "After affirmance of judgment of death, no stay of execution can be granted except by the governor." In other words, no death penalty case could come to the State Court of Appeals with the expectation of a reprieve. The new date for the execution was set at August 9, 1934. Anna was dumbfounded and thunderstruck. She told Warden Laws, "I did not tell those men to kill my husband for his insurance money of $5,000. I could have killed him a dozen times. You don't know how terrible it is to be here. The governor knows everything there is to know. Why doesn't he say something?" Later that same day, August 9th, the matrons returned to shave her head once again. "It looks as if they've all turned me down. God alone can help me," she told the matrons. She suddenly fell into a semi-coma, unable to stand or sit. She looked thin and haggard, losing a great deal of weight during that last month. Anna weighed just 85 pounds. When she was asked what she wished for her last meal, she weakly replied, "I want nothing." Sayeda and Ferrazzi both ate large meals and smoked cigars at about 7 p.m. At 11 p.m., the guards came for Anna. Her time had run out. Although there was a fear she would have to be carried to the chair, Anna walked unassisted. The executioner, Robert G. Elliott, later wrote these words in his journal. She walked to the chair unassisted, although nervous. She sat in the chair calmly and repeated the Catholic prayer with Father McCaffrey. The matrons strapped her into the chair and then took their places in between her and the viewing audience. Anna's head hung down. Her chin touched the top of her chest. The frail and frightened woman looked like a little girl in the high-back chair, which was designed for adult men. There was absolute quiet in the chamber as the deadly current was switched on. Within a few moments, as the electricity sputtered and crackled, Anna, whatever her crimes, was dead. The prison physician, Dr. Charles C. Sweet, then pronounced the victim at 11:16 p.m. "I hereby pronounce this person dead," he intoned. Before the words were out of his mouth, prison guards escorted Ferrazzi into the death chamber. He passed by Anna as attendants carried her body through the door. Ferrazzi was smiling as they strapped him to the chair, still smoking from its previous work. "I want to thank you, gentlemen," he said. "I go to die, but I am innocent. That is all I can say. I wish you good luck, all of you." As he finished his words, Elliot received the signal from Warden Laws, and 2,000 volts jolted his body at the speed of light. After 2 minutes, Dr. Sweet again rose from his front row seat and approached Ferrazzi's lifeless form. He applied his stethoscope to the man's chest and listened for a few seconds. "I declare this man dead," he announced. In the second row of the witnesses there was a loud noise. One of the spectators had collapsed in the row of seats, but it was not over yet. At 11:27 p.m., Sayeda was brought into the chamber. He was grinning, but the witnesses saw his teeth tightly clenched and his hands rigid. Sayeda remained silent as the guards hastily applied the straps across his chest and legs. Sayeda smiled bravely, and within moments the current again did its deadly work. He was pronounced dead at 11:31 p.m. All 3 bodies were removed and stored until the following day. On August 10th, Anna Antonio, Vincent Sayeda, and Sam Ferrazzi were claimed by family members, and funeral arrangements were made. Anna was buried in Albany on August 13th, 1934. Prison officials remarked to the press that more money was spent on Anna's incarceration and care than any other defendant in American history. Governor Lehman, stung by a prolonged barrage of criticism for not saving Anna's life, had this to say: "The law makes no distinction of sex in the punishment of crime, nor would my own conscience permit me to do so." For little Marie, Anna's daughter, the day her mother died would be of special significance for her. August 9th, 1934 was her 10th birthday. It could be said that up until 1935, Eva Koo was a survivor. She worked through the Great Depression, managed to buy property, ran a successful business, even if it was a brothel, fed herself and a large staff, and even paid for her employees' insurance policies. Of course, it was later determined that her motives for paying those premiums were other than charity. She was born Eva Curry in Haliburton, Ontario in 1894. While she was still in her teens, she moved to Toronto, where she met a rail worker named William Koo. They ran away together to Canada's western frontier and got married. The marriage lasted only a few years, and Eva Koo migrated to upstate New York in 1921. As a result of Prohibition Age, which began with the Volstead Act at precisely midnight January 16, 1920, speakeasies began to appear all over America. Eva opened her own bar in Oneonta, a small city midway between Albany and Binghamton in Otsego County, New York. During that era, Oneonta was a bustling railroad town through which many transients passed every day to points east and west. Eva's clientele consisted of truck drivers, railroad employees, college students, and construction workers. Eva's Place, as it was called, was a popular stopover known throughout the region. Eva herself was a boisterous, outgoing woman with a quick sense of humor who could always be counted on for a good time. She was 5'7" and weighed a muscular 170 pounds. Everyone knew Eva and she knew everyone else, including politicians and police. Eva employed a staff that consisted of several local people who worked as bartenders and kept the bar called Little Eva's Place, stocked with booze and supplies. One of the employees, Harry Gimpy Wright, 52, was a farmer whose mother had passed away in 1931. He was unable to care for himself and came to live with Eva that summer in exchange for $2,000 of his mother's inheritance money. Harry often drank at the bar to excess and took to walking down the highway, Route 7, in an inebriated state, sometimes falling alongside the road where he had to be rescued by other patrons. In 1933, a girl named Martha Clift, originally from Pennsylvania, went to work at Little Eva's Place. She became a familiar sight at the bar, and people noticed that she also became very friendly with Eva Koo. During the following summer, in June 1934, Eva reported to the police that Gimpy was missing. He had wandered out of the bar after a bout with the bottle and hadn't been seen or heard from since. The police conducted a search and quickly found the body of Harry Wright, smashed up in a bad way, laying in a roadside ditch off Route 7. He was less than a half-mile from Eva's place, and it was immediately surmised that he was struck and killed by a hit-and-run driver, who didn't see the unlucky victim until it was too late. A local coroner examined the remains and ruled that Wright was probably killed by a hit-and-run driver while strolling drunk along Route 7, something that he was known to do in the past. His body was dispatched over to a local funeral parlor and prepared for burial. In the meantime, Eva, not known for her intelligence, showed up at a MetLife Insurance Company office in Oneonta with an insurance policy on Gimpy's life. The beneficiary named in the policy was Eva Koo. The claim was processed, but the insurance company became suspicious and took their suspicions to the police. An autopsy was conducted on Wright, and the coroner ruled the death suspicious. It was later discovered that, on the night of Wright's death, Koo and Clift were reported to be trespassing on an old farm near Crumhorn Mountain. That was enough for the sheriff's office. Both women were arrested. While they were held at the local jail, sheriff's deputies went to Eva's home and, without a warrant, broke in and searched the place. Officers found dozens of insurance policies on Eva's friends, acquaintances, and employees, all naming her as the beneficiary. When confronted with the evidence, both women soon confessed. Koo said they took Wright to an old farmhouse near Crumhorn Mountain outside Oneonta and smashed his head in with a hammer. They ran over his body using a friend's car and then threw Wright into a highway ditch where he was found. However, each woman named the other as the one who actually did the killing and would not relent. The sheriff then took Eva and Martha to Crumhorn Mountain to clarify their statements, and it was there that one of the most grotesque interrogations in the history of criminal justice began. The sheriff exhumed the body of Harry Wright and brought it to the site where he removed it from the coffin. For the next few hours, while the women argued back and forth about who did what to whom, sheriff's deputies carted around Wright's corpse, placing it in various spots in front of the terrified suspects who nearly collapsed from the stench and the summer heat. In August 1934, the trial began in the baseball town of Cooperstown, New York. It attracted the usual media gang and entrepreneurs who sold souvenirs and memorabilia outside the county courthouse. Incredibly, Wright's body was again exhumed during proceedings so police could check on his wounds. The trial lasted almost 3 weeks and quickly turned into a circus. But in the end, it took just 1 hour for the jury to bring in a verdict. Eva Koo was found guilty of murder in first degree and sentenced to death at Sing Sing. Martha Clift was found guilty of murder in second degree and sentenced to 20 years. That same day, outside the Otsego County Courthouse, a caravan of cars carrying Eva Koo, Martha Clift, and a platoon of police and state troopers left for Sing Sing, about 90 miles south. Later, at the doors to the prison, the two women were allowed to say goodbye to each other. Martha was then taken to Bedford Reformatory, about 30 miles away, where she would serve out her sentence. Meanwhile, at Sing Sing, Eva was processed in the front office. After being issued a prison uniform, Eva was ushered into the same cell where Anna Antonio had spent her last days, and before her, Ruth Snyder. Eva asked the guards about Sing Sing. The matron said it was a fair place and the warden was a fine man. One matron said, "Do you know what they did for Mrs. Antonio?" "Yeah," said Eva. "Burned her." During her time on death row, few people visited her. Since her conviction, Eva fell out of favor with her old friends from Oneonta. Gone were the politicians, business people, judges, and cops that once frequented her place. "I don't know why my friends can't get in to see me at Sing Sing," she said. "I had no problem getting in." On June 27, 1935, after half-hearted appeals were filed by her attorneys, who often fought with each other and tried to make money from her story, Eva Koo ate her last meal. A last-second request was made to Governor Herbert Lehman to spare her life, but he refused. At 11 p.m. that night, she was brought into the death chamber. 2 matrons, one on each side of Eva, escorted her to the chair. Her posture was erect and her shoulders pushed back. She appeared resigned, but with a trace of the old bravado. She sat unassisted, her white hands gripping the ends of the chair. "Goodbye, darlings," she said to the matrons. Several minutes later, she was dead, the third woman to die at Sing Sing in the 20th century. In his journal, executioner Robert G. Elliott wrote a simple notation. New York, June 27, 1935, 11 p.m., Eva Koo, 89508, 42 years. There were many people, though, who were upset at the way her defense was handled. Eva's journey through the criminal justice system was not one to be proud of, according to some. Warden Lewis E. Laws, always outspoken on death penalty issues, later said this to the press. "I don't know if she was innocent or guilty, but I do know that she got a rotten deal all around. Rotten. And I'm not defending her. She may be guilty as well, but she got a raw deal. Her trial attorneys. Do you know what they did to help her lately? Know what? One of them wrote to me saying he'd like 4 invitations to her execution. That's the kind of defense she had." In Haliburton, Ontario, Eva's hometown, when her sister, Mrs. William Baker, was asked for a reaction to the execution, she told reporters that Eva has been dead to her family for 17 years. After her execution, Eva's body was not claimed. Accordingly, she was buried in a potter's field, and the exact location is unknown. Her grave has never been found. This is a sordid story of sex abuse, money, parental neglect, and a disturbed woman who may have killed 3 people, including her own brother. Mary Frances Avery was born in New Jersey in 1898. She married John Creighton and had a daughter, Ruth. In 1923, Mary and John were arrested for the death of her brother, Raymond Avery, who was poisoned by a lethal dose of arsenic. Mary Frances was named as the beneficiary in his insurance policy, and also inherited her brother's trust fund. She was acquitted after a trial in Newark, New Jersey that same year. Within days after the verdict, Frances was arrested for the murder of her father-in-law. Again, after a trial, she was found not guilty. Perhaps seeing a limited future in New Jersey, Mary Frances quickly moved to Long Island, New York. In the small town of Baldwin, the Creightons became friends with a couple named Everett and Ada Applegate, who lived in the house next door. Everett was an investigator with the Unemployment Bureau, but made little money. This was the 1930s, the height of the Great Depression in America, when money was scarce and jobs were hard to come by. In order to save money, the Applegates moved in with the Creightons. Mary's daughter Ruth, now 14, and the Applegates' daughter Agnes, 12, had to sleep wherever they could in the cramped house. For a time, they chose the attic, which was cold and filthy. Within a few weeks, however, Ruth found her way into Everett and Ada's bed, and soon, Everett began having sex with Ruth. But that wasn't enough. Mary Frances joined in the arrangement, although she later claimed that she was unaware her daughter had a sexual relationship with Everett. Mary Frances also later testified she knew that Agnes, Everett's own daughter, and Ruth were in Everett's bed during the same night. For her own role, Mary claimed that Everett forced her into sex by threatening to reveal her murderous background to everyone. In September 1936, Ada Applegate complained of being sick. She was taken to the local hospital where she was examined and sent home. Several days later, Ada died at home of unknown causes. It was suspected that it could have been pneumonia. However, tendencies of Mary's relatives to die suddenly and without explanation reached the offices of Nassau County's District Attorney's Office, and an investigation was begun. An autopsy of Ada Applegate showed a massive dose of arsenic, a substance that was often used in poisoning deaths in the late 19th and early 20th century. The ubiquitous use of arsenic in murder cases has always mystified criminologists for several reasons. Arsenic has many problems associated with its use as a means of death. The foremost problem is that arsenic is easily detected at post-mortem examinations, even in minute quantities. Although the human body maintains a natural level of arsenic, and this fact has been utilized as a trial defense, it is a simple procedure to measure these levels to refute that claim. It is also difficult to measure exactly how much of the drug to use since people have a different tolerance to arsenic, thereby forcing the killer to use a large amount and virtually assuring its detection later on. Since a large amount can be instantly discerned by the victim, the killer often resorts to chronic poisoning, using many doses of small amounts over a period of time. In almost all arsenic poisoning cases, the events follow a similar predictable pattern. Sudden, unexplained death, suspicion, examination of the body, discovery of arsenic, and arrest of friend or family member. This is exactly what happened in the Creighton case. On January 12, 1936, Mary Frances Creighton and Everett Applegate went on trial for their lives in Nassau County Criminal Court. Dr. Alexander O. Gettler, a toxicologist for the Medical Examiner's Office for the City of New York, testified that he found traces of arsenic in Ada Applegate's body, which led him to believe that her corpse contained 11 grains of the substance. It was generally agreed that 3 grains could be considered a lethal dose. John Creighton also took the stand and claimed no knowledge of almost anything. He said he didn't know that his daughter and wife were having sex with Everett. He didn't know that Ada died from arsenic. And he didn't believe his wife had anything to do with the murder. Dr. Richard H. Hoffman, a prominent New York psychiatrist, testified that Mary Frances was legally sane at the time of the event. But the highlight of the trial came when Mary Frances took the stand in her own defense, and instead gave the court a performance that doomed her to the electric chair. At 12:47 a.m. on January 25, 1936, a jury found Mary Frances and Everett guilty of first-degree murder. A sentence of death was mandatory. Mary Frances began crying immediately while Everett remained stoic. At sentencing, Everett Applegate asked to make a statement. He told the court, "I knew nothing and had nothing to do with the administration of arsenic poisoning. And in addition to that, I have never at any time had misconduct of any character with Mrs. Creighton." Within an hour, they were on their way to Sing Sing prison, and a date with death. Over the next few months, appeals were filed on her behalf, but all failed. A date of July 16th was set for the executions. As the date approached, Mary Frances became seriously ill. She collapsed several times and her legs appeared paralyzed. She could not eat and lost a great deal of weight. A commission of 5 doctors was appointed to investigate her medical condition. The day before the sentence was to be carried out, the commission reported that Mary Frances was suffering from hysteria as a result of her impending death. We find no evidence of organic disease of the central nervous system or the body as a whole, the head of the medical team reported. In other words, Mary Frances was healthy enough to be executed. On July 16, 1936, in the evening hours, Warden laws permitted their respective families to say goodbye to Mary and Everett. Applegate's father and stepmother came to visit, and he was able to have a brief meeting with his son. "I said goodbye, Ev," and he said goodbye, Pop. That was all, the older Applegate related to reporters. John Creighton visited Mary and was allowed to embrace her and kiss her for the last time. He was never sure that Mary had killed his own mother. John broke down and wept openly. As he left, he threatened to shoot any reporter who asked him a question. In the waiting room, as reporters assembled to enter the witness room, Agnes Applegate, 13, and Ruth Creighton, 15, the object of Everett's sexual desires, munched on hamburgers. At 11 p.m., Mary Frances Creighton, 38, was wheeled into the execution chamber at Sing Sing prison. She was wearing a pink nightgown and a black satin kimono. The back of her head was partially shaved where the electrodes were to be attached. For weeks, Mary Frances had told doctors that she was paralyzed from the waist down and could not walk. It was reported that she was actually in a coma, induced by hypodermic injection of morphine. She made no sounds, nor did she utter any last words. No one will ever know for sure if she was aware of the execution. Her hands were wrapped by a set of rosary beads that were given to her by the prison staff. Outside the room, professional executioner Robert G. Elliott prepared to kill his third female. At 11:04 p.m., the deadly current was sent through her body, and within moments, she was dead. With the odor of burning flesh still hanging in the air, Applegate entered the chamber. Before he met his own death, he had this to say: "Before God, gentlemen, I'm absolutely innocent of this crime, and I hope the good God will have mercy on the soul of Martin W. Littleton." The day before she died, Mary Frances converted to the Catholic religion and was baptized by the prison chaplain, Father McCaffrey. She was asked if she wanted to say anything to the public. She wiped the tears from her eyes and spoke these words: "I have done many wrong things, but I know God will forgive me. I was a good wife and mother, and whatever I did for him and the children. I hope they will have a better life than I did." Helen Ray Fowler was an historic figure, but it's the kind of notoriety no one would want. She was the only black female executed in the state of New York during the 20th century. Helen was the mother of 5 children and lived in the village of Niagara Falls in upstate New York. She ran a boarding house in addition to caring for her children to make ends meet. Helen was a large woman, 5'7" and 227 pounds according to her prison records. During the summer of 1943, she took in a boarder named George Knight at her home on Memorial Parkway. Knight, 27, was a drinker and often drank too much. At times he became violent and had been arrested before by local police. On the night of October 30th, 1943, George Knight and another woman were drinking in a local tavern in Niagara Falls. At the same time, Helen Fowler walked in the bar unexpectedly and saw them together. Words were exchanged by the three, and soon fists were flying. The fight spilled out into the street along with some of the other customers. Also drinking in the same bar was a gas station owner from nearby Ransomville named George William Fowler, 63, a white man and no relation to Helen. He watched the brawl and later decided to follow Helen home. When she arrived at her home on Memorial Parkway, William went inside with her, perhaps to make romantic advances. Another fight soon developed, which ended with William on the floor. In the meantime, George Knight arrived and immediately broke a large vase over William's head. He suffered a severely fractured skull and died on the floor of Helen's home. George and Helen dumped the body in a trunk. Correctly surmising that a dead body in the house would tend to implicate them in the crime, Knight and Fowler placed the trunk in a car and drove it down to the North Grand Island Bridge, which spans the upper Niagara River. There, under cover of nightfall and within sight of Canada to the west, they dumped the trunk into the river. When the body washed up on shore, the crime shocked the residents of Ransomville, who were unaccustomed to murder. After a brief investigation, police arrested the suspects. During an interrogation by the local sheriff's office, both Knight and Fowler admitted to the crime. Their trial was held during the week of February 12, 1944, at the Niagara County Court in Lockport, about 20 miles east of Niagara Falls. In the middle of deliberations, the jury asked for clarification on one issue. They wanted to know if a person who didn't actually kill anyone could be found guilty of murder. Judge William Munson assured them that 2 persons could be found guilty of the same murder, even if only one of them actually committed the offense. It was called felony murder under the penal law of the state of New York. After a 5-day trial, during which there were no defense witnesses called to the stand, both were found guilty of first-degree murder. Helen, who had cried throughout the trial, burst into hysterics when she heard the verdict. Knight remained passive in his seat as he had for the entire proceedings. It was the first murder trial in the county since 1938. Ironically, it was also the very first time that women had been allowed to serve as jurors in Niagara County. On February 19, 1944, in the same county courtroom, Judge Munson sentenced both defendants to death in the electric chair at Sing Sing. Helen sobbed loudly from behind the defense table as the sentence was read. Her attorneys requested a new trial, which was immediately denied by the judge. The prisoners were taken back to the Niagara County Jail to await transfer to Ossining. On February 21st, Fowler and Knight were taken by train to Sing Sing, where they were sent to death row. The execution was set for September 4, 1944. Luckily, they received 2 delays, and the date was eventually fixed for November 16, 1944. But for the first time this century, Robert G. Elliott, Sing Sing's legendary executioner, wouldn't be the one to pull the switch on a female. He died in 1939 of heart disease in Queens, New York. During his time in the death chamber, which spanned 13 years, he turned the dial on many notorious individuals, including Bruno Hauptmann, Sacco and Vanzetti, Ruth Snyder, and Anna Antonio. It was a gruesome job, but prison officials had no trouble finding a replacement. After Elliot's death, the prison received over 400 applications for his job. On the night she was to sit in the electric chair, Helen was allowed to dictate a letter to Lieutenant Governor Hanley. In her final plea for mercy, just 2 hours before the scheduled execution, Helen told a tragic story. She began by saying, "I had these things on my mind at the time of the trial. I hate the disgrace of bringing these things out." She went on to say that her daughter Ruth plotted against her. She said, "Ruth was going with my husband. I have proof by Niagara Falls Police Department because of his arrest. I have a letter here to prove my husband went with one daughter." But there was more, much more. She accused her daughter of murder. She told the lieutenant governor, her daughter's friend, and Ruth both poisoned my husband and I to get rid of me. Helen painted an ugly picture of a rebellious and cruel daughter who would stop at nothing to get free of a domineering mother. She said that when she was put in jail, her daughter Ruth was glad. She said she was free for the first time in her life and intended to stay free. She also said, "I'd make a nice fat crackling in the chair," Helen said. As for the murder of George Fowler, Helen claimed she was innocent and only helped move the body. "I fought hard all the time to keep my children under a roof with me. Please give me a chance to prove these things. I've said I'm not guilty of any murder or robbery, but I did help to get the man out of the house, or he'd have left him there in the trunk because he was drunk for over a week after and a couple of days before. Please have mercy on me. Please spare my life." But there was no word from the governor's mansion. She was doomed. Just 2 hours later, a despondent Helen Fowler was led into the death chamber at Sing Sing. Accompanying her through the hallway was Catholic chaplain Bernard Martin, who prayed for her soul. She was crying uncontrollably as she sat down in the chair. At 11:04 p.m., the killer current was sent coursing through her body. Several minutes later, she was declared dead. George Knight went next. Before he sat down for the last time, he asked the warden to speak. "Can I talk?" he said. The warden replied that it was customary to allow the condemned to say a few last words. "I want to thank you all for being so nice to me," Knight said simply. After his death, the guards cleaned up the chamber and shut the lights. There were no other executions scheduled for the same night. For the first time since 1906, there would be none for a full calendar year. Before she left this world on the night of November 16, 1944, Helen wrote, "It's a mother's love, and it's been so much disgrace, but this is the truth of why I am here. Please, I'll live for God from now on if spared. For when children try to have your life taken just to be free, it's a shame." Helen Fowler and George Knight were the 19th and 20th prisoners to die in Sing Sing's electric chair that year. Martha Jewel Beck was a huge woman. The press variously reported her weight to be anywhere from 200 to 300 pounds. She was consistently described in derogatory terms by the tabloids in New York City, where her murder trial took place during the summer heat of 1949. Not that she didn't deserve it. Martha murdered at least 3 people and probably a lot more. Raymond Fernandez, age 33, her pathetic conman, thief, killer boyfriend, roamed America looking for lonely widows who would fall for his Latino charms. While he pretended love and promised marriage, it wouldn't be long before Beck and Fernandez would gain control of the victim's money and bank accounts. Later in their criminal careers, they resorted to murder and freely boasted of their skills. "I'm no average killer," Fernandez later told authorities as Martha smiled approvingly. Her sad and pathetic life began in Milton, Florida in 1919. She was born Martha Jewel Seabrook, with a physical ailment that caused her to mature faster than others and also gain excessive weight. By the time she was 12, she had a woman's body and an advanced sexual drive that she was unable to satisfy. At the age of 13, she was allegedly cornered by her brother, who she said threatened to kill her if she revealed the attack. But Martha eventually told her mother anyway. Instead of taking action against the brother, Martha's mother beat her and told her that it was her own fault. Martha later attended a well-known nursing school and graduated first in her class. She worked for a time in a local hospital until she moved to California in 1942. She got a job working at an army hospital, but at night she took to picking up soldiers on leave and on occasion having sex with some of them. She became pregnant as a result of one of these encounters and eventually returned to Florida, where she told people that her husband was a Navy officer in combat somewhere in the Pacific. Shortly afterward, Martha spread a story that her husband was killed in action. In December 1944, Martha, again pregnant, married a truck driver named Alfred Beck from Pensacola, Florida. However, within months, she was divorced and descended into a state of depression and despair. For the next several years, Martha worked again at a local hospital and dwelled in the world of romance novels and Hollywood films, dreaming of the day when she would meet her Prince Charming. She took to writing to Lonely Hearts clubs and communicating with lonely people like herself. It was through one of these clubs that in 1947, she had the misfortune to meet Raymond Martinez Fernandez, 33, who was living in New York City. Fernandez was born on the island of Hawaii in 1914 to Spanish parents. He moved to Connecticut at an early age, where he attended grammar school. When he was a teenager, he went to Spain, where he later married and had 2 children. Eventually, he returned to the U.S., where he was promptly arrested in Alabama for stealing government property. Fernandez suffered a severe head injury in 1945, which gave him headaches for the rest of his life, and subsequently altered his behavior for the worse. He developed an intense interest in black magic and voodoo, and convinced himself that he had a mystical power over women. When he was released from prison in 1946, he began to communicate with Lonely Hearts clubs and met dozens of women whom he was able to seduce and steal their savings. In 1947, Fernandez met a woman named Jane Thompson, whom he took to Spain. While there, Jane died under mysterious circumstances. She was found dead in her hotel room with no apparent cause of death. Fernandez then returned to New York with a will naming him as the sole beneficiary. In the winter of 1947, he visited Martha in Florida for the first time. When Fernandez and Beck initially met, they both lied to each other. Fernandez said he was a wealthy businessman. Martha lied about her portly appearance. Nevertheless, they had sex, and Martha fell hopelessly in love with the Latin con man. But Fernandez had to get back to his business of scamming females and soon returned to New York. A few weeks later, Martha showed up at his doorstep with her 2 kids and moved in. He allowed her to stay, but he had no use for the children. Like the obedient slave, Martha shipped her 2 kids back to Florida, never to see them again. But Martha insisted on Raymond's fidelity. She agreed to help him as long as he didn't have sex with any of the victims, something that ran against Raymond's nature. Martha was a maniacally obsessive woman and would go to any lengths to prevent Raymond from engaging in sex with another woman. Throughout the following year, they robbed, beat, defrauded, and murdered a dozen women in several different states. On December 31, 1948, Ray and Martha met a potential victim, Janet L. Fay, 62, in Albany, New York. Mrs. Fay communicated with Raymond for several weeks through a Lonely Hearts Club, and she was anxious to meet her potential lover. Within a few days, Mrs. Fay, a widow, had emptied her bank account of nearly $6,000 and went to live with Fernandez and his sister in Valley Stream, Long Island. Inside their apartment, they quickly rid themselves of the unfortunate Mrs. Fay by clubbing her with a hammer and simultaneously strangling her with a scarf. As far as Martha was concerned, she couldn't wait to do in Mrs. Fay. At her trial, Martha later said, "I was just burning up with jealousy and anger." When it was over, she turned to Raymond and said in a phony child's voice, "Look what I have done." A week later, the murderous couple buried Mrs. Fay in the cellar of a rented house in Queens, New York City. After the Fay murder, they fled the big city and turned up in Grand Rapids, Michigan to meet with another woman, Mrs. Delphine Downing, who also had a 2-year-old daughter. Fernandez had been writing Delphine for several weeks and was ready to make his move. They quickly moved in with the unsuspecting victim. Almost immediately, Fernandez began having sex with Delphine, which irritated Martha to no end. They took whatever money they could find from Delphine and then together forced sleeping pills down her throat. When she unexpectedly regained consciousness, Fernandez shot the woman in the head, but the child who witnessed the killing wouldn't stop crying for 2 days. Martha filled a bathtub with water and threw the helpless child in, and then, in an act of callous depravity, she held the child under the water until she drowned. Later, they buried both bodies in the basement and covered them with fresh concrete. But neighbors had already reported to the police that they hadn't seen Mrs. Dowling and her daughter in several days. The police showed up at the house and quickly discovered the bodies. Fernandez and Beck were arrested, and within a few hours confessed to the police. In a non-stop litany of swindle and murder, Fernandez and Beck detailed their long list of offenses. Found in Raymond's possession was a list of 20 women who were reported missing in different cities. He said that he murdered others and laughed while admitting to many killings, 17 in all. Beck often chimed in by saying that she was the reason behind the murders since Fernandez was crazy for her and would do anything for her love. Since Michigan had no death penalty, they were extradited back to New York, where there was a death penalty for the Fay murder. The press immediately dubbed them the Lonely Hearts Killers, and their trial became one of the most sensational of the late 40s and early 50s. The New York papers printed edited versions of their sexual exploits that were detailed in trial testimony that was frequently too graphic for publication. The 250-pound Martha and the suave Latino Raymond were photographed endlessly by the media, and crowds literally rioted outside Bronx County Court to get a seat at the trial. On one day, when Martha was brought into the courtroom, she ran from her guards and threw her huge arms around Raymond's neck, burying his mouth and neck with kisses. As she was pulled from his grasp, large smudges of red lipstick covered his grinning face. She screamed, "I love him. I do love him and always will." After 43 days of testimony that was at times salacious, disgusting, horrifying, Martha Beck and Raymond Fernandez were convicted of first-degree murder on August 18, 1949. The jury, consisting of 10 men and 2 women, required 12 hours to bring in the verdict. Beck, it was said, displayed no emotion. On August 22nd, both defendants were brought back to court to face sentencing. As they stood motionless before Judge Ferdinand Pecora in Bronx County Court, a sentence of death was imposed. Less than 1 hour later, they were on their way to Sing Sing. While on death row, the press continued to vilify Martha. Every detail of her existence was reported in the tabloids. Her enormous weight was often a subject for speculation and ridicule by the endless appetite of the New York papers. To make matters worse, a rumor began that Martha, unable to control her animal passion, was having sexual relations with a prison guard. The rumor made its way to the headlines and caused her further grief, not only with Fernandez, but her family and attorney as well. I'm still a human, feeling every blow inside, even though I have the ability to hide my feelings and laugh. But that doesn't say my heart isn't breaking from the insults and humiliation of being talked about as I am. Oh yes, I wear a cloak of laughter, she said in a letter to her sister. After a long series of failed appeals, a date of March 8, 1951 was set for the execution. For her last meal, Martha ordered a double portion of fried chicken, potatoes, and a salad. Fernandez smoked a Cuban cigar and refused to eat. He was afraid he would throw up and embarrass himself. His nerves were calmed when he received a note from his beloved Martha, who still professed love for the Latin Romeo. The news brought to me that Martha loves me is the best I've had in years. Now I'm ready to die, he said. Dozens of women had asked to witness the execution, but all of their requests were denied. The warden denied all of them because he didn't think that women would make proper witnesses. At 11 p.m. that night, a parade of death began. First, John King, 22, of Long Island City, was executed for the killing of an airline employee in Queens in 1950. Next was Richard Power, 22, who was sentenced to death for the same murder. He sat quietly in the chair, praying as the electric current did its deadly work. Before Fernandez was removed from his cell, he wrote these last words, "I want to shout it out. I love Martha. What do the public know about love?" He never said another word after that note. At 11:15 p.m., the guards had to carry him into the death chamber, panic-stricken, a broken man consumed with anguish and unable to stand on his own. Minutes later, Martha sat in the chair, her enormous weight causing it to creak and moan. She squeezed into the seat with difficulty as the matrons adjusted the straps to fit. Her mouth formed the words "so long," but there was no sound. Smiling, defiant to the end, she had nothing more to say. It was the first quadruple execution at Sing Sing in 4 years. The executioner, Joseph Francel of Cairo, New York, made $600 for the day's work. On August 28, 1949, one of the most traumatic and disturbing events in American history occurred on the barren, frozen plains of Siberia in Central Asia. At 8:15 a.m. that morning, the Soviet Union detonated a nuclear bomb, a development that had Americans everywhere trembling with confusion, apprehension, and fear. The resulting hysteria found Americans digging basement bomb shelters and teaching school children how to duck under classroom desks, writes Edward K. Knappman. It is difficult to fully grasp today the paranoid atmosphere in the United States during this post-war period. It permeated every level of society, affected government policy, and dictated its budgetary decisions. The sensational Alger Hiss case, in which a government employee was convicted of participating in a spy ring, which passed secret information to the Russian communists, added to the belief that weapons of mass destruction had been given to the enemies of America. In the spring of 1950, Senator Joe McCarthy began his rabid anti-communist crusade and became part of the frenzied mosaic in which everything even remotely associated with communism was viewed with suspicion and hostility. Against this backdrop of widespread paranoia and an unstable future, the notorious espionage case of Julius and Ethel Rosenberg played out its hand. Ethel Greenglass was born on September 28, 1915 in New York City. Her family was in the sewing machine business, but was not wealthy by any standard. Ethel had an interest in music, and especially singing. It was thought that she would become a professional singer when she was young, but it was not to be. Ethel chronically suffered from various ailments throughout her life. "I have had a spinal curvature since I was about 13, and every once in a while that has given me some trouble. And at that time it began to kick up again, and occasionally I have to get into bed and nurse a severe backache. Through the bargain, I developed a case of low blood pressure, and that used to give me dizzy spells, sometimes to the point where I almost fainted," she said at a later time. After graduating high school, Ethel immediately went to work for a shipping company in Manhattan. There she became active in the labor movement and was soon fired for her union activities. Around this time, Ethel joined the American Communist Party. That same year, 1939, she met Julius Rosenberg, a college student working towards an electrical engineering degree in City College, and a fellow communist. Although they had attended the same high school in Lower Manhattan, Ethel and Julius didn't know each other. They were married later that year. Both Ethel and Julius had a passionate interest in politics. During his college years, Julius was active in many political groups, including communism. He met another student named Martin Sobel at one of these group meetings, and they quickly became friends. By 1941, Julius was working as a civilian for the United States Army Signal Corps. He was eventually promoted to a supervisory position, where he remained until 1945, when the U.S. government discovered he was a member of the Communist Party. In 1950, the Alger Hiss case made national headlines and emphasized the growing danger of spies in sensitive government positions. Hiss was a senior State Department official who was arrested and tried for the crime of espionage. Although he was acquitted of those charges, he was later convicted of perjury and received a prison sentence of 5 years. During the Hiss case, another suspect named Klaus Fuchs was arrested for passing classified information to the Soviets. Shortly afterwards, in a famous press conference that shocked America out of its post-war euphoria, U.S. Senator Joe McCarthy announced he had evidence of widespread espionage activities. Waving a piece of paper in his hand which he said contained all the men in the State Department who were active members of the Communist Party and members of a spy ring, McCarthy started America down a path of fear and recrimination that is still remembered and reviled 70 years later. He shouted, "I have here in my hand a list of 205, a list of names which were made known to the Secretary of State." It was high drama in an age when television was still in its infancy and few understood its persuasive power. Although he never offered proof and McCarthy never released the names of these alleged spies, his startling accusations increased the anti-communist tensions in the public's mind. Through Fuchs, the FBI developed another suspect who was a U.S. soldier apparently stationed at Los Alamos, America's nuclear research lab, who was working for the Soviet communists. Investigators soon discovered that this soldier had already sold atom bomb secrets to foreign agents. In June of 1950, the FBI arrested David Greenglass, Ethel's brother, who admitted he was the soldier who gave the classified information to the communists. During interviews, Greenglass then implicated his brother-in-law Julius as part of the conspiracy. He told the FBI the activities had been going on for years, and on many occasions Ethel was present when conversations between Julius and himself took place. That was enough for the FBI. On the night of July 17, 1950, FBI agents arrested Julius Rosenberg at his home in front of his two sons. But Julius refused to cooperate and instead hired an attorney, Emmanuel Bloch, to represent him in the case. Meanwhile, Martin Sobel was found in Mexico City, where he was surrounded by a group of angry revolutionaries who kidnapped him at gunpoint. He was quickly taken to the Texas border and turned over to federal agents. The FBI kept the pressure on by arresting Ethel on August 11, 1950, after she testified at the grand jury in New York City. Agents relied completely on the statements of David Greenglass alone, and used the arrest of Ethel as a wedge to extract more information from Julius. But Julius never wavered, and the government was forced to take the case to trial. In the spring of 1951, the trial opened in U.S. federal court in Lower Manhattan. The prosecutor was U.S. Attorney Irving Sapol, the same attorney who prosecuted the Alger Hiss case. Sapol was a dedicated prosecutor and knew the twisting connections between the Hiss case and the Rosenbergs. In his opening statement, Sapol set the tone of what was to come. He told the jurors the Rosenbergs and their associates, like Martin Sobel and David Greenglass, committed the most serious crime which can be committed against the people of the country. A parade of witnesses followed, all who gave endless details of late-night meetings, secret codes and letters between communist agents and the Rosenbergs. The court was told that atom bomb secrets, stolen from the most secure facility in America, Los Alamos, were passed to foreign spies by Julius and Ethel. Her own brother, David Greenglass, said that his sister was a devoted communist who preferred Russian society to capitalism and once said that Russia deserved to get the information to build their own nuclear bomb. Ethel, her health deteriorating under the tremendous pressure, languished in jail awaiting her court appearance. Ethel decided to testify, as did Julius, but her testimony did not help her. She took the Fifth Amendment privilege several times and gave the impression she was hiding something. When asked if she knew why Julius was fired from his job with the U.S. Army, she replied, "Oh, you mean the time that the government dismissed him? Well, it was alleged that he was a member of the Communist Party." "And he was dismissed for that reason?" asked Bloch. "I refuse to answer on the ground that this might be incriminating," Ethel said. During further testimony, she was pressed as to why she invoked the Fifth Amendment so many times. She tried to explain, "He advised me as to my rights, but he also advised me it was entirely up to me to decide, on the basis of what the question was, whether or not I thought any answer might incriminate me, and so I used that right." Although her right to Fifth Amendment protection wasn't challenged, she was continually badgered as to why she needed protection. "I can't recall right now what my reasons were at that time for using that right. I said before, and I say again, if I used that right, then I must have had some reason or other. I cannot recall right now what that reason might or might not have been," she pleaded. On March 29, 1951, all defendants were found guilty. Since the jury made no recommendation for mercy, Federal Judge Irving R. Kaufman later sentenced Ethel and Julius Rosenberg to death for their crimes. Martin Sobel, 34, received 30 years for his role in the espionage conspiracy. Since federal law required any execution to be performed within the laws of the state in which the sentence was imposed, the executions were scheduled to take place at Sing Sing, but the sentences generated a public outcry across the country and the world. The death penalty for Ethel seemed particularly cruel since there seemed to be little hard evidence against her, but the testimony of her brother, David Greenglass, cut into her heart. "I once loved my brother, but I'd be pretty unnatural if I hadn't changed," she said. For the next 2 years, a ferocious battle to save Julius and Ethel was fought on many fronts. 7 times the case made its way to the floor of the Supreme Court of the United States. The most dramatic of these came on June 17, 1953, when Justice William Douglas granted a stay of execution without the consent of the other members. 2 days later, in an historic session during which all the justices were recalled from their vacations, the court vacated the stay. Ethel's lawyers made a last-ditch personal appeal to President Eisenhower. Just hours before the scheduled execution, he had this to say: "When democracy's enemies have been judged guilty of a crime as horrible as that of which the Rosenbergs were convicted, when in their most solemn judgment the tribunals of the United States have adjudged them guilty and the sentence just, I will not intervene in this matter." 3 other appeals submitted to U.S. Federal Judge Kaufman were also turned down. Time had run out for Ethel. On the night of June 19, 1953, as many as 10,000 people gathered at Union Square in Lower Manhattan to protest the impending execution of Ethel Rosenberg. Thousands of telegrams and letters of support poured in from around the world. Clergymen, heads of state, scientists, politicians, college professors, and many others sent letters begging mercy for Ethel's life. In Washington, D.C., Bloch rallied the crowds against the U.S. government. "I am convinced I am dealing with animals. Insanity, irrationality, barbarism, and murder seem to be part of the feeling of those who rule us." At about 8 p.m., at Sing Sing, Julius Rosenberg was led into the death chamber, its white walls harsh and glaring. His mustache had been shaved off, and he wore only a t-shirt, baggy pants, and cloth slippers. A rabbi read words from a sacred psalm as Julius almost staggered into the chair. As a mask was pulled over his face, he sat rigid in his seat. 3 shocks of 2,000 volts were applied to Julius, causing his body to pound against the leather restraining straps. He was dead in the next few minutes. Ethel entered the chamber wearing a green print dress with white polka dots. She also wore cloth slippers. Witnesses saw that the top of her head had been shaved to ensure for better electrical contact with the metal electrodes. As she was placed in the chair, she lightly kissed one of the matrons who bravely fought back the tears. Ethel was stoic, her composure solid and defiant. She closed her eyes when the leather mask was pulled over her face. Several shocks were applied to her frail body, and minutes later at 8:16 p.m., she was declared dead. When Ethel Rosenberg, the little Jewish girl from Manhattan who dreamed of being a singer in temple, was carried out of the garish death chamber at Sing Sing that night, she became a part of a long and ignominious history. No female had been executed by the United States government since Mrs. Mary E. Surratt was hanged in 1865 for her role in the conspiracy to assassinate President Lincoln. Before she died in the chair on January 12, 1928, convicted killer Ruth Snyder wrote a series of articles for the New York Press in which she rued the day when she ever left her husband for booze and another man. In one of these articles, published by the same press that crucified her daily during her trial, she wrote this brief poem, which may symbolize the plight of many of these death row women. "You've blackened and besmeared a mother, once a man's plaything, a toy. What have you gained by all you've said? And has it brought you joy? Someday we'll all meet together, happy and smiling again, far above this earthly span everlasting, in his reign." Albert Schneider was an intelligent man who loved the outdoors and sports. He had 6 siblings and was close to his mother. Good with his hands, he would industriously paint walls and paper them for her. The boy grew into a man who was perpetually tanned from many hours of boating and fishing. There were few things Albert liked more than to be out on the sea with the wind blowing through his curly hair. He personified the hail fellow of his time, the early 20th century. His job as art editor of motorboating suited him perfectly. He also liked bowling. However, at 32, he felt something lacking in his life. It was time to find a wife. Albert already had one tragic engagement with a young woman, Jessie Guichard. She had taken ill and died before they could marry. Albert had been at her bedside when pneumonia took Jess's life. He still longed for her even as he got on with his life and work. One day at work, he grew irritated at a telephone operator who had intended to call a manufacturer. The angry art editor let loose a fusillade of harsh words. "Please excuse me," the distressed operator said in a sweet, melodious voice. Albert was suddenly contrite about his temper. He was quick to anger but could put it behind just as fast. He wanted to apologize to the hapless operator in person. He asked where she worked. The face-to-face apology was delivered a few hours later. When he saw the blonde-haired 19-year-old, Albert was instantly captivated. Her name was Ruth Brown. Her co-workers playfully called her Brownie. Perhaps it was her ready smile, her mischievous blue eyes, or her air of anticipating good and exciting things. But Albert knew he wanted to see more of Ruth. He began visiting the telephone switchboard regularly. Just a couple of weeks after meeting the lovely lady, he offered to help her get a job as a reader and copyist at motorboating. It sounded like a step up to Ruth, and she eagerly accepted. The two were soon dating regularly. Ruth was flattered by the older, sophisticated man's attentions. However, his repeated passes distressed her. She was a virgin and planned to remain one until her wedding night. For his part, Albert was frustrated at his inability to get the inexperienced young woman to succumb. Contraception in that era was fallible, and an unmarried woman's pregnancy could ruin her stature. Ruth remained resistant to Albert's overtures. She was, in her own words, a self-respecting girl. Eventually, Albert proposed marriage. Yes, was Ruth's reply. But Ruth had one request. The name Schneider sounded so Germanic. Could he change the name to something that sounded more American, like Snyder? He agreed, and Albert became a Snyder, as did Ruth. The woman who would later outrage the world was born in the late 1890s to two Scandinavian immigrants to the U.S. Her mother had been born Josephine Anderson in Sweden. Her father, Harry Sorensen, came from Norway. Sorensen would change his name to Brown because he wanted a last name that would not give away his origins. As his daughter would years later, he wanted a name that seemed American. He had been a sailor, but to placate his wife and support his family, gave up the sea for life as a carpenter. The change left him perpetually disgruntled and longing for the freedom and adventure of a sailor's life. Harry Brown made a respectable living, but his wages were meager. Frugality was a requirement for a family that consisted of Ruth, an elder brother, and Josephine. Ruth yearned for nice but unattainable things throughout her childhood. No, her parents said, they could not afford that blonde doll. But Ruth was fascinated by the beauty of the doll and went to the store every day just to look through the window at it, until it disappeared because someone else bought it. No, her parents said, she could not have a Shetland pony, nor could they afford a wristwatch, nor a white bedroom set, or that party dress she so admired. They could not take her to the theater. However, money was spent on Ruth for her numerous medical problems. She had epilepsy and often fainted. She had intestinal surgery at age 6. She had an appendectomy a few years later. The surgery was botched, and Ruth Brown was left with various internal ailments in its wake. The Brown family regularly attended the Methodist Episcopal Church. Ruth prayed each night before bed, but later said her faith was not strong. I didn't believe in my inner heart God existed, she said when recalling her childhood, but I went through the motions in case I was wrong. School afforded Ruth no solace. She did not have an academic mind and was easily bored by reading, writing, and arithmetic. She never had any strong career aspirations. Her wish was marriage. She believed that she was suited to be a good wife. She was a neat, clean housekeeper, quick with a needle and thread, and a fine cook. A good husband, she believed, would carry her over the threshold into a life of joy, love, and prosperity. Ruth's marriage would not be the dull, banal union of her parents. For one thing, she was a real American, born in a time of optimism. She would find a man who would provide her and their children with the finer things in life. However, she was realistic enough to realize that she would have to get a job while she was single. A training course at the New York Telephone Company accepted her. Ruth was assigned to the night shift where she worked for 2 years until she married Albert. She happily quit New York Telephone. The marriage was troubled from the start. Their age difference may have been part of the problem. Albert just did not have the energy to attend the social events that Ruth so enjoyed. She kept house and served him tasty meals, but Albert wanted more. He wanted someone with whom he could discuss issues and share ideas. Ruth found books and art dull. Why, he wondered, couldn't she be more similar to his beloved Jessie? Why couldn't Ruth take an interest in culture? She always wanted to play bridge or jitterbug and listen to Cole Porter tunes. Ruth also did not share 2 of Albert's other passions, sailing and hiking. For her part, Ruth felt as if she had kissed Prince Charming only to have him become a frog. She could not comprehend his cerebral conversations, nor did she want to. Another problem was that Ruth was becoming increasingly jealous, but her rival was a memory, the dead Jesse Guichard. Albert wore a necktie pin with the initial JG, his sailboat was the Jesse G. Worst of all, perhaps, was that their home had a large picture of Albert's dead fiancée in the living room. There were also many smaller reminders of Jessie, including a photo album devoted to her. Jealousy occasionally got the better of Ruth, and she removed the portrait. But that always led to an intense fight with Albert, who demanded that it be rehung. Then Ruth received what to her was good news. She was pregnant. Albert was not pleased. He had not wanted children. Ruth couldn't understand his attitude. Wasn't one of the main reasons people marry so they can have a family? He was even more disappointed when the child was born and it was a girl. Ruth named her daughter Lorraine. The baby drove the couple further apart. Albert did not share Ruth's interest in the infant, and he did not like being bothered by early morning crying and the smell of diapers. Albert also thought childbirth had ruined Ruth's figure. The family moved from neighborhood to neighborhood in New York City. Then in 1923, they settled into Queens Village. At each residence, Jesse Guichard's portrait had a prominent display. The Queens home was 2.5 stories, painted muted pink with green trim. 2 maple trees stood in the yard. To the right of the house was a driveway leading to a garage in the back. Eventually, a makeshift bird fountain, constructed out of a large saucepan and a pole, sat in the backyard. Lorraine Snyder would spend much time replenishing the pan and calling to birds. At a certain point, Ruth's mother, Josephine Brown, moved into the Snyder home. Ruth now had a babysitter for her daughter. The extroverted Ruth began attending more parties and socials. Delighted by her high spirits, friends nicknamed her Gay Tommy. The word gay did not have its contemporary meaning in that era. One afternoon, when Ruth was lunching with a friend at Henry's, a Swedish restaurant, enjoying a smorgasbord, the friend introduced her to Judd Gray, a slender, bespectacled corset salesman with a chin cleft. Now 32, Ruth was concerned about her figure. She had a tendency to put on weight and may still have been self-conscious about the thickening effect of childbirth on her waistline. Smiling, she asked to see some of Judd's wares. Judd Gray was born in Cortland, New York, in 1882. His family moved to New Jersey when Judd was a toddler. Both parents loved him, but Judd developed a tight bond with his mother. He developed a fondness for reading and for sports, especially tennis and football. He regularly went to church with his family. He went to high school for 2 years, then dropped out because he had a bad bout with pneumonia. He did not want an education. He wanted a job. At first, he worked with his father in the jewelry business. Dissatisfied, he found a job with the Bien Jolie Corset Company. At the age of 22, Judd married Isabel. She had been his girlfriend since he was 16. The couple had 1 child, a daughter. Most people thought of Judd Gray as a nice, ordinary man and a good citizen. He liked to play golf and bridge and drive his automobile. Judd was a good and reliable worker for the Red Cross in World War I. The Grays regularly attended a First Methodist church where Judd worked for the Sunday school. He belonged to the Orange Lodge of Elks. He was also a member of the Corset Salesmen of the Empire Club. Judd's wife Isabel was shy and self-effacing. Several of Judd's work colleagues were surprised to learn that he was married. Judd later wrote of Isabel and how she could never replace his mother. Isabel, I suppose one would call a homegirl. She had never trained for a career of any kind. She was learning to cook and was a careful and exceptionally exact housekeeper. As I think it over searchingly, I am not sure, and we were married these many years, of her ambitions, hopes, her fears, or her ideals. We made our home, drove our car, played bridge with our friends, danced, raised our child, ostensibly together, married. Never could I seem to attain with her the comradeship that formed the bond between my mother and myself. It was not terribly long after Ruth and Judd met that they were having an affair. Realizing that Judd was a classic mama's boy, Ruth asked him to call her Mommy or Mama, something he was delighted to do. For Judd, Ruth provided the emotional connection and the physical passion sorely lacking in his marriage with Isabel. For Ruth, Judd was a sympathetic ear on whom she could unburden herself of her frustrations at living with a man who nagged and belittled her and kept his most tender feelings for a dead woman. The couple usually met at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel, where they registered as Mr. and Mrs. Gray. They were such frequent guests that they kept a small suitcase in a hotel locker that included bathrobes, brushes, cards, condoms, pajamas, and slippers. When Judd and Ruth had been drinking, the talk sometimes turned to murder. There are two incompatible versions of how murder first became a topic. Ruth claimed that it was Judd's idea. Judd insisted that Ruth related to him her solitary and unsuccessful attempts to do away with her husband. According to the tale spun by the corset salesman, Ruth confided that she had engineered several accidents for Albert. Once, Albert was in the garage jacking up the Buick to change a tire when the jack slipped. The car fell, and Albert barely missed injury or death. Then he was hit by the crank, knocking Albert unconscious. A third garage accident when his wife bought him some whiskey. The booze made Albert strangely and suddenly sleepy. Very soon he realized that the garage door was closed and he was breathing carbon dioxide. Panicked, he fled from the Buick's underside and escaped. Ruth had 3 different life insurance policies on her husband. One was for $1,000, another for $5,000, and a third for $45,000. The last had a double indemnity clause, meaning that the insurance company would pay $90,000 if Albert's death was accidental. According to Judd, Ruth tricked Albert into signing all 3 documents by telling him the least expensive policy had to be signed in triplicate. The reason she took out the policies, Ruth claimed, was because Judd suggested it and threatened to tell Albert about their affair if she did not comply. Ruth feared that her husband would get custody of their daughter Lorraine, because the courts would look harshly on an adulteress. She also said that Albert was fully aware of the policies and how much they were worth. She did not want to murder Albert, and did not believe Judd would ever do it, even though he talked about it whenever he had been drinking heavily. On the other hand, Judd claimed that Ruth attempted murder 3 more times on her own. Twice she tried to kill him by turning on the gas tap, and once by giving him bichloride of mercury to drink. And on top of all the claims and counterclaims, Judd had one more. He was compelled to shoot Albert because Albert was threatening to shoot Ruth. Both versions, Ruth's and Judd's, agree that on a trip to Kingston, New York, Judd purchased chloroform, a sash weight, and a picture wire. They also agree that in a meeting at Henry's, where the couple had first met, Judd presented Ruth with a package. He did not reveal its contents, but said, "I'm in an awful hurry, Mommy. I have to get the 1:25 train." Judd told her to take the package home. When Ruth opened the package, she saw that it contained an odd mixture of the prosaic and the profane. First, there was the flesh reducer. This item was something Ruth wanted, a rolling pin device to melt excess fat. She also saw that there was a sash weight, some powders, and a note from Judd. The letter said that she should put the powders in Albert's drink to make him groggy, so that Judd could kill him easily with the weight. Horrified, Ruth poured the powders down the sink. She was going to give the weight back to Judd and terminate the affair. Yet Judd showed up a few days later, saying he was there to finish the governor. Both often called Albert the governor. "Judd, you can't do such a thing," Ruth replied. "Well," he countered, "if I can't do it tonight, I am coming back. To get him." Judd soon sent Ruth another lagniappe. This one also contained powders to spike Albert's drink. Ruth was also instructed to leave the side doors unlocked. Ruth later said she disposed of the powders, but did admit to leaving the doors open. She claimed that her intent was to inform Judd upon his arrival that their relationship was finally over. It was just after midnight on Sunday, March 20th, when Judd slipped into Albert and Ruth Snyder's house through an unlocked side door. Albert, Ruth, and Lorraine were still at a neighbor's house where the adults were playing bridge. Albert had been drinking fairly heavily, but he drove home safely at about 2 a.m. Albert went straight to bed. Mother and child went to Lorraine's room. On the way back to the couple's bedroom, Ruth encountered Judd in the guest bedroom. "Be very quiet," Ruth told him. "I'll see you later." Then Ruth got dressed for bed and lay in a nightgown beside her husband. When she thought he had gone to sleep, she got out of bed and went to see her clandestine visitor. Meanwhile, Judd had donned rubber gloves. "Judd," she said plaintively, "what are you going to do? If you don't let me go through with it tonight, I'm going to get the pair of us. It's he or us." Ruth pulled at his arm and he reluctantly accompanied her downstairs. She pleaded with Judd not to kill Albert. Judd appeared convinced and promised to leave without incident. Relieved, Ruth went upstairs to the bathroom. Then she was startled by a terrific thud. Terrified, she rushed to the bedroom to find Judd on top of her husband, kneeling on Albert's back. She tried to pull him off. Then she fainted. When she regained consciousness, a motionless Albert was piled up with blankets. She started to remove them, but Judd pulled her into her mother's room. "I've gone through with it," he told her, "and you have to stand just as much of the blame as I have. We can frame up a burglary, and we'll both get out of it." Ruth, in shock, listened. "My shirt is covered with blood," Judd said. "Let's see if you have any on you." Looking down at her nightgown, Ruth saw a bloody palm print where Judd had struggled with her. They burned that nightgown and Judd's stained shirt. Judd took one of Albert's shirts. Judd told her to wait while he ransacked the house to fake a burglary. But neither of them thought to take some of the most valuable items in the house, Ruth's jewelry. Instead, Ruth took her jewelry and put it under the mattress. For some reason, neither of them thought to have Judd simply take the jewelry when he left. Then he tied her up and put cheesecloth in her mouth. That was not how the murder happened in Judd's telling of it. He agreed that he had purchased the chloroform, sash weight, and picture wire, but said it was all Ruth's idea. If Ruth did indeed suggest the last item, she may have been thinking of the portrait of Jesse Geishard that hung from a picture wire. He was in her mother's bedroom, as Ruth said, when he saw her taking little Lorraine to her bedroom. Ruth came back to him and whispered, "You're going to do it, aren't you?" "I think I can," Judd replied firmly, even though he claimed a wave of terror washed over him. Ruth turned around and her lover followed her to the bedroom. There Judd struck the first blow, hitting a sleeping Albert with the sash weight. Albert instantly woke up and began a furious fight for his life. He grabbed Judd by the necktie, choking him. Then Ruth hit her husband with the sash weight. Even with the two of them on the man, he fought mightily. Ruth put chloroform on Albert, but that did not stop his struggle. She handed a necktie to Judd, saying, "Tie his hands." Judd could not manage it, and Ruth tied his hands with a towel. Then she tried to cover his head with a sheet, while Judd wound the necktie about the struggling man's feet, tying them together. "Is he dead?" Ruth asked. "No," Judd told her. "This thing has absolutely got to go through or I am ruined," she wailed. Judd slugged the man who refused to die and screamed, "Help me, Mommy!" Mommy wound the picture wire around the bleeding man's throat and pulled on it, hard. Finally, Albert Snyder ceased moving. The murderers paused and waited and were certain that he was also no longer breathing. Judd looked down and saw that his shirt and hands were gleaming with blood. He felt disoriented and numb. His mind was blank. "Here," a helpful Ruth said, holding a blue shirt of her late husband before her crime partner. "Put this on." Mechanically, Judd took his shirt off and just as mechanically put this replacement on, slowly buttoning it up. A more efficient Ruth took his blood-stained clothes and hers down to the basement where they were incinerated. He followed her down there and fortified himself with a few drinks. Then he threw things about to simulate a robbery. On the way to the Snyder house, Judd had picked up a scrap of Italian newspaper. That would fit into their plans, the killers decided. They would pin this crime on a couple of immigrants, so they left it in the bed as a false clue. Dawn was breaking as Judd bound his partner to a chair. She opened her mouth so he could place the cheesecloth in. Before he turned to leave, he said, "It may be 2 months, it may be a year, and it may be never before you'll see me again." Judd had gone to a great deal of trouble to set up an alibi. As a traveling salesman, he was in and out of hotels and cities all the time. He had slipped his hotel room key to a longtime friend of his, Haddon Gray, no relation, and told Haddon to go into his room and rumple the bed to make it look slept in. He told Haddon he needed cover for a dinner engagement with Ruth Snyder in Albany, and that he probably would not be back that night. While Haddon was in Judd's room, he was supposed to telephone down to the desk, identify himself as Judd Gray, and tell the operator that he did not feel well and did not wish to be disturbed. Haddon was also supposed to mail some letters Judd had given him and place a "Do Not Disturb" sign on his doorknob. Despite these preparations, Judd bungled his getaway. He made himself strangely conspicuous. Waiting at the bus stop, the murderer struck up a conversation with an elderly man. Judd observed a police officer shooting at a row of beer bottles and jokingly remarked, "I would hate like hell to stand in front of him and have him shoot me." Then he topped that blunder by shouting, "I wouldn't want you shooting at me." After departing the bus at the Jamaica station, he hailed a taxi and asked the driver to take him to Manhattan. Gray left a nickel tip, causing the cab driver to look hard at the man in his rearview mirror. The conductor and porter on the New York Central both noticed him because he told them that he wanted to ride the Pullman ticket to Albany and then ride in coach to Syracuse. Back at the Snyder house, Lorraine Snyder was comfortably asleep in her bed when she was awakened by a series of knocks on her bedroom door. The child opened her eyes, blinking into the morning. Then she heard urgent but strangely muffled words in what was unmistakably her mother's voice. "Lorraine," Ruth said. "Lorraine, come quick." The pajama-clad youngster jumped out of her bed and rushed to the source of the noises. She could hardly believe her eyes. Her mother was on the floor, helpless and bound with a cord. Her face was white as chalk and her eyes wide with terror. Her father lay on the bed, his bloody arm protruding from under a sheet. Lorraine threw on a bathrobe and headed to a neighbor's home. Shivering more from fright than the cool morning air, she banged on the door until Mr. and Mrs. Mulhauser answered. Through chattering teeth, the little girl told how somebody had killed her daddy and her mommy was bound up with ropes. The Mulhausers headed to the Snyder home, where they found things much as the child had described. The couple tried to free Ruth from her bindings, but the dazed woman refused to be freed before the police made their appearance. When the police arrived, they found a scene of utter chaos. Cushions had been tossed hither and yon, drawers pulled out and left open, and the curtains torn down. The police realized one thing immediately. This was not what a burglary really looked like. The pretty blonde woman whose husband had been murdered was only semi-coherent. However, they were able to piece together a tale from the fragments that babbled out of her mouth. She and her husband had come home from a party, and they had been assaulted by two men who looked Italian. The men had beat on her husband's head. "My jewelry," she cried. "They took my jewelry." One police officer questioned Ruth while others looked about for clues. They easily found one, a scrap of Italian newspaper in the bed where the murdered man lay. But like the furniture scattered for no reason, it was fishy. They also found the stolen jewelry under the mattress. Officer Arthur Carey began looking through Mrs. Snyder's bank book. He found a $200 check made out to one Judd Gray. His name was also in her phone book. They found a pin with JG for Jesse Gishard and thought it was Judd Gray's. Mail arrived, and with it a letter from Judd that had been posted in Syracuse. It was a jaunty note that began, "Hello, Mama. How the dickens are you this bright, beautiful day?" They asked the new widow to come down to headquarters for questioning. A police officer asked, "What about Judd Gray?" "Has he confessed?" a startled Ruth asked. The police assured her that they had not yet even found Gray for questioning. Carey consulted with the district attorney, then had both Ruth Snyder and Judd Gray arrested for first-degree murder. In their confessions, each pinned as much blame on the other as possible. Perhaps because of his small stature and rather wimpy appearance, almost everyone seemed to accept Judd's story that Ruth had talked him into murder. As reporter Peggy Hopkins Joyce wrote in the Daily Mirror, "Poor Judd Gray. He hasn't anything. He is just a sap who kissed and was told on." The Herald Tribune wrote about Judd, "All facts now adduced point to a love-made man completely in the sway of the woman whose will was steel." The couple was often labeled the Granite Woman and the Putty Man. Terms describing Ruth alone included fiend wife, faithless wife, blonde fiend, marble woman, flaming Ruth, woman of steel, hard-faced woman, vampire, and ruthless Ruth, the Viking ice matron of Queen's Village. She was compared to Lucretia Borgia, Messalina, and Lady Macbeth. Playwright Willard Mack wrote in an essay, "If Ruth Snyder is a woman, then by God, you must find some other name for my mother, wife, or sister." When Judd Gray and Ruth Snyder went on trial, the courtroom was packed with spectators wanting to glimpse the blonde-haired, slightly plump Granite Woman, attired all in black, as well as her slightly built Putty Man in his three-pieced pinstriped suit. 3 different narratives of the murder of Albert Snyder were presented. One was that of the prosecutor, short but powerfully built Richard Newcomb, who pointed his finger equally at Ruth and Judd as co-conspirators and murderers. The fingers of Ruth Snyder's lawyers, Edgar Hazelton and Dana Wallace, pointed at Judd, who, in their version, had committed the murder entirely on his own and was trying to hide behind Ruth's skirt. Judd Gray's attorneys, William Millard and Samuel Miller, did not deny his part in the slaying, but indicated mitigating circumstances because of Ruth's powers of persuasion. Interestingly, both sets of defense attorneys tried to save their clients by draping them in cultural paradigms of gender victimization. Hazelton told the jury that his client was no gay butterfly or woman of many loves, but a real, loving wife. A good wife whose husband drove love from that home by pining for his dead love, Jesse Guichard. Poor Ruth was then seduced and manipulated by silver-tongued Judd Gray. Trying to impress these points upon the jury, Hazelton intoned that woman is just as God intended her, were it not for some man. And we will prove to you that Mrs. Ruth Snyder is just as God intended her to be, were it not for her incompatible husband and the deceiver Gray. Gray lawyer Willard Millard saw it very differently. Before meeting Ruth Snyder, Judd Gray had not a blemish, not a move outside the normal paths of life. He was a wonderful boy. Wonderful, not a mark, not a scratch, not a stain, not a blot. A splendid, ideal character. Then Millard said, "That woman, that peculiar creature, like a poisonous snake, like a poisonous serpent, drew Judd Gray into her glistening coils, and there was no escape. Just as a piece of steel jumps and clings to the powerful magnet, so Judd Gray came within the powerful, compelling force of that woman, and she held him fast. This woman, this peculiar venomous species of humanity, was abnormal, possessed of an all-consuming, all-absorbing sexual passion, animal lust, which seemingly never was satisfied. Sexy Ruth was Eve, and the serpent rolled into one, an irresistible temptress. Nearly everyone in the courtroom and elsewhere seemed to buy Judd's version of his succumbing to Ruth's domination. But it did him no practical good. There was no way to get around the fact that he had willingly participated in a premeditated murder. The jury found both defendants guilty of first-degree murder. On May 13, 1927, the judge sentenced both to be executed. Shortly after the sentence was passed, Ruth Snyder converted to Roman Catholicism. Some more cynical observers believed that this was a calculated ploy to win a commutation from New York Governor Alfred Smith, also a Roman Catholic. If so, it was a mistake. The governor was even less likely to extend mercy to a co-religionist and leave himself vulnerable to charges of religious favoritism. Ruth and Judd were taken to the death house at Sing Sing, where Ruth would be the only woman during her stay. While much of the general public sympathized with Judd as a man caught in the coils of an evil woman and hated Ruth, sentiment in Sing Sing was precisely reversed. There is nothing more despised in the hyper-masculine world of male criminals than male weakness. Shifting blame for one's own crime onto a woman made the putty man lower than a slug in the eyes of most of his fellow prisoners, and they shunned him. He was, however, able to make a few friends. Gray found it possible to converse with the occupants in the cells bordering his. He even managed to play checkers with them by calling out moves corresponding to the numbered squares on a checkerboard. While denounced in the press in terms of horror, Ruth did have her admirers. They were submissive men who swallowed hook, line, and sinker Judd's depiction of her powers. Ruth received 164 offers of marriage from men who, in the event of her being reprieved, were eager to exist humbly beneath her dominance. Even more isolated than her co-defendant, Ruth spent her time writing. Her memoirs would be published as My Own True Story, So Help Me God, in the New York Daily Mirror. It was a confused mishmash of observations, memories, and outright craziness. The first step on her way to her present predicament had begun with adultery, Ruth believed, so she devoted much of her prose to warning other women away from affairs. "I wish a lot of women who may be sinning," she penned, "could come here and see what I have done for myself through sinning, and maybe they would do some of the thinking I have done for months, and they would be satisfied with their homes, and would stop wishing for things they should try to get along without when they can't have them. Maybe there are women who have nice homes, and husbands who do the best they can for them, even if they don't like their husbands, and they could bear it if they would only make up their minds. Everything can't be just perfect. Some husbands don't make enough money to get their wives the things they wish they had, and if the wives have the brains, they will just take what they can get and try to make the best of it." As the months of sustained terror wore on, Ruth's mind began to unravel. It showed in her writing. She wrote, "Judd Gray talks about the big brown bug he put out of its misery. Does he, JG, ever think back of Ruth Brown's bug he put out of his misery?" What Ruth refers to here is quite unclear, but the question automatically occurs to the reader. Was Albert Snyder Ruth Brown's bug? On January 12, 1928, both people convicted of murdering Albert Snyder were put to death. In keeping with the Sing Sing tradition of executing the most distressed prisoner first and getting the worst of an inevitably grisly business out of the way, Ruth was taken to the electric chair before Judd. Her entire head was not shaved, but a bald spot was made for the electrode. Her eyes were red and swollen from crying as she was led to the death chamber, a matron holding her under each of her arms. When she saw the electric chair, she started screaming hysterically and her body went limp. The matrons forced her to the chair as she shrieked, "Jesus, have mercy on me." Then, as the black leather mask was placed over her face, she prayed aloud for her executioners using Christ's words, "Father, forgive them. They know not what they do." Just as her body shook with the force of electricity, a newspaper photographer raised his trouser cuff where he hid a small camera and snapped a picture of her dying. Cameras were forbidden at executions, but this man had smuggled it in, and the photograph appeared on front pages the next morning. It is still frequently displayed in articles about the death penalty. When Judd was brought in, he was obviously terrified, but not faint. He walked to the chair, even as rivulets of sweat poured down the skin of his ghost-white face. He and the clergyman who accompanied him said parts of the Beatitudes to each other. "Blessed are the pure in spirit," Judd announced as he sat in the death chair. "Blessed are they that mourn," the clergyman replied. "For they will be comforted," Judd filled in. "Blessed are the merciful." The guards had trouble adjusting the leather mask to his face. An obliging Judd held his head still so they could do their job. Then electricity shocked the life out of Judd Gray. Why does the sad story of Judd Gray and Ruth and Albert Snyder evoke such interest? People in general may identify with, more than they would like to believe, the victim and the killers. Some men may recognize themselves in the offhand, belittling cruelty of Albert Snyder. Other men may recall regret for mistreating a woman they loved. Some women know what it's like to be married to uncommunicative men and identify with Ruth Snyder on that level. Some of them react to her with fierce condemnation, but that too may be the result of uneasily seeing some small part of their own lives in hers. Perhaps the case holds interest because of the way in which so many perennial human faults, including insensitivity, greed, lust, heartlessness, and finally plain stupidity, came together to create tragedy.
Throughout medieval times in Western civilization, people who displayed any sign of mental illness were treated with fear, revulsion, and oftentimes violence. The treatment of such people frequently consisted of simply locking them up in a dungeon and ignoring them. They were considered possessed by demons or the devil. Many were murdered or burned at the stake, victims of a misdirected religious fervor that claimed thousands of victims, especially during the Inquisition in 13th century Europe. Organized crusades against so-called heretics were formed by the Roman papacy to persecute those of lesser faith. Soon the Inquisition was used to severely punish political enemies, criminals, and the mentally ill. In England, pressures on the ruling classes forced them to deal with those who appeared different than others. A place was needed to treat and house the mentally retarded and others with mental afflictions that could not be explained. As a result, the Priory of St. Mary of Bethlehem Hospital in London opened its doors in 1247. The hospital became the first institution for the mentally ill in the Western world when it began to house the insane exclusively in the early 1400s, and it soon gained a reputation as a place of suffering and misery. The living conditions for the patients were horrendous. They were often chained to the wall and tortured under the premise that it was for their own good. There were no guidelines or procedures on how to deal with the mentally ill at that time. Sanitary measures were unknown. For the most part, patients were left screaming in the darkness alone, sometimes doused in cold water or spun around in rotating chairs. Soon members of the London upper class began to tour the hospital for entertainment. They were charged a fee to enter the institution and stare at the unfortunate souls who acted so much differently than themselves. The hospital, if it can be called that, later became notorious under its better-known name, Bedlam, a word in the English language that has become synonymous with chaos and confusion. During the 19th century, when its popularity was at its highest, Bedlam entertained more tourists than Westminster Abbey and the Tower of London. The insanity defence has its roots firmly embedded in centuries of legal tradition. As early as the 13th century, the English Lord Bracton established the principle of mental deficiency in human behaviour. He said that some people simply do not know what they are doing and act in a manner as to be not far removed from the brute. From that concept, insanity came to mean that a person lacks the awareness of what he or she is doing and therefore cannot form an intent to do wrong. Since there was no malice in the intent of his or her actions, then there could be no technical guilt. The standard for insanity in the courts was determined to be such that a man must be totally deprived of his understanding and memory, so as not to know what he is doing, no more than an infant, brute, or a wild beast. This wild beast standard was the insanity requirement of England's courts for over 100 years, and any defendant who attempted to use the defence had to prove that he or she lacked the minimum understanding of a wild animal or infant. It wasn't until 1843 that a man named Daniel M'Naughton committed a murder that would alter forever the history of jurisprudence in the Western world. In 1843, Daniel M. Norton, a Scottish woodcutter, shot and killed Edward Drummond, secretary to England's Prime Minister Sir Robert Peel in London. He acted under the belief that he was actually shooting the Prime Minister because M'Naughton believed there was a plot against him. When M'Naughton reached trial, his attorneys pleaded that he should be acquitted because he was obviously insane and he did not understand what he was doing. M'Naughton was later acquitted of the crime. Later that same year, the House of Lords issued the following ruling. To establish a defence on the ground of insanity, it must clearly be proved that at the time of the committing of the act, the party accused was labouring under such a defect of reason, from disease of the mind, as not to know the nature and quality of the act he was doing, or if he did know it, that he did not know that what he was doing was wrong. This edict became known as the M'Naughton Rule, and for over a century this was the standard for the insanity defence. As for Daniel M'Naughton, after his acquittal he was sent to Bedlam and other institutions, where he languished in the shadow world of the insane for several decades until his death in 1863. The late 19th century was a time when scientific ideas were rampant. This explosion of science was partly brought on by the publication in 1859 of one of the most influential books ever written, The Origin of Species by Charles Darwin. The Darwinian concepts of survival of the fittest, natural selection, and hereditary traits revolutionized biological science and were applied to many other disciplines. Ideas were evolving rapidly during this era in every medical, scientific, and psychological field. Things were changing quickly in the legal profession as well. Dedicated lawyers and judges searched for workable solutions to the controversies that plagued the nation's courts. The confusing ideas about mental diseases and the complexities of the human mind did not lend themselves well to the rigid dimensions of codified law. A glaring example of that confusion was the murder trial of Charles Guiteau, the assassin of President James Garfield in 1881. Guiteau was an erratic individual who suffered from some type of mental disorder, most probably paranoia. He had delusions that he should be appointed as ambassador to France because he wrote a speech for President Garfield, which he imagined helped get Garfield elected in 1880. The speech, in fact, was never used, but Guiteau became despondent and bitter over this betrayal and plotted to get revenge against Garfield. After stalking the president for almost a month, he managed to shoot Garfield in the back at a Washington, D.C. train station. The president was not killed outright, however. He suffered with great pain for almost 3 months before he finally died on the night of September 19, 1881. Guiteau's trial was a sensation not only because of the nature of his crime, but because his unusual outbursts and behavior in court attracted widespread attention. Guiteau testified on his own behalf and stated, "I want to say right here, in reference to protection, that the deity himself will protect me, that he has used all these soldiers and these experts and this honorable court and these councils to serve him and protect me." He went on to tell the court that he shot the president because God told him that Garfield was destroying the Republican Party, and he must die to save the Democratic Party. But the prosecutor, U.S. Attorney Wayne Davidge, told the jurors, "It is very hard to conceive of the individual with any degree of intelligence at all, incapable of comprehending that the head of a great constitutional republic is not to be shot down like a dog." Charles Guiteau was found guilty of murder on January 13, 1882. Upon hearing the verdict, Guiteau jumped to his feet and screamed, "You are all low, consummate jackasses." After reciting an incoherent poem in a child's voice on the gallows, Guiteau was hanged on June 30, 1882. Although there was a strong public sentiment to punish Guiteau despite his severe mental problems, his case underlined the need for change in how the courts dealt with the issue of insanity. The insanity defense is a source of continuous disagreement among lawyers, clinicians, and the general public. There is a very strong perception in America that defendants are abusing the defense to escape murder charges in the nation's courts. On March 30, 1981, John Hinckley shot President Ronald Reagan and several of his aides on live television. Virtually the entire world saw the shooting via endless replays over the next few weeks. There was little doubt about who did the shooting and how. Ronald Reagan eventually recovered, though today we know his wounds were a lot more serious than we realized then. Press Secretary James Brady suffered severe head wounds and was confined to a wheelchair as a result of his injuries. On May 4, 1982, after a 7-week trial during which numerous psychiatrists testified on his behalf, Hinckley was found not guilty by reason of insanity. He was sent to a mental hospital in Washington, D.C. The outcome of the Hinckley case sent shockwaves throughout the nation's courts. How could a man who shot the president in front of millions of people be found not guilty? In 2016, a judge decided that Hinckley didn't need psychiatric care anymore because he wasn't a danger to himself or others. But there were still a lot of rules he had to follow. In 2020, another decision said he could share his artwork, writings, and music publicly using his real name instead of staying anonymous like before. Since then, he has been posting his music on YouTube. In June 2022, all the restrictions on him were lifted unconditionally. One of the cornerstones of the criminal justice system in America is the concept of mens rea, a Latin phrase that translates to state of mind. In order for a person to be held criminally liable in the courts, our system demands that he or she must have criminal intent or awareness of the wrongfulness of the act. If a person is mentally ill and unable to tell the difference between right and wrong, for example, then he or she cannot be held criminally culpable in our society. That principle upholds the dignity of the court and ensures those without malicious intent, such as the mentally retarded, will not be unfairly punished. See my video about Joe Arady for a fair example of such a case. Sir William Blackstone, the British legal scholar whose work was used as the foundation for English and American law for centuries, wrote, "Idiots and lunatics are not chargeable for their own acts if committed when under these incapacities." There are many false beliefs held by the public regarding the utilization of the insanity defense at criminal trials. The most widespread misperception is that NGRI pleas are commonly used by defense attorneys to benefit their clients. However, there is abundant research that proves conclusively that just the opposite is true. A study conducted in Wyoming in the early 1970s showed that the insanity defense was used in only 0.47% of all criminal cases. In New Jersey, a review of 32,000 criminal cases in 1982 discovered that the defense was raised in only 52 cases, less than 0.2% of the total. In New York City, the insanity defense, historically, is used less than 1 in 700 cases. Other studies indicate very similar findings. In almost every review of the insanity plea undertaken in America, the results are the same. This type of defense is used in the nation's courts only on very rare occasions. One such occasion that dramatized the issue of insanity was the Long Island Railroad killings in 1993, when a disturbed man named Colin Ferguson became front-page news in media-rich New York City. It was December 7th, 1993, when Colin Ferguson, 28, boarded a train in Long Island headed for New York City's Grand Central Station. The railroad car was packed with commuters. As the train pulled into the Mamillion Avenue station, Ferguson pulled out a semi-automatic weapon and began firing at random inside the commuter car. Several minutes later, after some courageous passengers wrestled the madman to the floor, 6 people were dead and 19 others were seriously wounded. When Ferguson was charged in criminal court, famed attorney William Kunstler and his assistant Ron Kuby agreed to represent him. Kunstler and Kuby decided to use something called the Black Rage defense. They presented to the court that Ferguson, after years of living in a racist and oppressive society, was so consumed with anger that he just couldn't help killing white people. Ferguson, however, disagreed. He denied his role in the killing and said he was framed by unknown persons. Ferguson later fired his attorneys and won the right to represent himself. The court ruled that he was competent, and what followed was one of the strangest criminal trials New York had ever witnessed. It was a proceeding that angered many people and brought into the public arena once again how the law deals with the issue of insanity. Ferguson was able to question many of the victims on the stand who actually saw him do the shooting but insisted he was innocent. He rambled on endlessly in open court, accusing the police, the media, and the American people of conspiring against him. Kuby later said that the proof of Ferguson's insanity was that he wouldn't plead insane. He was found guilty in February 1993 and sentenced to life without parole. "He's too crazy," Kuby told the press. Another misperception of the insanity defense is that NGRI pleas are always successful, but the reality is exactly the opposite. In the same Wyoming study mentioned previously, only one person, 0.99% of those that used the defense, was acquitted. Data gathered in other studies show higher rates, but considerably less than half of those who pled the insanity defense was successful. In Hawaii, between the years 1969 and 1976, less than 19% of those who pleaded insanity were acquitted. In New Jersey, during 1982, the figure was 30%. Researchers in California, Georgia, New York, and Montana uncovered similar findings. Simply stated, John Hinckley was one of the very few defendants acquitted by reason of insanity. For decades, the criteria used to establish a legitimate insanity defense were very rigid. Sometimes the most bizarre behavior, even when committed in public, did not satisfy that standard. One case from the 1940s that illustrates that point was the violent and vicious tale of the Mad Dog Espositos in New York City. On January 14, 1941, 2 brothers, Anthony, 35, and William Esposito, 28, held up a payroll carrier for a linen company located at 34th Street and 5th Avenue in Manhattan. They shot and killed the office manager of the firm without warning as he rode in an elevator. When the brothers reached the street, they were confronted by police officer Edward Marr. During a foot chase down 5th Avenue, a gunfight ensued, which sent hundreds of pedestrians ducking for cover. The brave officer managed to bring down William with a shot to the leg. When the cop went to check on William, the wounded man suddenly turned over and shot Officer Maher several times, killing him instantly. Several other people were wounded in the ongoing battle. Both brothers were captured after pedestrians and a passing cab driver subdued them. When they reached trial in May of 1941, the Esposito brothers based their defense on insanity pleas. The death penalty was a very real threat during that period. Unlike today, defendants were sentenced to death routinely, and often the sentences were carried out without delay. It was also common for several convicts to go to the chair for the same murder. In court, the Espositos began a campaign of bizarre behavior to convince the court they were insane. They banged their heads on the defense table until they bled. They made animal sounds and howled like wolves. They ate bits of paper and anything else that was in front of them. While the jury was present in the room, they barked like dogs and cried uncontrollably. They drooled on the table and walked into the courtroom like apes. The New York press called them the Mad Dogs. At the end of the trial, Judge John Frasci said that the laws should be enacted to keep people like the Espositos out of the courtroom. But even all their hysterics could not persuade the court. They were anything but vicious criminals. On May 1st, 1941, after a jury deliberated for just 1 minute, a trial record that still stands today, William and Anthony Esposito were found guilty of murder in the first degree and sentenced to die in Sing Sing's electric chair. But the Mad Dogs still weren't finished. In the end, William and Anthony Esposito lay in their cots all day long, eating nothing and groaning throughout the day and night. Neither of the brothers weighed more than 80 pounds. On March 12, 1942, they were carried to the electric chair, unconscious, already near death, and immediately executed. The Mad Dog Espositos were violent criminals whose behavior shocked the public, but never did their actions constitute legal insanity. The Espositos suffered the ultimate penalty for their crime, but their attempt at hiding behind the insanity plea failed. For those that succeed, there is a public perception that a defendant walks out of the courtroom a free individual. Since such defendants are found not guilty, it may not be illogical to believe that they face no prison terms. But again, that is rarely, if ever, the reality. Most states require that a defendant be committed to a mental institution for a period of at least 1 year, and the most severely disturbed inmates may never get out of the institution. The majority of states have no set limit on the amount of time convicted defendants may spend in confinement, as long as they meet the criteria that sent them to the facility initially. A similar fate may await those ruled incompetent to stand trial. At the infamous Mateawan State Hospital for the Insane in New York, a census was taken of 1,062 patients in the year 1965. It was found that 208 were being held from 20 to an incredible 64 years. Some of those were never convicted of any crime whatsoever. Through a combination of antiquated laws, neglect and retribution, some prisoners spent their entire lives in institutions far longer than they would have spent in jail had they actually been convicted of a criminal offence, but it simply seems to be part of the historical pattern of abandonment and fear that society has practiced against the mentally ill for centuries. The Monotone rule was not without criticism. Some scholars felt that the rule was too rigid and would not excuse anyone from criminal conduct except the most severely mentally ill. The law, many people felt, should be more flexible. In 1886, the Parsons versus Alabama decision established additional criteria for the insanity defense. The court decided that a person could utilize the insanity defense if he or she could prove that by reason of duress of mental disease, he had so far lost the power to choose between right and wrong and to avoid doing the act in question as that his free agency was at the time destroyed. It became known as the irresistible impulse test, or as an earlier court in England called it, the policeman at the elbow test. In other words, if the person would have committed the crime, even if a policeman was standing next to him, then the act could be characterized as an irresistible impulse, because no sane person would commit a criminal act in the presence of a law enforcement agent. But what exactly was an irresistible impulse? How is it measured? And how can one tell if another could resist an impulse? Many in the legal profession felt that this rule would allow criminal defendants to escape guilty verdicts by fakery and manipulation of the courts. Subsequent rulings in the nation's courts, like Sinclair versus the state of Mississippi, which declared that sanity is an essential element of mens rea, Washington State versus Strasburg, and Leland versus Oregon, interpreted and refined the Memnotan rule under varying circumstances. Then in 1954, a court of appeals in Washington, D.C., presided over by Judge David Bazelon, heard the Durham case and transformed the insanity landscape once again. The Durham versus the United States decision in 1954 widened the scope of the psychological assessment of defendants and opened the door for an avalanche of expert psychiatric testimony. In the Durham case, the court ruled that a person could not be held criminally responsible if his act was the product of a mental disease or defect. The courts now had new ambiguous words to deal with: product and mental defect. Later, the phrase diminished capacity also began to enter into the nation's courts. The idea that a person who commits a criminal act was acting under a lesser capacity of understanding than was acceptable took hold. The American Law Institute, the ALI, established a model penal code in 1970 that was adopted by a number of states, eager to resolve the conflicts brought on by increasing the frequency of the insanity defense. The ALI model stated that a defendant is not responsible for a criminal offense if, at the time of such conduct as a result of a mental disease or defect, he lacks substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality of his conduct or to conform his conduct to the requirements of the law. It seemed not to matter that as hard as the courts tried to define the limit and scope of a defense based on the mental state of a defendant at the time of the offense, there was always a problem with its application. By 1972, however, the Durham test, as an effective standard for the nation's courtrooms, was over. It was simply too broad and gave the psychiatric profession too much power in criminal court. But no single case caused the Durham experiment to fail. Rather, it was the accumulation of 18 years of problems and patchwork solutions, and above all, to simple exasperation. However, the newer guidelines provided the foundation for a wide array of ingenious and some say frivolous defense strategies. One of the most famous was the Twinkie defense of the late 1970s. In a notorious murder trial that took place in San Francisco in 1979, a former police officer, Dan White, was accused of the murders of Mayor George Moscone and an administrative aide named Harvey Milk. That White committed these murders was never in dispute, since he shot both men at midday inside City Hall. But at trial, the defense claimed that White was suffering from a mental lapse, brought on by a series of events in his life that left him temporarily insane. Psychologists who testified at his murder trial postulated that White was not responsible for the murders, even though he carried extra ammunition with him to City Hall and reloaded between killings. His attorney said that a depression put him into an altered state that changed his behavior to such a degree that he began to eat junk food, something he had never done before, according to his defense. One psychiatrist testified, "I think that on the day of the crimes, he really had no meaningful, rational capacity to carefully weigh the considerations for and against and rationally decide on a course of action. He couldn't think carefully about what he was going to do." Although it was later called the Twinkie defense by the local press, the correlation between junk food and White's behavior was never made at the trial. This was a falsehood that has been repeated many times in hundreds of press accounts of the trial. White's attorneys offered evidence that the previously health-conscious defendant began to eat Twinkies and other junk food as a result of his severe depression. But the characterization stuck, and the Dan White case will always be remembered as the time junk food caused a man to go crazy and commit murder. White was convicted of manslaughter, and as a result he received a much lighter sentence as opposed to a first-degree murder conviction. The decision ignited riots in San Francisco's gay community. Of course, this type of defense is not as common as the press believes, but it demonstrates what can be done under the elusive definitions of the Durham Rule and diminished capacity defenses. Eventually, the Durham Rule was abandoned in favor of the substantial capacity test. This criteria was, in effect, a combination of the M'Naughton Rule and the irresistible impulse test. Under M'Naughton alone, a defendant was required to show a complete failure to distinguish between right and wrong. This compromise, at least to some, seemed acceptable to the courts. For Dan White, though, the diminished capacity defense worked. He spent 5 years in prison for a double murder and was paroled in 1985. A few months later, Dan White took his own life. An even more disturbing case than the Twinkie defense took place in New York City in the late 1970s. Officer Robert Torsney, 34, was an 8-year veteran of the NYCPD. On Thanksgiving Day, 1976, he was scheduled to work a night tour and was extremely unhappy about being away from his family. In his police memo book, which is a diary of each officer's workday, Torsney wrote, "Happy working felony Thanksgiving" for that day's entry. That night, he and his partner received a radio dispatch to respond to the Cypress Houses, a public housing development in East New York, Brooklyn. The job was man with a gun. They investigated the job without incident, and after taking some information from a few tenants, they exited the building onto the street. Outside, the young officers confronted several teenagers. One of the teenagers, Randolph Evans, 15, called out to Torsney and asked if his apartment was searched. Without warning, Torsney suddenly pulled out his service revolver and shot the boy dead from a distance of about 2 feet. Torsney later testified, "He was talking to me. I don't remember exactly. I remember not being in my body, sort of." The cop walked over to the police car without saying a word and sat in the front seat. Torsney was later arrested for this cold-blooded killing, which was widely reported in the press. His murder trial began in November of 1977 against a backdrop of racial suspicion and accusations. Torsney was white and Evans was black. Officer Torsney later told a psychiatrist, "I can't say I like black people, but I don't let that affect me. There's a lot of violence down there. My life is in danger." One defense witness was Dr. Daniel Schwartz, chief of forensic psychiatry at Kings County Medical Center, a familiar witness in New York City's courts. In previous years, he had been appointed to examine David Berkowitz, the son of Sam Killer, and David Chapman, the assassin of John Lennon. Up to that time, Dr. Schwartz testified in well over 100 trials. After interviewing Torsney on 3 occasions, Dr. Schwartz concluded that the officer fired his weapon while he was suffering from a psychomotor seizure, a sort of mini-stroke that leaves no telltale signs and may never return again. Dr. Schwartz claimed that Officer Torsney suffered from an extremely rare condition called automatism of Penfield. Apparently this affliction was so rare that few had ever heard of it before the trial. But Torsney's testimony was in direct conflict with psychiatric opinions of his behavior. His statements in court claimed self-defense. Evans was still talking and pulling out a silver object which looked like the barrel of a gun. "Ooh," he told the court. Even so, after just several hours of deliberations, the jury found Officer Torsney not guilty by reason of insanity. Over the next few years, the New York mental health community struggled with how to deal with Officer Torsney, who was convicted of no crime, showed no signs of being mentally ill, and yet was commanded by the courts to remain in a mental hospital to be treated for a disease that didn't exist. After 2 years of wrangling with the courts, during which Torsney was often permitted to come and go at will and spend most of his time at home with his family, he became a free man. Justice, at least the way it was defined in this case, had been served. America's standards for the insanity defense during the period 1954 to 1984 received a great deal of criticism because of cases like Torsney and White. Psychiatrists were given a powerful voice in the nation's courts, and the results could often be infuriating to the public. Psychologists, whose profession revolves around the endless ambiguities of the human mind, were asked to make decisive judgments about an individual after seeing a prisoner only once or twice. This was absurd, according to many people. Sometimes psychologists treat their patients for years in dozens of sessions without coming to a solid conclusion or understanding of their mental problems. And those judgments by court-appointed psychiatrists could have a tremendous impact on a criminal trial and its outcome. Psychiatrists and psychologists are often put in the same position as economists, who are asked to predict things that no one is capable of predicting. Those with the honesty and realism to say they can't do it are likely to be brushed aside, writes Thomas Sowell in The Insane Insanity Defense. Psychiatrists also have been known to slant their findings toward the side that pays them. This is a dangerous tendency that corrupts testimony and blurs the truth in front of a jury that is already suspicious of expert psychological testimony. That suspicion has been fostered by some spectacular failures and abuses by psychiatrists who explain the behavior of criminals with the twisting idiom of clinical definitions, and psychiatrists themselves are notorious for their disagreements on the same issues. For every psychiatrist that testifies on the stability of a defendant, another one will quickly follow and will testify to a completely opposite conclusion. Frequently, there is no common consensus among psychiatrists, a fact that has devalued the profession in the eyes of the public and lessened the impact of their testimony in a court of law. What does it matter if a defendant had a less than perfect childhood? How does that relate to a vicious murder that may have been committed 20 or 30 years later? Or as Thomas Maider writes in Crime and Madness, the psychiatric testimony can send him to prison or send him to a hospital or put him on probation. And what is it that you need to know to make that decision? Do you need to know that the person had a poor upbringing, that he masturbated as a child? Just what is it that you need to know? There is also the natural danger that clinicians mostly identify with those on their own economic and social levels. When dealing with patients who are much different than themselves, psychiatrists can be oblivious to their problems. One forensic psychologist went so far as to say, "I hate to say this, but I don't like to work with poor people. They are talking about stuff that doesn't interest me." Undoubtedly, few doctors could be as honest. Another common problem is forensic psychologists are paid professionals and therefore usually accessible to only the wealthy class. Such a case was the strange story of John DuPont, heir to the DuPont family fortune and the wealthiest man ever to be charged with murder in American history. In the fall of 1995, the local police were called to the 800-acre estate in Pennsylvania of John DuPont, 57, an heir to the DuPont chemical fortune. Newton Police Chief Lee Hunter went to the DuPont mansion as a result of a request by the family lawyer. When the police chief arrived, John DuPont told him that he thought he was attacked in his sleep by a wrestler who was living on his property. DuPont was an avid wrestling fan and donated large sums of money to the Olympic wrestling team. At that time, his wealth was estimated to be around $250 million. In the private gym where the athletes trained, a plaque read, "You can't just take it to the top, you have to take it over the top." DuPont told Chief Hunter that there was a conspiracy to ruin his name, and if it wasn't stopped, the Russian army was sure to invade Newton Township. During the conversation, DuPont referred to himself as the Holy Child. On January 26, 1996, DuPont, his mental condition deteriorating and feelings of acute paranoia consuming him, drove over to the home of David Schultz, a 1984 Olympic gold medalist who lived in a house on DuPont's estate. While Schultz's wife looked on in horror, DuPont shot and killed David with a .38 caliber handgun in the driveway of his home. Immediately after the shooting, DuPont went back to his mansion, where he held off an army of police for 3 days. He was arrested when he ventured outside his home to fix a heater which police had turned off. In court, DuPont's lawyers pleaded an insanity defense. They said his mental condition had gone downhill ever since his mother died in 1988. Afterward, he took to wandering his vast estate armed with handguns and acting erratically. He believed he was the Dalai Lama and spoke of himself in exalted and exaggerated terms. There were also rumors of cocaine use, and DuPont told friends he believed he was about to be assassinated. Psychologists testified that DuPont was mentally unbalanced and could not be held responsible for his conduct. DuPont himself later said, "I wish to apologize to Marty Schultz and her children. I'm very sorry for what happened." But the insanity defense was eventually rejected. The prosecution was able to show that DuPont knew that what he did was wrong and appreciated the wrongfulness of his conduct. They used his 3-day standoff as evidence that he knew shooting Schultz was wrong and that he knew he could be arrested for the killing. During that standoff, DuPont asked for his lawyer over 100 times, indicating that he was fully aware of the nature of his act and the need for legal representation. After 7 days of deliberations, he was found guilty of third-degree murder and sentenced to 13 to 30 years. The acquittal of John Hinckley in 1982 set off a groundswell of criticism against the insanity plea. It was thought that lawyers had manipulated the courts and abused constitutional protections in order to set a guilty man free. Many people, lawyers, legislators, and newspaper editors, called for the abolition of the insanity defense. Over the next few years, 39 states made dozens of changes in their laws regarding insanity pleas. Utah and Idaho completely abolished the defense at criminal trials. There was a strong perception that the insanity defense was a loophole in the law that let murderers escape justice. Congress passed major legislation which made sweeping changes in the way the insanity plea is used in American courts. But it's not only defendants and attorneys who manipulate the insanity defense. Journalists and politicians also abuse the NGRI plea for their own reasons. Politicians use it as a vehicle to capture the public's attention, and journalists report on it because they are aware there is a great deal of public interest in the subject. But rarely do they explore the issue with the kind of attention and accuracy it deserves. As we have seen, statistics confirm that the plea is vastly exaggerated as a loophole, and rarely does it get anyone off a criminal charge. But the common understanding of the plea is exactly the opposite. Samuel Walker writes, "This misunderstanding explains the fact that nearly half thought it should be abolished, and an incredible 94.7% thought it should be reformed." Of course, any criminal defendant can raise the issue of insanity, which is his or her right to do. Actually, succeeding in that defense is another issue entirely. Even Kip Kinkle, 17, who shot 29 people in an Oregon school rampage in 1998, was unable to substantiate an insanity defense. So were David Berkowitz, Ted Bundy, Sirhan Sirhan, Henry Lee Lucas, Charles Manson, and John Wayne Gacy. But since the insanity defense is utilized almost exclusively in murder cases, it is extremely rare in any other type of offense. The publicity it receives is far out of proportion to its use. It has become part of the promotional apparatus of high-profile criminal cases in modern times. The trials of Jeffrey Dahmer, Hinckley, David Berkowitz, and the Lorena Bobbitt mutilation case are simply not typical of most criminal trials held in America any more than O.J. Simpson was a typical murder defendant. It is simply incorrect to assume that what happened in the O.J. Simpson trial happens in murder trials across the country. And yet it is not difficult to find a press story or a television talk show that laments the O.J. trial as symbolic of all that is wrong with criminal justice in America. Nothing could be further from the truth, since the Simpson trial is about as far as one can get from the ordinary workings of our criminal justice system. legal scholars, judges, attorneys, and clinicians have tried for hundreds of years to come to some sort of mutually acceptable understanding of what criteria should be used to gauge a person's culpable mental state. It hasn't been easy. The complex turnings of the human mind are not so easily deciphered according to a prepared script. Even if the insanity defense were eliminated tomorrow, it would not eradicate the issues under consideration. Defense attorneys would still have to address culpable mental state, and so would prosecutors. Mens rea assessment is open to either side. Consider the Jeffrey Dahmer case. Dahmer was arrested in Milwaukee in 1991 after he had killed at least 13 victims. His apartment contained the remains of many young men who he had brutally murdered and dissected. He poured acid on his victims, cut them into pieces, and preserved their heads and genitals. He treated, preserved, and decorated the skulls of his victims. His crimes are a litany of perversion and torture that is rare even for sexually motivated serial killers. In court, his attorneys attempted to plead Dahmer not guilty by reason of insanity. But prosecutors were able to prove that Dahmer knew full well that killing was against the law and what he was doing was wrong. The insanity plea was not accepted in his case. If someone like Dahmer could not be categorized as legally insane, then it stands up to reason that the criteria for insanity must surely be a difficult standard to meet. This is the reality of the insanity defense in America. Difficult to plead, seldom used, and almost never successful. But in that small number of cases where it is successful, it is sometimes manipulated or abused in a way that often grabs headlines and captures the imagination of the public. Ultimately, only a jury can decide the issue of insanity, which in itself may be the most controversial aspect of the insanity defense. In other words, people who have no training in the field rarely come into contact with the mentally ill and have a minimal understanding of the issues involved, make legal, long-lasting judgments that are frequently based on shifting criteria. Or as US journalist Bugs Bear once wrote, "It's impossible to tell where the law stops and justice begins."